under the guidance of advanced alchemist Ernest. They arrived in front of the ingredient counter. Abel did not reject his kind offer. No elf would dare to stand in front of that elven alchemist in a line anyway. After he picked out around 10 ingredients, advanced alchemist Ernest could already guess which potion Abel was going to make. Abel requested 60 portions for each ingredient, but when the elven shop assistant gave out the price, something very embarrassing happened to Abel. His magic gold card was signed up using his human form, so it would definitely expose his location, and most importantly, his identity. He didn't have much physical gold coins on him. Normally, and his Horadric cube was stored in his chest pocket, not his portal bag. Therefore, it would be too suspicious if he took out tens of thousands of gold coins from it all of a sudden. "Can I pay with mana gems?" said Abel awkwardly. "Master Bennett, if you are short of budget, just let me pay. Your performance today has given me inspiration," said advanced alchemist Ernest, fighting for a spot in front of the elven shop assistant. "Thank you, advanced alchemist Ernest." Abel was not overly polite this time, he just gave a little nod. "Master Bennett, paying for you is my honor. Actually, your master badge can give you some budget for ingredients every month," said advanced alchemist Ernest as he was paying the bill. After they left the alchemist union, Abel saw his silvery white carriage waiting. The half-elven driver Archie began to slowly drive the carriage towards him. Something was wrong. Suddenly, his commander senses were triggered, and he sensed something life-threatening would take place. Therefore, before he even had time to think, he reached his hand towards his portal bag, and a magic shield appeared in his hand. Although Abel had many methods of defense, he could only use the universal combat Kai defense in the Holy Continent as an elf. His golden combat Kai was too unique, and it would most likely expose his identity if he used it. There were also another 2 carriages waiting by the side, and their door suddenly swung open, exposing 2 small crossbows. Every single one of the crossbows were equipped with 3 blackbird head arrows. With a pull on the bowstring, 6 arrows flew towards Abel with a sharp pitch cutting through the air. By this point, Abel knew who had attacked him. Small crossbow was a popular medium-range shooter. Among the dwarfs, although they were called small crossbow, they were quite powerful since it required a winch to install those arrows. It was impossible to install them with pure human strength. Other than directly shooting enemies with this weapon on a battlefield, they were also powerful enough to secure arrows onto a city wall, allowing a ladder to form. Normally, this weapon was only used in the military. It was very hard for anyone to get their hands on one, especially those normal soldiers. A lot had been done through Abel's brain after he saw the small crossbow, and he had made the most direct reaction. He did not secure his shield in front of him. Instead, he threw it directly at the arrows and jumped back. At the same time, he also summoned the ravens and the spirit wolves from the monster portal bag using his druid's lesser soul. Bang, the arrow struck upon the shield. Although the magic shield had the ability to absorb physical impact, their arrows was still far too strong. In a split of a second, the magic shield shattered into pieces. The arrows did not stop. They continued to fly towards Abel. By that point, Abel's back had reached the wall. He had no more place to back off, so he did a weird twist with his body. The 6 arrows brushed against his body and directly stuck to the wall behind him. Luckily, his important organs were untouched. Abel had not been injured in a long time. Now, he had gained a few fresh wounds in his body, even though they were not life-threatening. His blood leaked out towards the wall alongside the arrows. At the same time, he was hit by the scattered pieces of his shield, since it had exploded by the immense force of the arrows. Although he was hurt by the small crossbow, those scattered pieces still couldn't do a single thing to Abel's strong body. "Assassin," the half-elven driver screamed as he looked around. Abel was now falling into his own blood on the ground. As Abel was leaning against the wall, he felt 3 arrows brush against leg and waist, while the other 3 were completely avoided. At first, he didn't feel a single bit of pain, but then numbness began to spread through his body. He could no longer stand up straight as he fell towards the ground. The 6 spears were poisonous, but he no longer had time to treat the wounds. The 4 black-cloaked masked assassins were now working the winch in full force, preparing for a second attack. It would never have the chance to complete their attack. Suddenly, 5 ravens appeared in mid-air and flew towards the 4 masked assassins in full speed. They poked out the eyeball of one of the most hard-working assassins. Afterward, a gut-wrenching scream filled the air. The other 3 assassins had also stopped their task immediately to fight off the incoming ravens. "He's a druid," an assassin called with a low voice. But it was too late. When the 5 spirit wolves showed up, helplessness emerged from their faces. Their opponents were not only an alchemist, but he was also a druid. If they knew this earlier, they would definitely not prepare for this battle this lightly. "The glory belongs to the god of the dark moon," 4 masked yelled in unison as they took out a statue and put it in their mouths. Their eyes lit up with passion, as though they no longer cared about their lives. Their backs began to lit up in a dark glow of fire. The ravens in mid-air seemed to be frightened by this dark glow of fire as they immediately flew towards the sky. The 4 masked assassins ignored the ravens as they dashed out the carriage and ran towards Abel. By that point, the 5 spirit wolves had appeared beside the 4 assassins, but they suddenly became a little hesitant upon seeing the dark glow of fire from their back. Abel could sense with his intuition that the dark fire coming from the assassin's back was extremely scary. It would be very dangerous to make a bit of contact with it. The ravens and spirit wolves he had summoned were all scared, allowing the 4 masked assassins to rush towards him without any barrier. Abel wanted to stand up straight, but he couldn't control his body. Although his golden combat kai was already trying its hardest to excrete the poison seemed to be stuck to his bone. Abel thought to himself, just a little bit more time and he could move again. By that point, his druid soul was really to expose his wizard identity. Soon he would be able to ignite his skill tree and send some charging bolts towards the assassins. When 4 assassins were around 10 meters from Abel, his druid soul had reached the skill tree. The charging bolts were ready to be unleashed at any moment. Suddenly, a giant wolf appeared in front of him and an old elf was sitting on top of it. It was Master Alfred. He pointed towards the 4 assassins and yelled, "Volcano explosion." All of a sudden, countless lava exploded from the ground and flew straight towards the assassins. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 assassins had immediately turned into an explosion of blood. "Are you all right, Master Bennett?" Master Alfred jumped off his wolf. He was worried because he saw Abel lying amongst a puddle of blood. "Thanks for your timely aid, Master Alfred. Don't worry, though. I can handle this myself." Abel was thankful that Alfred Master showed up at the right time. If he had shown up a bit later, he would have had to expose his true strength by using a wizard spell against the assassins. "Poisoned arrows," Master Alfred called out as he noticed the black shine on the arrow. Luckily, Abel's golden combat kai was preventing the poison from entering his vital organs. Even with Alfred, he could still stand up on his own 2 legs. "Stop moving, Master Bennett. You'll make the poison reach your heart faster," said Master Alfred, holding onto Abel. Abel said, waving his hand dismissing his concerns, "It's nothing, just a little bit of poison." Master Alfred took out a wooden brush from his portal bag. He brushed the arrow with it, and a horrified look appeared on his face. "Dark scorpion poison, how can you still move then, sir?" "Is that what's called?" Abel asked as he was already starting to tend his own wounds. "Tell me more about it." "I'm not an expert in the field of brewing poisons." Abel could feel the poison surging through his veins. Normally, something like this could be handled with just his golden combat kai. It was a little different this time, so it seemed. Instead of breaking down the substances that were in this poison, the most his body could do was to block it out as much as possible. Without answering his questions, Master Alfred took out a golden potion from his portal bag and handed it to Abel. "Here, drink this. It's a poison antidote potion. It won't clear it, but it'll slow it down." Noticing Master Alfred's concerns, Abel drank the potion as soon as he got it. Master Alfred explained, "The poison is from the stringer of a dark scorpion. The dark scorpion is not native to the Double Moon Forest. Its home is in the northern parts of the Holy Continent, and just by a simple touch, the venom that it releases is enough to bring down a giant bear." Master Alfred scanned around Abel again. To him, it's an absolute miracle that the boy in front of him was alive. "It seems that the assassins really want your life. Money or otherwise, I'm sure that the poison cost them quite a lot. The poison antidote potion I gave you can only suppress the symptoms of the poison. It's best if you go back to the guild. We'll figure something out together." "No need, Master Alfred," Abel said confidently. "This poison isn't affecting me too much. Give me a day. My body will overcome it soon enough. Master Alfred was hesitant at first, but this was a fellow master alchemist speaking here. If Abel didn't know what he was saying, there was no way that he would make a request like this. Master Alfred, do you know who the assassins were? Abel's heart sunk as he thought about the terrifying black flame. Yes, Alfred replied in an angry tone, they are the dark elves. These animals disbanded a while ago. But there's no doubt about it. At that moment, someone riding a giant wolf showed up in front of the blacksmithing guild. It was a druid, an intermediate druid. Despite being around 10 meters away, Abel could sense the incredible power that was fuming out of him. You're here too, Master Alfred. Was this your doing? An elven druid greeted Master Alfred with a bow. Yes, Captain Lionel, Master Alfred greeted in return. Our master alchemist has just been attacked by some dark elves. Can you believe how low these scum are? The druid named Lionel was surprised. Attacking a master alchemist was no small matter. As he took a look at Abel, he noticed the master and lord badges on his clothes, as well as the bloodstains and gouses on his waist and thigh. I give you my sincerest apologies on behalf of the city guards, Lionel said to Abel. Rest assured, we will provide an explanation to you and the Alchemist Guild. I'll need to learn more about the situation. Are you free right now? Captain Lionel, I'll be leaving to tend my wounds. If you have any questions, come to my house. Abel didn't want to speak too much. For him, the most important thing right now was to get rid of the poison. Instead of talking more with Lionel, he jumped onto a white carriage nearby. Let's go back, Abel said to the half-elven horse carriage driver Archies. After hearing that, he recovered from the shock of the attack, quickly steering the carriage forwards. Wait, Captain Lionel hadn't finished, but not much else could be said. As the captain of the Angstrom City Guard, he recognized the white horse carriage that Abel was riding. Only a few people with high-profile status have the privilege to use the Grand Ducal carriage. Thus, it was evident to him Abel was not an ordinary person. Something didn't feel right for Lionel, though. He hurriedly asked Master Alfred, Master Alfred, what was the name of the master that just left? It was Abel, Master Alfred replied. So it was him, now that complicates things. Captain Lionel knew of Master Bennett. In fact, he had a potion brewed from him before. After looking around, Captain Lionel noticed the miniature crossbows on the two horse carriages. His face was filled with anger. This wasn't just a dark elves attack. The elven nobles were involved. The weapons belonged to the military. A group of city guards had arrived on Deer. By the command given by their captains, the area was under lockdown. Specialized city guards had also arrived to gather information. Seeing that other city guards had come to take care of business, Lionel wanted to confirm something from Master Alfred. Master Alfred, he asked, this is a serious matter. I'll be heading to the Grand Ducal Palace to report on this matter. As he finished saying that, a rune in his hand let out white light. He then vanished from the scene. Due to blood loss, Abel's skin has turned pale. Archie knew that the injury was serious. He was driving at full speed. Luckily, the carriage he was using had special privileges in Angstrom City. No matter if it was a nobleman's horse carriage or a bunch of elven pedestrians, everyone moved as they saw him coming by. Master, what happened? Steward Brewer asked with great concern. Abel was returned to the mansion. I'm all right. I'll draw a defense magic circle. Don't let anyone interrupt my recovery. After saying that, Abel rushed back into the master's room. He opened a defense magic circle and barrier circle in the master's room. After that, he took out an Akara's tent from the personal storage box. If he wanted to completely cure himself of the dark scorpion poison, he had to synthesize the highest quality poison antidote potion there was. Thankfully, he had all the ingredients from the guild. Within an hour, Abel has already made 9 blue rarity poison antidote potions. He's not stopping there, though. Even drinking a golden poison antidote poison wasn't enough. Abel combined the 9 blue rarity poison antidote potions in the Horadric cube. After repeating the process 4 times, he obtained a dark gold rank lightning poison antidote potion. He opened the bottle and drank the liquid inside. Within a moment, the poison was miraculously soothed down by the potion. Abel let out a breath with a deep rotten smell. Almost immediately afterward, all the plant decors in the house had wilted, as though it hadn't been watered in days. A truly terrifying poison. Since Abel did not have much knowledge of poisons, he now finally had the chance to get a taste of their strengths. Luckily, he had the golden combat kai to keep it under control. Otherwise, he would have died before he could even brew the poison antidote potion. Now that the problem of the poison was gone, he could finally be at ease. But then, his brain began to register the feeling of pain from his wounds. The numbing effects of the poison had gone, leaving behind the untreated wound. Taking out 3 sets of ingredients for a healing potion, Abel made 3 bottles of blue healing potion. After combining them using the Horadric cube, he'd obtained a golden healing potion, one that he would only use on himself. Abel had a certain requirement for all the potions he brews. Under normal circumstances, he would combine the ingredients. Then, he would use the dark gold Akara's alchemy bottle to produce an improved blue rarity potion. These blue rarity potions wouldn't have unexpected effects. As for the other combined potions he made, he would also only use it on himself. It would be a huge problem if their possible unexplained side effects were made known to the public. After pouring the healing potion into his mouth, the 3 slashes had recovered quickly. Just after a few minutes, all the wounds were sealed, leaving behind a scab. Just a few moments later, the scab fell off, leaving behind a light red-colored scar. There was no way you would be able to tell that there was a deep wound just minutes before. As Abel thought about making more potions, the bell on the wall had rung. This was the way of steward brewer signaling that a guest he couldn't stop had arrived. Completely recovered, Abel had closed the magic circles. Leaving the master's room, he was greeted by Grand Duke Edwina. "Your Royal Highness, why have you come here in person?" Abel greeted her with a bow. "Did you get a dark scorpion's poison in you?" Grand Duke Edwina looked at Abel suspicious at the news she heard. Abel looked unscathed and full of life, showing no signs of being poisoned. "I had just brewed a poison antidote potion and cured the poison," Abel replied smiling. Though Grand Duke Edwina was not well versed in alchemy, she also knew the strength of dark scorpion poison. It was not as easy as Abel had put it, but she hadn't felt the need to dig deeper. "Abel, your attackers were dark elves. There must have been elves in the city who were accomplices. I should have known that the dark elves would target you when a master alchemist such as you showed up. That was an oversight on my part. This is a rune for the city's defense system. Next time you encounter something like this, just activate the rune and blow them up," Grand Duke Edwina said, throwing him a wooden tile. Holding the rune sign in his hand, Abel knew how important the rune sign was. In a rune sign, naturally, the power transfer would be limited. However, it was still enough to prevent damage and disintegrate his opponents. Checking out the rune with his power of the will had revealed that it was one especially made for him. He could also feel that he could teleport to most of the city. "Your Highness, this is too much," Abel replied with a bow, feeling the weight of the gift. "Abel, since my daughter chose you, no matter who you are, we are family, so please accept it," Grand Duke Edwina replied with a smile. Abel had thoroughly impressed her. So what if he was human? Commander, level 3 wizard, master blacksmith, master alchemist, all at such a young age. Many elves would be working their whole lives just to reach one of his achievements. Even if he was just a level 3 wizard, he could still summon a spirit wolf. No level 3 wizard could do that. Grand Duke Edwina couldn't help but worry for Abel after hearing the recount of his battle today. 2 miniature crossbows, even an official druid such as Abel might not have survived. The crossbows were what angered Grand Duke Edwina the most. These were weapons for single targets. If they weren't targeting someone else other than Abel, they would not have failed. Grand Duke Edwina knew Abel was a commander, and assassinating one in the Holy Continent was almost impossible, as the intuition of a commander was rarely wrong. After sending off Grand Duke Edwina, Abel once again cast the defense magic circle, followed by barrier circle, ready to enter the dark world to prepare for the mission in a week. Using the blue portal, Abel had reached the rogue's encampment. He then brought out the Akara tent and stood in front of the alchemy stand. He then took out the golden air-breaking potion that Master Mara had given to him, which was able to increase the speed attribute. There are some special ingredients required in this potion that are endemic to certain parts of the Double Moon Forest. Abel hadn't consumed them immediately. As for potions crafted by others, he believed that combining them within the Horadric cube would produce better results. He put the potions into the Horadric cube and pressed the transmute button using his power of the will. The bottles had disappeared in white light, leaving behind a dark gold rank air-breaking potion. Abel's speed was now 6.5, and it was still the lowest of all his attributes. Being a knight, an occupation not based on speed, naturally his speed isn't high. Most of the movements for a knight are done by their mount. It could be said that a knight was only complete with their mount. The assassination attempt today showed Abel the consequences of having low speed. With enough speed, he would have been able to utilize the moment after throwing the shield and dodged the 6 arrows flying towards him, avoiding the poison completely. Therefore, as soon as he had spare time, the first thing he did was to upgrade the air-breaking potion gifted by Master Mara. He picked up the bottle, drinking all of it in one go. As though he was in a hot spring, a warmth filled his body, only leaving his body after half an hour. Checking his attributes, the 6.5 of speed had become a 10.5. Abel then put his hand in the air and flayed it around, noticing even simple movements like this feel faster. He felt as though his speed had doubled as he ran around in the Akara tent. Unfortunately, he hadn't received the recipe for air-breaking potion. Furthermore, the ingredients were incredibly hard to gather. The golden air-breaking potion must have required ingredients that Master Mara had gathered throughout the years. Because of how rare the ingredients were, you have to hope that you are lucky and the loss of ingredients is minimized. Proving the attributes was the first item on his checklist before executing the mission. The second point was to prepare enough potions, especially healing potions and poison antidote potions, having 2 dark gold ranks, 2 gold ranks, and 8 blue ranks of each. The blues were for the elves that were in his exploration team. He was still a master alchemist. Obviously, he would be saving the good stuff for himself. Abel had also prepared some other potions. For example, he had nutrition potions that lasted for 10 days and recovery potions to recover stamina. After 2 days, all the potions he used had been replenished. Abel put the Akara tent back to his personal storage back and used the Druid's soul to unleash 5 spirit wolves from the skill tree. Abel saw that both intermediate Druids were riding on giant mount wolves. Through speculation, the wolves were dire wolves. Their defense and attack were both better than spirit wolves, and they were common summon beasts for intermediate wizards. However, in practicality, a spirit wolf should be even better than a dire wolf. Those things were mounts, so how good their defense or attack shouldn't matter. They only needed one thing: speed. Spirit wolves were the fastest beings. They naturally knew how to move in a flash, and due to their half-immaterial bodies, they could almost move in a flash for an unlimited amount of time. If you really think about it, these things were actually perfect as a mount, so why didn't Druids ride them? Actually, Abel already had an answer in his heart. He had done an experiment when he first got those spirit wolves. Those things could not carry another life force. If Abel sat on the back of a spirit wolf, he would directly go through their body and drop to the ground. That's the main reason why spirit wolves could not be a mount. Too bad, when Abel was sighing, he suddenly had an idea. His skeletons were not alive, so could they ride them? On top of that, they also had a death kai, just like the spirit wolves. Up to this point, Abel summoned Rib Bone No. 3 and commanded it to sit on a spirit wolf. The clumsy skeleton slowly climbed onto the back of a spirit wolf and clamped with its legs. It did not fall. Just when Abel was about to get excited about his successful experiment, he received a message from his Horadric cube. Do you want to combine the spirit wolf and the skeleton into a skeleton knight? Abel was a little hesitant when he first received this message. The fighting ability of the skeleton was not high, and it would take a long time for it to grow. Would it be a waste if he sacrificed a spirit wolf to accompany a skeleton? However, at the same time, a spirit wolf could do move in a flash. The skeleton would get a lot more powerful once he started riding one. The skeleton's true ability was shown within its mastery of knight skills, since they could execute all the techniques that Abel had learned. Most of Abel's knight attacking techniques could only be unleashed on a mount. Therefore, just from these points alone, Abel's skeletons were basically knights if they had a mount. On top of that, his skeleton's physical attacks could incorporate Death Kai, so their physical attacks should be even more powerful than Abel himself. Abel decided to try one out. If it failed, he still had 4 more. He used his power of will to connect with the Horadric cube, combine. The half-transparent black color substance on the back of the spirit wolf began to rush towards Rib Bone No. 3, slowly engulfing it. At the same time, Abel felt the mana within him began to drain. Good thing his mana had already reached 590, which was rare even among official beginner wizards, let alone rank 3 wizards. Although his mana was draining, it was still not anything intolerable. As Abel's mana kept draining, more and more half-transparent black color substance rushed towards rib bone no. 3 until its bones could no longer be seen. That half-transparent black color substance became like a layer of skin and muscle for rib bone no. 3 as it slowly thickened. By the time the combination had stopped, rib bone no. 3 had completely transformed. Even the orc's deity could not tell this was a summon. Skeleton. From the outside, it basically looked exactly like a strong knight riding a spirit wolf. What was different about this knight was that it was naked with skin as black as ink and gave out a half-immaterial vibe like the spirit wolves. Ever since the first time Abel had summoned a skeleton, he always wanted to use them for battle in the Holy Continent. But he couldn't, since summoning a skeleton signified that he had learned a deity's spell. No matter if it was a human, a dwarf, or an elf, they all had a strong distaste for the orc's deity. This was because of the disgusting ways the orc's deity obtained those skeletons. Many elite fighters from different races had been tortured to death by an orc's deity. This allowed them to create a skeleton with the power of the skeleton's original owner. Therefore, every summoned skeleton had a cruel story behind it. Visit website ourlistnovel.com. That's why Abel would not dare to summon a skeleton to fight, even if there was a slight chance of being spotted. However, now it was different. This thing no longer looked like a skeleton. Instead, it had turned into a weird knight-riding spirit wolf. If it could put on a set of armor, then its black skin would be covered. After that, no one would be able to tell other than Abel himself. Most importantly, the death kai of the skeleton was covered up by the spirit of wolf's dark kai. Therefore, you tried to sense it with just your sensation. You could only sense the dark kai. On top of that, the spirit wolf's attack also had dark energy within it, which was very similar to death kai. As Abel was searching for the summon spirit wolf ability on the skill tree, he realized he only had 4 spirit wolves now. This spirit wolf, which had combined with the skeleton knight, had disappeared from the original summon spot, and it was identified as dead. It seemed like the combination had forcefully erased the spirit wolf from its original summon spot, so he could summon a new spirit wolf with the spell. He then took a look at the attributes of the skeleton resurrection. Skeleton resurrection. Knight allow you to resurrect a dead monster and turn it into a skeleton to fight for you. Mana cost 11 number of skeletons, 4 damage, 1 defense, 95 health, 5 current level, 6 next level, 76/75,480. The skeleton resurrection did not change much. Abel summoned the skeleton again. He was not ready to summon the 4 spirit wolves he had left. They all had their combat experiences. It would be too much of a waste if he had turned all of them into skeleton knights. Controlled his little druid soul to inject some power of the will onto the skill tree in the Horadric cube and unleashed the wolf soul summon spell. A summon spell pattern appeared in front of Abel. Afterward, he felt the mana within his body quickly dropped by 150 points as it rushed towards the pattern. The pattern began to glow in green. The glow got more and more vivid, and his little druid soul could sense this glow was filled with souls of spirit wolves. Abel tried to connect with one of the spirit wolf's soul through the little druid soul, but he was rejected. He kept trying and trying with different souls, and finally, he was accepted in his 8th attempt. After a while, the shadow of a spirit wolf appeared on his summon pattern. Abel would never have guessed that his little druid soul could forcefully use a druid's beginner wizard spell. It took up almost 10 times as much mana, but all the spells he had learned was summon spells anyway. They only needed to be summoned once, and it wouldn't take up more mana after that. If it was an attacking spell, he would definitely not be able to handle this 10 times mana consumption increase. Only a few spells would clear up his mana storage. Looking at the clumsy spirit wolf in front of him, Abel finally knew why druids would always summon them earlier and cultivate them. It would not be very practical if one decided to summon a spirit wolf during a battle. It had already taken Abel a very long time to summon this thing, and it could be a lot longer if his soul chain was rejected a few more times. That was enough to be attacked by his enemy again and again. On top of that, the freshly summoned spirit wolf was not as mobile as a trained spirit wolf. If they were all like this, Abel would need to constantly send commands through his power of the will, and that would definitely take up a lot of effort. But this spirit wolf Abel had summoned was not all that bad. It should be enough as a mount, since every move of a mount was controlled by the in-command skeleton. Abel commanded Ribbone No. 2 to climb on the newly summoned spirit wolf without any guidance. Soon, they began to combine, and Abel's mana began to decrease again. After a while, another skeleton knight appeared in front of him. Abel looked at his mana storage. There was still enough to transform Ribbone No. 1. He summoned another spirit wolf and told the most powerful Ribbone No. 1 to combine with it. However, this time, their combination was different from the previous two. Both Ribbone No. 1 and the spirit wolf were mutually affecting each other. The spirit wolf engulfed Ribbone No. 1 with its black color half-transparent substance, turning it into something like a human figure with skin and muscles. At the same time, Ribbone No. 1 had also transferred some powerful energy towards the spirit wolf down below, making it noticeably bigger than the other two spirit wolves. Looking at the three skeleton knights in front of him, Abel couldn't help but shake his head. He could no longer call them Ribbone No. 1 Ribbone No. And Ribbone No. 3. Those things no longer had anything to do with skeletons, so he would call them Spirit Guardian Knights. The original Ribbone No. 1 could be the captain and the other two could be its troops. Magic swords were not suitable battles on mounts, so Abel needed to make some knight spears for the Spirit Guardian Knights. In order to hide the skeleton's identity, he also needed to make some armors for them. Abel always wanted to design a full set of equipment for his skeletons, but it would definitely drag down their speed since their bodies were too weak to support anything too heavy. However, now the game had changed since each of them had a spirit wolf as a mount. Abel already had an idea of what equipment he was going to make. For defense, he would need to prepare some helmets, body armor, gloves, belt, and war boots. For offense, he would need some bows, big swords, shields, and long spears. If all things went well, the skeleton's body would be completely covered, and the attacking weapons would also allow them to make some long and medium-range attacks. Abel had already mastered how to use a bow, big swords, and spear, so his skeletons should be able to grasp them with ease too. Considering the speed of the spirit wolves, Abel wanted to use light alloys to make the defense equipment. If he picked anything too heavy, it might drag their speed down. Besides that, he also needed to go out for an adventure with Miss Carrie soon, so he needed that equipment to be uniformed to form a proper troop of knights. Although those skeleton knights could not unleash combat kai to protect themselves, they could still form a charging formation. During the most crucial moment, their uniformed equipment could also distract the attention of the enemy. Abel's most powerful attacks were wizard spells, so if all the enemies could see were 4 knights with the same equipment and black mount wolves, it would be safer to use spells. He needed to make 5 sets of lightweight defense equipment. Since the rogue encampment already had some ready-made materials and its ground fire was like a super furnace, the forging process would be smooth. Since Abel's body was still developing, he did not use any super material like meteorites or refine the metal to make the armor. He only had 4 skeletons, and he could get a lot more of them in the future. If he went all in with his super materials now, he would not have enough in the future. Still, Abel had picked the best quality normal iron ore he could find. After working them for 130 rounds, they had turned those iron ore to an iron base of 130 skills. Now, he has made his dull set of equipment out of it. After the first set of equipment was formed, he started to turn them into magic equipment one by one. First was the light metal helmet. He used the Akara rune pen and etched the 1L rune onto it. Its effect was +1 light and +15 defense. Since the light metal helmet had already provided 11 points of defense by itself, it had brought the body's defense to 6 points just by itself. Things didn't end here. Abel just learned how to open a socket, so he opened one on the helmet and installed a perfect red gem on it. This added an extra +38 health effect to the helmet. Only a socket recognized by the Dark World could allow a perfect red gem to be installed. It would explode if the socket was opened with some other method. That's why the artistry of the Dark World was so much better than the Holy Continent. Abel could now use this new socket opening technique to add another socket to those non-Dark World magic weapons he made before. Since the Horadric cube did not recognize the sockets of those weapons, he was confident he could add another one. For the lightweight armor, he also etched the 1L rune on top of it. Its effect was the same, which added more defense to the already strong armor. Abel opened a socket and installed a perfect red gem on it as well. Now, the lightweight armor had a plus 38 health effect. In regards to the lightweight gloves, Abel had watched the 14 doll rune, which had the effect plus 7 health recovery rate and 9 points defense by itself. Abel had also etched the 14 doll rune on the belt, which added another plus 7 health recovery rate and 3 points of defense by itself. He etched the 14 doll rune on the iron boots as well points, adding an even faster health recovery and 9 points of defense by itself. The last defense weapon was the big shield, which already had a 13 defense. If there wasn't a mouth, no way Abel would choose such a big shield. They were not convenient to carry around at all. He etched the 1L rune onto it, adding plus 1 light and plus 15 defense. He then opened up a socket on the high shelf and installed a perfect red gem, giving it an extra 38 points of health. The full set of defense equipment added 11 points of defense, 114 points of health, and plus 1 automatic health recovery rate. There weren't any gems on the gloves, belts, and metal boots since they could not open any socket. He picked an ice magic sword for the big sword. It was the best weapon to slow down an enemy. Abel opened a socket and installed a perfect blue gem on it, adding an extra 10-14 ice damage. He picked the 4 Neph rune for the long spear. It had a knockback effect on the enemy during an attack, so it was perfect for a medium-range attack weapon such as a long spear. He also opened a socket and installed a perfect blue gem on it. This would give the enemy some ice damage when they were knocked back, which would further slow down their movements. The bow was the last. Originally they were too narrow for any gems, so you would definitely damage it if you tried forcefully open a gap on top of it using the Holy Continents method. However, with the Dark World socket opening method, somehow, a gem could be installed without any side effects. Abel had not used the Harry bow in a long time, and this new discovery had given it a new life. Each of the 4 Harry bows was installed with either a perfect red, blue, green, and yellow gem. The one with the perfect red gem had gained an extra 15 fire damage. The one with the perfect blue gem had an extra 10-14 damage. The one with the perfect green gem had an extra 7 second and 100 points of poison damage. The one with the perfect yellow gem gave it an extra 140 lighting damage. Since the enemies have high resistances to specific elemental damage, it was better to include 4 different types of damage. Therefore, at least some damage would be guaranteed. Of course, the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain, previously Ribbone 1, was special. It wielded 2 different swords, an ice magic sword and a fire magic sword. The type of enhancement decided the sword choice. When enhanced by ice, it would use an ice magic sword, and the fire sword when enchanted by fire. Abel had spent 7 days creating the 5 sets of armor. If it weren't for the incredibly strong hellfire, Abel's incredible power, and abnormal constitution, it would have taken much longer. The 3 Spirit Guardian Knights were mounted on spirit wolves, covered head to toe in full black armor. Their weapons had also been blackened, emitting an aura of mysteriousness. The resurrection of skeletons was now level 6. The skeleton limit had been raised to 4, but due to the lack of corpses, there were only 3 summoned. Abel had wanted to go to the cold plains to test out his new equipment and summons. Using a waypoint, Abel had arrived at the cold plains on Black Wind. He had already abolished the largest tribe. All that was left were a few scattered corrupt spear women and corrupt huntresses. Using the corpse of a corrupt spear woman he had just killed, he had summoned the 4th skeleton. After combining it with a newly summoned spirit wolf, he set off with all summons. His summons could be viewed as an army. The ravens would do the scouting. The Spirit Guardian Knights and spirit wolves were constantly flashing around him. The poison creeper was tunnelings beneath him. Lastly, the oak sage was levitating right beside him, raising the health of Abel and all his summons. Whenever a hell creature appeared, it was swiftly dealt with by his army of summons. Abel did not even have to lift a finger. Finally, Abel felt control over the dark world. Previously, in order to deal with normal hell creatures, he would have to spend all his mana. However, circumstances have now changed. 2 hits from the 5 spirits wolves of level 6 would be more than enough to deal with these normal hell creatures. On the other hand, the poison creeper acted as an assassin, appearing out of the ground seemingly randomly, disappearing after poisoning them, then appearing on its next target. The spirit guardian knights had impressed Abel the most. Due to their full suit of armor, low-level hell creatures had no chance of going through their defense and hurting them. Furthermore, they had a wide array of attacks. They used long-ranged elemental hairy bow to attack and flashed into close range and used the long spear. Even their spirit wolf mounts would attack from time to time. The abilities of the level 6 spirit guardian knights could already match the level 15 spirit wolves. Since the resurrection of skeletons would continue to rise in levels, the spirit guardian knights would no doubt surpass the spirit wolves. Currently, Black Wind was already traveling at half speed. Abel had discovered even at this speed, both spirit guardians knights and spirit wolves were able to keep up with Black Wind. Even after killing the hell creatures that appeared, they were able to catch up to Black Wind once again. Obviously, the oak sage and the ravens weren't slow since they could fly. Even the burrowing poison creeping was able to keep up with Black Wind at half speed. After 2 days, Abel, along with his army of 16 summons, had reached the end of the cold plain. Their only guide was the faint remains of a road. This was a checkpoint. There were slashes left behind from the battles ages ago, revealing the experiences it had been through. After going through a long passageway, Abel had reached a vast and unobstructed view. This was probably the rocky wilderness. While in the middle of his thoughts, Abel had sensed danger in front. All of a sudden, a flurry of arrows came his way. All his summons were avoiding it in their own manner. The arrows posed no threat to the ravens. All they had to do was retreat further into the sky. After escaping the reach of the arrows, they flew towards the source. The poison creeper burrows into the ground, easily avoiding the arrows. The spirit wolves and spirit guardian knights disappeared, reappearing at the edge of the arrow's range. The spirit wolves continually flashed towards the source of the arrows, whereas the spirit guardian knights equipped the elemental hairy bows, firing back at the source. As Abel saw the flurry of arrows, all his summons had left him. He was all that was left of his army of summons. The only one left was the oak sage, who cowered behind Abel. The obvious move was to utilize Black Wind's move in a flash to escape the barrage of arrows. However, it would leave the defenseless oak sage to fend for itself. He gave up the thought of running away. Though his armor rendered the arrow useless, he still had to protect Black Wind. Taking out a great magic shield from his portal bag, he covers Black Wind's weak spots. As an official soul beast, Black Wind had a high defense. As long as the arrows missed his weak spots, Black Wind wouldn't sustain much damage. Pitter-patter, the arrows hit the shield like raindrops, not dealing any damage to Abel. Though a few stray arrows had hit his body through gaps in his armor, it did not manage to pierce his defense. The ravens flew into the territory of the corrupt wanderers formed by fallen rogues. These rogues were the few that weren't corrupted by the aura of hell and were able to retain their bow knowledge, attacking their enemies from afar. The hundreds of corrupt wanderers didn't react to the infiltrations of the ravens. Only the ones that were harassed by the ravens stopped what they were doing and switched targets. Up next were the bow-wielding spirit guardian knights, returning fire with hairy bows in hand. The difference in equipment was clear. No matter the range or accuracy, the hairy bow surpassed the bows the corrupted wanderers were using. Hitting every single shot, the area of the corrupted wanderers were experiencing the magic damage of 4 different elements. Ones that were genuinely messing with the corrupted wanderers were the 5 spirit wolves that also had infiltrated. The spirit wolves, flashing around, had completely broken their formation. Some of them retreated to create some space, others wanted to charge forwards to attack the spirit wolves. But as soon as the arrow left their hands, their targets were already gone. The flash ability of spirit wolves had shown their greatest strength. Though they weren't able to quickly wipe out the corrupt wanderers in a few moments, they were able to cause chaos in the whole battlefield. The poison creeper appeared above ground constantly, rubbing against their bodies, leaving behind bodies of the corrupted wanderers who turned green due to the poison. Slowly but surely, more and more of them had been poisoned. The bowmen were helpless against enemies in close range. However, as they tried to create space, they realized the enemies were much faster. The gap they created before had gone, once again. Engaged in melee combat, the falling formation of the corrupt wanderer bowmen gave. Abel enough room to put away his shield, swapping it for the raven claw. The corrupt wanderers had no resistance against fire damage, so this was an easy battle for Abel. This was another benefit of having summons. Without his summons, Abel would have to back off and slowly pick off enemies. That strategy required a large amount of time. With his summons, they can attack from different fronts, removing the bowmen's advantage. Once they were in close range, they were easier to deal with than normal dark hunters. With black wind under him, Abel charged into the corrupt wanderers. The 4 spirit guardian knight had also followed along, forming a knights. Though they were sprinting, the barrage of arrows from Abel and his summons hadn't stopped. This was an opportunity to test the strategies he could use with the spirit guardian knights, using bows in long range and charging in when close. The explosive arrows from the raven claw exploded in the middle of the corrupt wanderers. The elemental arrows from the spirit guardian knights had yet to stop. Due to the dark world socket opening technique, the full power of the perfect gems was utilized. Attacks had been improved so much that as little as 2 arrows could kill a hell creature. The most important part of the socket opening technique was hiding a depleted gem. In the Holy Continent, where perfect gems are rare, this could hide damaged perfect gems. After 2 flurries of arrows, the knights were only 20 meters from the corrupt wanderers. Abel put away the raven claw, equipping the long spear. The spirit guardian knights also swapped in the long spear. The knights, with Abel in the middle, used knights charging on horse technique. The knights charged into the already chaotic bunch of corrupt wanderers. The spears combined the knockback effect, forced the wanderers back whilst being slowed by the ice effect. Rune no. For S effect of pushing enemies back 10 steps were incredibly useful in this situation. No matter if they had something behind them, they are pushed back by the immense power. If there are enemies behind them, they are also pushed along, causing more chaos on the battlefield. Although it's only 10 steps, no matter black wind or the spirit wolves could easily close the distance, quickly accelerating. The spears once again land on the corrupt wanderers. It could be that the corrupt wanderers were just weak, or Abel, who had just upgraded, was too strong. But the corrupt wanderers hadn't given him enough of a challenge to test his skills. Although the initial arrows had given him some pressure, his summons had easily dealt with the army. After a few more charges, there wasn't anything left for Abel to attack. The spirit wolves were extremely aggressive, finishing off the corrupt wanderers who had been poisoned by the poison creeper. The ravens were also doing their usual harassing. Upon seeing this, Abel had unsummoned the spirit guardian knights, disappearing from his side. He then blinked to the tens of thousands of corrupt wanderers, filling the battlefield with moans of agony. He had never cast a spell until now, though the battle had already been decided. The upgrade of the weak little soul to a druid soul had increased this strength by a ton. A large group of almost 400 corrupt wanderer bowmen had been silenced in tens of minutes. The only thing left was a pile of corpses, and not one of them had belonged to Abel. Though he won the battle, he didn't gain much. The corrupt wanderers had bows that were very common and were only stronger when improved by the hell's power. After resting, Abel had started searching for the waypoint. As far as he could remember, the waypoint was close to the entrance of the tunnel. Previously, all the searching for key items was done by Black Wind, but with the addition of the Spirit Guardian Knights and the Spirit Wolves, they also helped, using the natural smelling ability of the wolves. He ordered the wolves to search for the waypoint using his power of the will. Unexpectedly, the first one to find the waypoint wasn't a wolf, but the burrowing poison creeper, letting know that he had found the artifact Abel was looking for. Abel went to where the poison creeper was. Amidst some bushes, using a sword, he cleared the grass on the ground, prying away at the dirt. It was indeed the waypoint, praising the poison creeper for its good job through the power of the will. Upon receiving praise from its master, the poison creeper wriggled in joy, spreading poison above and below ground. The green poison had colored the waypoint. The grass above had all wilted, then dissolved by the dark green poison. Disregarding the excitement of the poison creeper, Abel inserted the perfect gems into the slots on the waypoint. Though it had been buried for a long time, the magic circle made in the dark world was in perfect condition, activating as soon as the gems were inserted. According to his calculations, it must have been the dawn of the next day in the Holy Continent. Instead of continuing on, Abel puts away his summons into the spirit portal bag, including the spirit guardian knights, avoiding the suspicious it would arise when he'd summoned them. Heading back to the mansion in Lamb Road in Angstrom City with Black Wind, it was already daybreak. After cleaning himself, he closed the magic circles, leaving the master's room. "Good morning, master. This box from Countess Carey had just been delivered." Steward Brewer bowed, handing him a green box decorated with a few gemstones with some golden striations. It was obvious that it was an important gift. No matter humans or elves, upon seeing the golden striations, would think of high-quality brass. Though, as a blacksmith, Abel was more familiar with metals than the average Joe. This has raised some suspicion. What sort of gift would require intricate packaging like this? Usually, the gift itself was more valuable than the box it's contained in, suggesting that the gift was more important than gold and gemstones. "Did she say anything?" Abel asked Brewer. Countess Carey had said that she was just following orders from the Grand Duke. Steward Brewing answered carefully. When the box was delivered in the morning, saying that it was from the Grand Duke, Brewer had just held onto the box outside the master's room, waiting for him. "I won't be leaving my room for the next couple of days. I'll be training in isolation," ordered Abel. He wanted to use the time to improve himself and strengthen his bond with his summons. "Yes, master," Steward Brewer replied with a bow. Holding the fancy box, Abel returned to his room. Though it had no locks, the box required the power of the will to open. Lightly touching the power of the will, the box opened. This confirmed the urban legend that elves had deep knowledge in magic circles, having a hidden power of the will lock on a simple box like this. Though it was easily opened by someone with the power of the will, it's able to prevent normal elves from snooping. Inside the box was a thick hard cover book. The cover used the language of the elite elves. It turned out to be a Druid training handbook. That was what Grand Duke Edwina had promised Abel. She requested Countess Carey to teach him the way of the Druid. But Countess Carey just did what she normally does, tossing a Druid practice handbook at him. The box also had a brown oak sapling about the thickness of a finger. Abel held it in his hand and checked it. The oak sapling seemed insignificant, but after investigating it with the power of will, the sapling seemed to be full of life, much more than a normal tree. After returning the sapling back into the box, Abel put the box away. With the book, Natural and Neutral Druid, in hand, he realizes the book was written fully in the elite elf language. Normal elves were probably unable to recognize the contents within the book. The reason elves could survive in this world full of humans and orcs was that they had the Druid protecting them. As long as the elves remained in the forest, the Druids would be able to keep watch over them. Druids were also known as oak guards, and the acorns were also known as their holy fruit. They were the protectors of nature and neutrality, possessing the power given by nature. The long amount of time spent with nature allowed Druid to be one with their surroundings. This ability allowed them to summon the power of nature. They could use this power to attack enemies at range, wreak havoc in a large area, and even protect them from taking elemental damage. These types of power were known by the Druids as elementalists, using the power of nature to bend fire, earth, and wind. However, the first pledge from nature allowed Druids to summon plants and animals from a different world. Ravens, wolves, poison creepers, and even spirits of the natural world would obey their commands. That was the power of a summoner. Similarly, they could also change forms, like a large bear or a terrifying wolf. They could increase their power using polymorphism. That was the power of a shapeshifter. You could say that the Druid occupation can cover all aspects. They could wield any weapons, and they weren't as weak as human wizards. They sacrificed their magic arsenal to strengthen themselves by shapeshifting. They could also control earth, wind, and fire to kill enemies at long range. The first step to becoming a Druid was to be recognized by nature. In order to become Druids, elves would spend a long time in isolation, only interacting with plants, taking care of animals just to find the presence of nature. When that was set, all they needed to do was to pass a review, and they were able to enter the next step of training. Although the first step seemed simple, many elves were stuck on this step. The time required to feel nature differed, depending on how close they were born with nature. Some elves couldn't achieve anything after 10-20 years of trying. Therefore, the Druid to Elven ratio was very low and was a very rare profession. Even after passing the review, it wasn't certain that they would become a Druid. The next step is known as bearing spirit. The Druid would need to plant an oak tree by themselves and communicate with the sapling throughout its life. When the oak tree matured, it became a spirit. The spirit that grew up with the Druid's power of the will entered the soul of the Druid, becoming the foundation of their spellcasting. The Druid would then grow along with the spirit. The location of a Druid's oak sapling was kept secret as it was being brought up. In order for it to succeed, the power of will needed to be pure. Once affected by the power of the will of another Druid, the spirit-bearing would fail, and through that, one would lose their right to become a Druid. After the spirit-bearing ritual had been completed, the oak would continue to grow. Although it had lost its importance to the Druid, there was a legend that said, with enough time and mana, the tree that is able to communicate with the Druid freely will become a special entity, having a natural pact. Although the book, Nature and Neutral, disagreed since there was no witness a Druid's oak tree, Abel helplessly stared at the book. Under the current circumstances, without a mentor, he didn't know if he had the ability to communicate with nature. What were the requirements to feel nature? None of this was mentioned in the book. Abel checked out the Druid's soul in search for the feeling of nature, but all he got was a tone melancholic. In search of the source of this sadness, he found out that in the process of purging the hidden scorpion poison, he had killed the flora within the house. Because he hadn't ordered them to be swapped out, the surrounding flora was dead and happened to be the source of sadness. That was the feeling of nature. Abel didn't need to think much in order to understand what it was. What else would the ability to communicate with nature be? Thinking back, inside of the Druid's soul had become green. If he couldn't even feel nature, it would be impossible for the pledges to be transferred to him. He consumed the power of the will of an official wizard after all. Now on the business of planting the oak tree, there was nowhere safer than the dark world. That area is virtually lifeless, other than the rogue's encampment and Bloodmoor that had been cleared out. Abel once again put up the defense and barrier circles, mounting Black Wind and entering the rogue's encampment through the portal. Not knowing how long it was going to take, Abel had placed a few nutrition potions on a stone slate, ordering Black Wind to not interrupt him. Black Wind was an official soul beast, which meant that he also had the power of the will, and interference from other sources of power of the will must be avoided. Leaving the rogue encampment, with grass under his feet, Abel had walked about 5 kilometers. He then set up a strong defense using an intermediate defense circle, readying another magic circle. Because of the advice from the book, the closer the mana is close to full, the faster the tree would grow. Since the caster could not move during the process of bearing the spirit, Abel leaned on an oak tree, allowing the power of the will to mingle. The spirit bearing was an important matter for the elves. Each spirit bearer would prepare a large number of mana crystals to boost the speed of the growing oak tree. The whole process seemed contradictory. If the oak tree grew too quickly, it was an indication that the spirit isn't of good quality and might hinder future growth. On the other hand, if it took too long to mature, it could fail due to the lack of mana. Spirit bearing also depended on luck, and at the same time, depended on resources. It was only when the Druids had proper resources that they could be properly developed. Otherwise, even Druid prodigies couldn't fully develop. As for Abel, who has the Kong spirit bag and was able to replenish the crystals, resources weren't a problem. All there was left to do is to see how big the tree got and the quality of the spirit that was produced. Mana filled the intermediate defense circle like mist. Abel dug a hole 20 cm deep and buried the sapling in it. As he sat on the ground, the Druid's soul sent out a slither of the power of the will, encompassing the sapling. It was as though the spirit had some natural powers within it, waking the sapling from its hibernation. The sapling started to absorb the surrounding mana wildly. Above Abel and the sapling was a small mana cyclone, and the sapling was at the base of it. Countess Carrie hadn't mistreated Abel in terms of the sapling. She picked the best acorn from the Grand Ducal Palace and was hand-cultivated by Grand Duke Edwina herself. Sprouting was something that hadn't been mentioned in the handbook. It was a measure to prevent other races from obtaining the power of the Druid. Although Druid training had various obstacles, the world didn't lack prodigies, and those who matched the requirements of Druids were plentiful. Therefore, the most important step of cultivating the seed was kept secret. Only oak saplings that had been cultivated could enter the spirit-bearing process. Every sapling that was cultivated was logged, including information such as where they came from and which Druid got a hold of them. Rho alpha pidi alpha in letter 1d0 fnu. SOM. The seed of the oak tree quickly began to sprout above the ground. Abel watched as the green little sprout sucked up the mana in the air with its power of the will. To his surprise, the thick fog of mana within the air began to decrease. This little oak tree's ability to consume mana was too strong. Even he could not consume that much. Abel threw a perfect red gem next to the baby oak tree sprout. Soon afterward, a little root came out from the ground and surrounded it. He could see the growth of this little sprout. It had reached around 10 meters in just a few minutes, and that perfect red gem surrounded by the roots continued to decrease in size. It seemed like the perfect red gem could speed up the growth of this oak tree, so Abel took out another 5 perfect red gems and placed it next to its roots. Soon, those roots had tightly surrounded the 5 perfect red gems as well. Abel would only waste high-quality material like this because he could combine perfect red gems through the Horadric cube. Normally, these perfect gems were not made for personal use. They were the purest and the most powerful source of energy, so they were almost exclusively used to power large-scale magic circles. On top of that, the fundamental attribute of the Horadric cube when it came to combining was already perfect. Therefore, these perfect red gems could not get any more pure and natural, and it was perfect for the oak tree's consumption. The oak tree with spirit had a special nature. Within 4 hours, this oak would continue to grow as long as it was given enough energy. As for the spirit, it would not stop growing for another 110 days. Oak trees were tree gods within the eyes of elves. They could often grow very big, but it would stop once it hits 40 meters of height. Afterward, it would start growing horizontally. Abel was ruthless. He took out another 10 perfect red gems and neatly lined them up under the oak tree. He could sense the oak tree was very happy through this power of the will. The mana concentration was already very dense in blood more. On top of the mana gathering circle, its mana concentration had almost become water vapor-like. Now Abel had put an extra 10 perfect red gem. This might be the most lavish spirit bearing in the history of druids. The oak tree grew from 1 meter to 2 meters. 5 meters to 10 meters. It was almost growing non-stop every minute. After half a day, the oak tree had already become a 30-meter giant. Abel was a little confused. The oak tree was already so tall, so how come the spirit still didn't come out? He took it out and flipped it around for a bit. He found nothing. Seemed like the only thing he could do now was add some more energy and keep waiting. Waiting was not something Abel would like to do with his personality, so he took out another 10 perfect red gems and placed it under the oak tree. 10 giant roots wrapped around the gems, and soon, the tree branches began to make huge, rattling sounds of the tree growing. The 10 gems disappeared in almost no time. Through Abel's power of the will, he could sense every branch of his oak tree had an extremely strong life force. Both the perfect red gems and the mana given by the mana gathering circle had given the oak tree a lot of energy, which had all turned into an ocean-like life force for the tree. The growth of the oak tree began to slow down after it reached 30 meters, and it had reached 40 meters after 20 hours. By this point, Abel sensed that the oak tree needed more energy. The branch of the tree began to shake as though it was calling Abel. Abel placed another 10 perfect red gems next to the roots without hesitation. Almost immediately, 10 giant roots appeared and wrapped the gems tightly. The trunk of the tree continued to get wider. The tree could surround 8 people. It seemed a tree this big was rare even in the double moon forest, and it still had not stopped growing wider. After 23 hours, the oak tree had already stopped growing for 30 minutes. The tree had reached its limit. It was meters tall. The area, its leaves and branches, had also spread to around 40 meters. Just when Abel thought the oak tree had stopped growing, he heard a cracking sound. The surface of the tree began to open up, exposing the inside. The hole got bigger and bigger as the trunk grew away from it. In the end, there was a huge empty hole in the middle of the tree. It seemed like this self-cracking method had penetrated the limit of the oak tree as it started to grow crazily upward again. Since Abel had his power of the will connected to it, he could feel the oak tree was completely different. It was a new being now. Although its growth had gotten slower, the oak tree didn't reach its limit even after 24 hours. By this point, Abel noticed a weird spot in the core of the oak tree. Since his power of the will had remained inside the oak tree, it had also grown along with the tree, spreading throughout its branches. When this weird spot emerged, All of his power of the will was quickly dragged towards it in the oak tree's core. Abel finally realized the most crucial step when it came to cultivating a soul. During the process, his power of the will inside the tree had grown alongside the tree. If he withdrew this power of the will, maybe his power of the will would increase a little. But no elf would risk their only chance to become a druid for that. Read more chapters at listnovel.com. After all of Abel's power of the will was gathered by this weird spot in the core of the oak tree, some kind of green energy began to nourish this power of the will. Slowly, they began to thicken. At last, a round caul emerged from the core of the oak tree. A ball with a golden flew out from the tree trunk, under the gaze of Abel. With the guidance of a string of power of the will, it flew directly inside the druid's soul. The druid's soul was almost entirely green inside. And that golden ball that had just entered was like a sun, adding a ray of bliss among the patch of green. By this point, Abel's intuition felt completely different when he entered his druid's soul. He could feel the pureness of every little grass next to him, how they desired the nourishment of groundwater, and their respect for the big tree next to them. Under the shine of the golden ball, Abel could feel the group of contract signs turning gold within his druid's soul. He could feel their connections deepen once again. What just happened was an elemental change. All the contract signs that had been forcefully transferred to Abel had now fully become Abel's. From then on, Abel had truly become a druid. Although this occupation was grasped by his druid soul, he could still learn new spells and increase his ability through them. Of course, it would take Abel a long time to learn a druid spell from the beginning, so the best way to increase ability now was to further level up his druid summons. Abel's wizard spells were not at an extremely high level in the first place anyway, so how would he have any time to learn other spells, such as the druid's elemental spells? He also didn't really need to learn any appearance changing spells, since he could not use any attacking spells after he changed his appearance. Attacking spells were his best method of defense at the time. After the spirit bearing had completed, the oak tree still remained in contact with Abel. It seemed like it had become some kind of contracted plant to Abel. Abel's contract with the oak tree was a little like that when he had with black wind and white cloud. Although you could not physically see it, it could be felt through the soul chain. The only difference was that white cloud and black wind connected with Abel through the soul chain of his main soul, while the oak tree connected with him through the ones of his druid soul. Although his druid soul had now become an actual druid, it didn't really increase his current fighting ability by much. It only opened up more potential for him to grow in the future. After he returned to the rogue encampment, he could still faintly see the giant oak tree from afar. He was not sure if it was a good idea to plant the oak tree there after all. Abel shook his head as he called Black Wind to the stony field through a small-scale teleportation circle. As he stepped out of the small-scale teleportation circle, Abel summoned all his summons from his monster portal bag. He took a look at that ancient road. Although not many markings had remained, he could still roughly remember the direction as he stepped forward with his summons. After only a bit of walking, Abel had already smelled something rotten. Afterward, he saw the 5 ravens flying forwards. It seemed like those ravens had discovered some enemies and were ready to attack. The spirit wolves and the spirit guardian knights were even faster than Black Wind. They moved forward with flashes of light, as Black Wind could only run very fast. Soon, the enemy appeared. It was around 500 horribly stinky ravens. Those 500 stinky ravens flew higher and higher, to the point where only the 5 ravens Abel summoned could attack them. Although the ravens were not the best fighters, they still attacked the attention of the stinky ravens. On top of that, Abel's raven had a non-attackable attribute, so they wouldn't get hurt easily even though they were quite weak. The 5 spirit guardian knights on the ground had held up their attributed hairy bow and shot 4 arrows with different attributes towards the stinky ravens. Those stinky ravens did not have much blood. Almost every single arrow could shoot one down. However, the most powerful attack was still coming from Abel. As a few flaming red arrows flew towards the sky, Abel unleashed the raven claw. Afterward, a sea of red exploded in the sky. A large patch of the stinky ravens was struck down by the scattered arrow pieces. Almost half of the stinky ravens in the sky had disappeared all of a sudden. Just when Abel thought he could soon whip out these vomit-provoking bastards, another 200 stinky ravens appeared. Therefore, he increased his speed of attack, relentlessly sending more and more flaming red arrows towards the sky. After a few minutes, half of the stinky ravens in the sky had been beaten out again. However, when Abel looked towards his left, he noticed another 200 stinky ravens were flying straight towards their direction. Not good. Abel already sensed something wrong before he started attacking. Now he knew why. No soul had flown out from these stinky ravens, so they must have been created from an evil raven nest. Abel was sure of that. Evil raven nest was built by tree branches and rotten meat gathered by those stinky ravens, which was then mixed with the fur of some dead animals. This filthy and horrific habitat could only cultivate some equality as a filthy creature. On top of that, it could give a place for them to give birth to their offspring when their fighting power was low. The evil raven nest would create more stinky ravens. Every time, the number of the stinky raven numbers decreased. Therefore, Abel couldn't exterminate the stinky ravens if he didn't whip out the evil raven nest first. Abel's druid soul directed the poison creeper and the 5 spirit wolves on the ground to rush towards the direction where the stinky ravens had come from. He was right. After a while, he received a message saying that they had discovered the evil raven nest and started to attack. Abel's raven claw was a nightmare to these low blood levels, but large, quality stinky ravens. Almost every arrow explosion had killed out half of them. On top of that, the bow technique of the spirit guardian knights was almost on par with Abel. Since skeletons could not feel tired, those 4 spirit guardian knights were like 4 arrow shooting machines. There were fewer and fewer ravens in the sky, and he could no longer see more ravens coming. They were too busy protecting their nest. Black Wind, go that side. Abel did not stop unleashing the raven claw as he commanded Black Wind. Black Wind speeded towards the direction of the evil raven nest. The 4 spirit guardian knights copied, and soon they had caught up to Abel while continuing to shoot arrows from the attributed hairy bow. Abel was shocked to the core when he saw the evil raven nest in front. This thing was not just one evil raven nest. It was more like an evil raven forest made up of hundreds of evil raven nests. There was a golden evil raven nest in the center, while all the other ones were green. At first sight, Abel could already tell this was an effect of being attacked by the poison creeper. A few hundred stinky ravens were going crazy to protect their home. No wonder there weren't any more flying out to fight Abel. Abel and his team were too cunning by digging underground with the poison creeper and flashing out of nowhere with the spirit wolves. After a bit of examination, Abel realized that the golden evil raven nest did not seem to have any special ability. Even if it did, the thing could not move around. Therefore, it could brutally take up all of Abel's charging bolt. The only counter-attack the nest could do was to spill out another stinky raven or 2. However, before they even have the chance to get close to Abel, they were killed by the spirit guardian knights by his side. The battle ended quickly, but Abel did not clean up the battlefield this time. Couldn't even tolerate staying there for another second. The stench of the evil raven nest was 10 times worse than the stinky ravens. Especially after being attacked, all the horrific smell within the evil raven nest was fully unleashed. Both Abel and Black Wind had been driven away to find some fresh air. The only summon which seemed to be enjoying itself was the poison creeper, as it began to swim around the scattered pieces of the evil raven nest. After Abel asked it with his power of the will, he realized it was actually sucking up the poisonous elements from the evil raven nest. After they left the forest of the evil raven nest, Abel realized the number of fallen had increased lately. A name could be heard from those fallen's unison called Rakanishu. As Abel went deeper and deeper, more and more fallen began to appear. However, Abel was no longer the kid he was when he first entered the dark world. Normally, a fallen camp would only have a few fallen shaman, and the other fallen were not his opponent at all. He only needed to send the anti-fire attack spirit, Guardian Knight Captain with the fire enchantment, to the side of those fallen shamans through a flash. A few combo attacks, and the fallen camp should quickly lose its spell attack ability. There was no way those normal fallen could penetrate the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain's full body of magic defense armor. After walking half a day, they arrived in a green grass field scattered with rocks. There were 5 10-meters tall stone pillars there, and under it stood 8 little blue bodies and a dark gold shadow that seemed to be guarding the pillars. "It's Rakanishu," Abel mumbled to himself. This was the so-called god of those fallen along the way. A dark gold hell creature named Rakanishu. The thing guarding beside it was 8 elite Carver. Carver was a rank above Fallen. They had the same habits as the Fallen. They scattered in paranoia once they saw their teammates being killed. It was a good thing was that these 5 pillars seemed to hold some mysterious power, so the other hell creature did not want to get too close to it. Only Rakanishu and its elite guards were guarding around here. As Abel was still thinking, the 5 ravens were already flying directly at Rakanishu. One of them gave Rakanishu's head a little peck. However, a beam of white light immediately shot out from Rakanishu's body, followed by a circle of electricity surrounding its body. Lighting enchantment. Abel's gasped. This explosion of lighting enchantment was the nightmare for every close body fighter, especially it was unleashed by the dark gold rank Rakanishu. Luckily, the raven had tested it out for Abel. If he just ran straight towards Rakanishu with his summons, they would definitely be struck back with a sea of powerful lighting. Maybe a few summons would even be killed in seconds. Abel's attack strategy would need to change now that he knew the attribute of Rakanishu. If close-ranged attacks failed, he would try long-range. As Abel was still thinking, the poison creeper had already appeared under the roaring Rakanishu like an assassin. Its body poked out from the ground and tightly surrounded Rakanishu with it. The hard poison immediately turned Rakanishu completely green, but it had miscalculated. Rakanishu's blood level was extremely high. Although the hard poison could normally threaten the life of normal creatures, it was almost nothing to Rakanishu. The green in its body disappeared in a flash, and the poison's effect had vanished. Only something with an extremely strong anti-poison ability could do that. Afterward, patches of lighting dawned upon the poison creeper wrapping around Rakanishu. The scene was insane. It was the power of a dark-level lighting enchantment. The poison creeper began to twitch and tried to escape, but lighting attacks could also have a numbing effect other than direct damage. Abel wanted to withdraw the poison creeper, but before he could even process what happened, the poison creeper was already struck into critical condition by the lighting. It disappeared from the body of Rakanishu and returned to the monster portal bag in a near-death state. Abel quickly took out a few intermediate magic gem and threw them into the monster portal bag. This would create enough energy in the monster portal bag to heal the poison creeper, but still, it could not fight again in the next 2 days. The level 11 poison creeper had almost been instantly killed. Abel felt his heart twitch. He commanded the 4 spirit guardian knights to change up to a hairy bow with his power of the will. Abel shot a red arrow, shot out along with the 4 attributed from the 4 spirit guardian knights. The poison, ice, fire, and electric arrow from the attributed hairy bow were faster than the raven claw. It directly struck upon Rakanishu. The red arrow then followed, and an explosion set off in the center of its chest. The surrounding elite guards were also hurt by the exploding. Abel thought the ice arrow would at least slow down Rakanishu's movement, but Abel didn't get what he wanted. It seemed like those dark gold hell creatures could withstand ice attacks very well. Rakanishu roared as he rushed towards Abel with the 8 elite carvers. Its speed was much faster than Abel's expectations. Rakanishu was like a blue beam of lighting. It was already right in front of him, before he could even prepare his second exploding arrow. The long blade in its hand was swinging right at Abel. None of the armor on Abel's body had the ability to counteract spell, so he would have had to take up all of the lightning if he had been struck. Although his health had already been increased by the oak sage, he would still be risking his body. A magic shield appeared on Abel's hand to counteract Rakanishu, and a blue shockwave whipped across. A layer of frost appeared on Rakanishu. At the same time, a patch of lighting exploded from its body. Abel could faintly feel the numbing out of the lighting strike, so he quickly stepped back with Black Wind. Black Wind was much better at counteracting spells. Although some of its black fur had stood up straight, it did not affect its movement. Soon, their distance between Rakanishu was increased again. The spirit guardian knights copied and flashed away too. One of them stayed behind and struck Rakanishu with its ice magic sword. Afterward, it flashed away to the far just before the lighting was unleashed. With this short 2 seconds of frozen effect, Abel and the spirit guardian knights quickly attacked with the hairy bow. When Rakanishu's movement returned, another spirit guardian knight appeared by its side and struck another time with the ice magic sword. Rakanishu was slowed down once again. The frost slowed down from the ice magic sword was different from the one used in spell attacks. The one in spell attacks could work, but higher the hell creature's rank was, the less effect it would have on it. On the other hand, an ice magic sword was equipped with an ice rune. It utilized a fixed physical impact and physical frost to slow down the enemy. Therefore, even a little bit of this fixed frost was more effective in slowing down the enemy than the one from spell attacks. The 8 elite guards were a little slower than Rakanishu, so they were completely blocked and dominated by the 5 spirit wolves. On top of Raven's disturbance, victory was just a matter of time. Abel and the 4 spirit guardian knights were just getting into their flow of attack, and an elite carver nearby was killed. Just when its dead body hit the ground, all the 7 elite carvers scattered, running towards all directions, as though they had received some scary signal. Rakanishu screamed as well. All of the frost on its body had vanished almost immediately. However, just when Abel thought it would explode, it actually turned and ran away. Abel face-palmed himself. Why didn't he think of Rakanishu's natural characteristic? Even if it had become a dark gold hell creature, it still evolved from a fallen. When would all run in paranoia as soon as one of their teammates was killed? This was the nature of fallen. It was burned to their bones, and they could never get rid of it. It seemed like Rakanishu was even a few times faster when running away. If the flashes of the spirit guardian knights were not the fasting thing in this world, there was no way they could appear by its side just like that, keeping it in control. If Rakanishu went beyond the attackable area, these dark gold could quickly regain their health. Afterward, all of Abel's efforts in this battle would mean nothing. With Abel's current level, maybe even the best equipment would not do much damage to those dark gold hell creatures. There was only one strategy he could use: grind. He had to slowly grind the health of those dark gold hell creatures away. Good thing those physic-defying spirit wolves could continuously move in a flash. Gave those almost uselessly slow skeletons the ability to appear right next to their enemy just like that. They could then give a little attack and disappear immediately again. In this situation, Abel's ice magic sword could fully unleash its power. The main damage was still given by Abel and the 4 spirit guardian knights' hairy bow. Although Rakanishu would often escape when an elite carver guard was killed, or when a spirit guardian spirit flashed next to it to give it some ice magic slow down, Abel still dominated the battle most of the time. When Rakanishu let out a scream, and its body began to fill up with light and glow, Abel and the 4 spirit guardian knights had already backed off to a distance. After countless battles, the habit of these hell creatures had become way too predictable to Abel. A beam of lightning shot out from the chest of Rakanishu, immediately burning patches of grass around to pitch black. The blood and flesh of Rakanishu also shot out along this explosion. Luckily, Abel had backed off quickly, otherwise, he and his little team might get hurt from this. 1 gold and 1 black shadow flew towards the Horadric cube on Abel's arm. He knew the dead Rakanishu could give him 2 combined potions, including 1 purple soul potion and 1 gold power potion. However, Abel did not go and had a look immediately. Instead, he commanded Black Wind to look for the weapons and shield Rakanishu had just dropped. Abel had sensed something wrong when attacking. It seemed like Rakanishu might have some crazy defense ability. As Abel watched Black Wind run out to search for those rewards, he took out the 2 potions from his Horadric cube. The soul of Rakanishu was shimmering within the purple soul potion. Although Abel had used soul potions many times before, he could still not tolerate the ones with the shadow of a creature's soul within it. They were directly made from the soul of a dark gold hell creature, so Abel decided to just let Rib Bone know. One have it, who was now the Captain Spirit Guardian Knights. Abel's attack strategy would need to change now that he knew the attribute of Rakanishu. If close-ranged attacks failed, he would try long-range. As Abel was still thinking, the poison creeper had already appeared under the roaring Rakanishu like an assassin. Its body poked out from the ground and tightly surrounded Rakanishu with it. Hard poison immediately turned Rakanishu completely green, but it had miscalculated. Rakanishu's blood level was extremely high. Although the hard poison could normally threaten the life of normal creatures, it was almost nothing to Rakanishu. The green in its body disappeared in a flash, and the poison's effect had vanished. Only something with an extremely strong anti-poison ability could do that. Afterward, patches of lighting dawned upon the poison creeper wrapping around Rakanishu. The scene was insane. It was the power of a dark level. Lighting enchantment. The poison creeper began to twitch and tried to escape, But lighting attacks could also have a numbing effect other than direct damage. Abel wanted to withdraw the poison creeper, but before he could even process what happened, the poison creeper was already struck into critical condition by the lighting. It disappeared from the body of Rakanishu and returned to the monster portal bag in a near-death state. Abel quickly took out a few intermediate magic gem and threw them into the monster portal bag. This would create enough energy in the monster portal bag to heal the poison creeper, but still, it could not fight again in the next 2 days. The level 11 poison creeper had almost been instantly killed. Abel felt his heart twitch. He commanded the 4 spirit guardian knights to change up to a hairy bow with his power of the will. Abel shot a red arrow shot out along with the 4 attributed from the 4 spirit guardian knights. The poison, ice, fire, and electric arrow from the attributed hairy bow were faster than the raven claw. It directly struck upon Rakanishu. The red arrow then followed, and an explosion set off in the center of its chest. The surrounding elite guards were also hurt by the exploding. Abel thought the ice arrow would at least slow down Rakanishu's movement, but Abel didn't get what he wanted. It seemed like those dark gold hell creatures could withstand ice attacks very well. Rakanishu roared as he rushed towards Abel with the 8 elite carvers. Its speed was much faster than Abel's expectations. Rakanishu was like a blue beam of lighting. It was already right in front of him before he could even prepare his second exploding arrow. The long blade in its hand was swinging right at Abel. None of the armor on Abel's body had the ability to counteract spell. He would have had to take up all of the lightning if he had been struck. Although his health had already been increased by the oak sage, he would still be risking his body. A magic shield appeared on Abel's hand to counteract Rakanishu, and a blue shockwave whipped across. A layer of frost appeared on Rakanishu. At the same time, a patch of lighting exploded from its body. Abel could faintly feel the numbing out of the lighting strike, so he quickly stepped back with Black Wind. Black Wind was much better at counteracting spells. Although some of its black fur had stood up straight, it did not affect its movement. Soon, their distance between Rakanishu was increased again. The spirit guardian knights copied and flashed away too. One of them stayed behind and struck Rakanishu with its ice magic sword. Afterward, it flashed away to the far just before the lighting was unleashed. With this short 2 seconds of frozen effect, Abel and the spirit guardian knights quickly attacked with the hairy bow. When Rakanishu's movement returned, another spirit guardian knight appeared by its side and struck another time with the ice magic sword. Rakanishu was slowed down once again. The frost slow down from the ice magic sword was different from the one used in spell attacks. One in spell attacks could work, but higher the hell creature's rank was, the less effect it would have on it. On the other hand, an ice magic sword was equipped with an ice rune. It utilized a fixed physical impact and physical frost to slow down the enemy. Therefore, even a little bit of this fixed frost was more effective in slowing down the enemy than the one from spell attacks. The 8 elite guards were a little slower than Rakanishu, so they were completely blocked and dominated by the 5 spirit wolves. On top of Raven's disturbance, victory was just a matter of time. Abel and the 4 spirit guardian knights were just getting into their flow of attack, and an elite carver nearby was killed. Just when its dead body hit the ground, all the 7 elite carvers scattered, running towards all directions, as though they had received some scary signal. Rakanishu screamed as well. All of the frost on its body had vanished almost immediately. However, just when Abel thought it would explode, it actually turned and ran away. Abel face palmed himself. Why didn't he think of Rakanishu's natural characteristic? Even if it had become a dark gold hell creature, it still evolved from a fallen. One would all run in paranoia as soon as one of their teammates was killed. This was the nature of fallen. It was burned to their bones, and they could never get rid of it. It seemed like Rakanishu was even a few times faster when running away. If the flashes of the spirit guardian knights were not the fasting thing in this world, there was no way they could appear by its side just like that, and keeping it in control. If Rakanishu went beyond the attackable area, these dark gold could quickly regain their health. Afterward, all of Abel's efforts in this battle would mean nothing. With Abel's current level, maybe even the best equipment would not do much damage to those dark gold hell creatures. There was only one strategy he could use: grind. He had to slowly grind the health of those dark gold hell creatures away. Good thing those physic-defying spirit wolves could continuously move in a flash. It gave those almost uselessly slow skeletons the ability to appear right next to their enemy just like that. They could then give a little attack and disappear immediately again. In this situation, Abel's ice magic sword could fully unleash its power. The main damage was still given by Abel and the 4 Spirit Guardian Knights' hairy bow. Although Rakanishu would often escape when an elite carver guard was killed, or when a Spirit Guardian spirit flashed next to it to give it some ice magic slow down, Abel still dominated the battle most of the time. When Rakanishu let out a scream and its body began to fill up with lighting glow, Abel and the 4 Spirit Guardian Knights had already backed off to a distance. After countless battles, the habit of these hell creatures had become way too predictable to Abel. A beam of lightning shot out from the chest of Rakanishu, immediately burning patches of grass around to pitch black. The blood and flesh of Rakanishu also shot out along this explosion. Luckily, Abel had backed off quickly, otherwise, he and his little team might get hurt from this. 1 gold and 1 black shadow flew towards the Horadric cube on Abel's arm. He knew the dead Rakanishu could give him 2 combined potions, including 1 purple soul potion and 1 gold power potion. However, Abel did not go and had a look immediately. Instead, he commanded Black Wind to look for the weapons and shield Rakanishu had just dropped. Abel had sensed something wrong when attacking. It seemed like Rakanishu might have some crazy defense ability. As Abel watched Black Wind run out to search for those rewards, he took out the 2 potions from his Horadric cube. The soul of Rakanishu was shimmering within the purple soul potion. Although Abel had used soul potions many times before, he could still not tolerate the ones with the shadow of a creature's soul within it. They were directly made from the soul of a dark gold hell creature, so Abel decided to just let Rib Bone know. One have it, who was now the Captain Spirit Guardian Knights. Since the gold power potion could be used multiple times, it was what separated the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain from the rest of the Spirit Guardian Knights. The current Spirit Guardian Knight Captain was basically totally immune to ice and fire attacks, but of course, it was under his defense limit. As far as Abel knew, Rakanishu had 2 main abilities. The first one was speed, which Abel had just experienced its power through Rakanishu's attack. The moment when Abel's first arrow struck Rakanishu, it had already rushed in front of him. This special ability to charge allowed the 2 little legs of Rakanishu to accelerate even faster than Black Wind in a short distance. The second ability was lighting enchantment. This scary enchantment ability could not only give the subject an almost lighting immune ability, but it could also unleash lighting strikes towards the surroundings when attacked. Therefore, if you attacked lighting enchanted being, you would be struck back with lighting. As Abel held the gold power potion in his hand, he started thinking to himself, if the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain could get the lighting enchantment through the power potion, it could unleash a corresponding enchantment no matter if it was faced with a fire, ice, or lighting wizard. On top of that, its teammates also had the ability to increase attributes. Therefore, these 4 Spirit Guardian Knights were basically wizard killers. First thing first, he needed to see if the Spirit Guardian Knight Captain could even get the lighting enchantment attribute. Since he had gotten an enchantment ability through 4 to 5 abilities before, the chance of getting it from Rakanishu should be even higher as it only had 2 abilities. As Abel was still thinking, Black Wind came back, holding 2 pieces of equipment in its mouth. Afterward, it threw them in front of Abel. That's a Chris, Abel mumbled as he bent and picked up the dagger from the ground. It was Rakanishu's weapon, but Abel didn't notice it at first since it was too fast. Now it was clear to him, this was a dark gold Chris. The shield was a small dark gold buckler. It had some pretty patterns on its surface, made up of eye-catching red lines. This shell didn't look dull as the other ones. Instead, it looked very lively. There was also a socket on top of it as well. There were many Chris out there, and the only one Rakanishu could use the jade tandu. Abel put the 2 potions in his hand to a side and held the dark gold Chris with 2 hands as he mumbled, Jade Tandu. A dark gold color flashed on the Chris as Abel focused on his power of the will. Then a set of stats appeared. The Jade Tandu. Chris, 1 hand damage 211. Required level 19. Required dexterity 45. Durability 24. Dagger class very fast attack speed. Plus 100-150 to attack rating. Plus 180 poison damage over 4 seconds. plus 0% to maximum poison resist. Poison resist plus 95%. Cannot be frozen. This was no ordinary attack weapon. It could also increase defense attributes. Abel put this little Chris in his assistant equipment area. Once he encountered an enemy with a poison attribute, the plus 0% to maximum poison resist, and poison resist plus 95% could show its power. Therefore, Abel no longer needed to care about poison spell attacks. No wonder why the poison creeper couldn't do anything to Rakanishu. With these two attributes, no poison could hurt it no matter how powerful they were. The cannot be frozen attribute was also very powerful. That's why Abel's ice spell attack failed. The most powerful effect of ice spells was frozen. Therefore, with this attribute, the solo adventurer Abel had gained an extra layer of defense in the dark world. He then picked up the dark gold shield and mumbled, "Could this be a pelta lunara?" But as soon as he said this, a dark golden glow began to shine in the shield, and some stats appeared within his power of the will. Pelta lunare. Buckler. Defense 39. Required level 2. Required strength 12. Chance to block 40%. Durability 1-4. Required strength 1. Plus 40% fast block rate. 0% increased chance to block. Defense plus 30. Strength plus constitution. Plus 10 will. Plus 10 has a socket. Abel gained a deep respect for the person who made this. Light little pelta lunata buckler as he held it in his hand. It was such delicacy. This thing was a lot smaller than any magic shield Abel had ever made, yet its defense was 3 times stronger on top of so many attributes. Especially the plus 10 will. This would not only increase his mana to 100 points, but it could also allow his power of the will to reach even further. As Abel was examining these two new dark gold equipment, Black Wind already had its eyes fixed on the bottle of gold power potion. Its instinct told him this was an extremely powerful potion and could increase its ability a lot. Seeing these two potions on the ground while his owner was playing with the equipment, his simple mind told him that his owner didn't care about these potions. Since his owner had placed those potions on the ground, it should be able to pick it up and give it a little sniff to see if they were any good for it. Up to this point, Black Wind lightly used its claw to pick up the dark gold power potion towards its nose. These Horadric cube combined potions were placed within a tightly sealed crystal glass, so no smell should leak out as long as its lid was not open. Black Wind gently used its claw to pick open the lid. A soul-striking smell directly came through its nose. It then reached its mouth closer to the bottle, almost completely shoving its nose inside it. "Black Wind, what are you doing?" Abel turned his head feeling like something weird was happening. These words scared Black Wind a little, which made the bottle tip. Just like that, all the gold liquid inside it was poured directly into Black Wind's mouth. It then looked at its owner with an innocent look. Abel helplessly stared at the empty bottle. Not a single drop of the potion was left. Pity filled his heart. These potions could only have an effect on the summons. Now it was completely wasted, since Black Wind had drunk all of them. However, as Abel was thinking, Black Wind's body began to glow in gold. Abel was shocked as he watched the glow slowly engulf Black Wind's body. It could now pick its ability. Abel never thought that summons actually included the soul-chained, contracted Black Wind as well. Good thing Black Wind had drunk it by mistake, or Abel might have never discovered this. Now Abel no longer felt like the potion had gone to waste. As long as it had an effect, it didn't matter who had drunk it. They were all his teammates after all. Black Wind let out a long howl, reflecting all kinds of emotions such as sorrow and excitement. Afterward, the gold glow disappeared and the shadow of Black Wind reappeared. Abel quickly stepped up. Nothing seemed to be different about Black Wind. Rib bone no. His body had completely transformed the first time it tried the power potion. Of course, maybe Black Wind's ability was way higher than Rib bone no. One back then. Black Wind, what ability did you get? Abel asked. Black Wind looked at its body, gave out a little kick with its leg, and began to run. Just like all normal creatures, Black Wind also used to have a normal speed of acceleration. But now it has reached an indescribable speed the moment it started running. All Abel could see was some black light continuously surrounding him in a circle a few hundred meters out. It had penetrated the speed limit of normal beings. Abel was sure that Black Wind had gotten the special speed ability of Rakanishu, and it was manifested right in front of his eyes. Seemed like Black Wind was even a little bit faster than Rakanishu, which was understandable. Rakanishu's short little legs compared to the 4 muscly tree trunk legs of Black Wind. In the next following days, Abel and his summons continued to find an underground tunnel towards the dark forest. On the 3rd day, the poison creeper was healed, and it rejoined the battle. The fatigue came through after days of continuous battle. Although there were quite a few flavors you could choose from hunger potion, both Abel and Black Wind grew disgusted by it after eating it every day. However, since that was the only thing they were consuming, it was not like they had a desire for other food anyway, especially after eating the blue howling rabbit. "Let's go," said Abel. Stared at the cave in front. He no longer wanted to go deeper. He just wanted to go back to his mansion in Lamb Road and have a good rest. He had recorded this spot anyway. Abel packed up all the stuff, and just when he opened the scroll of town portal, he was blocked by Black Wind. Soon he realized why. "You want to run back to the rogue encampment?" Abel asked with surprise. It was a few days' worth of distance from here, but looking at Black Wind's face, Abel couldn't help but laugh and gave it a little pat. He then put the scroll away and shouted, "Black Wind, now run like the wind." Black Wind viciously dashed out, and Abel was immediately bombarded with immense wind. If he hadn't lowered his body fast enough, he would be directly knocked to the ground. Then he would be the first commander to fall from his own mount, something that would make all knights speechless. A set of gold combat Kai armor appeared on Abel, and it slowly shifted to fit the shape of a leaning body on the back on Black Wind. Therefore, they could be more aerodynamic. The armor cut through the air, allowing Abel to see his surroundings. This was just like sitting on the back of white cloud. The grass on the ground was now speeding behind like the clouds in the sky. In this almost suffocating atmosphere, Abel went through a few days' worths of the distance back to the rogue encampment by noon. It seemed like Black Wind enjoyed this speed a lot. Although it was drenched in sweat after such a distance, it didn't feel tired at all. Mount Wolf was already the best mount in the Holy Continent. They were kings when it came to speed and flexibility. Although some mounts were faster than Mount Wolves, they were not as flexible. Some were more flexible but not as fast. However, by this point, Abel was sure not beings in the Holy Continent were faster. Black Wind. Black Wind's speed had exceeded the limit of all normal and natural beings. It was a spell endowment, a technique used in hell to help their servants enchant their speed. With Black Wind's increase in speed, his commander's striking power, and his powerful magic weapons, Abel was confident that he could penetrate the defense of an official wizard during close body attacks. Back in Angstorm, Abel and Black Wind stepped out of the portal door into his mansion in Lamb Road. After he had a good clean, he opened the defense and barrier circle. Ling ling. After a while, Steward Brewer had arrived at his master's floor. "Master, you are back," he said with a glimpse of the excitement. "What's up?" Abel asked. Countess Carrie had delivered 6 young blue howling rabbits and an old elf breeder. She said she'd give you her part of the exchange first. Brewer replied. Ever since Countess Carrie delivered 6 young blue howling rabbits here yesterday, he'd been stressing about it. Luckily, the old elf was experienced in breeding and brought some grass here, but it didn't last for long. Right in the morning, the 6 young blue howling rabbits were not feeling well. There was a chance they might not even make it until tonight. It must be Old Mund. Invite him here. It was odd that Countess Carrie had delivered those blue howling rabbits. Abel had not even agreed to her conditions, so why would she do that? Unbelievable. The thing Abel did not know was that when Grand Duke Edwina sent some elves to find blue howling rabbits, some actually brought 6 young ones back. It was at that same time Abel raised the idea of raising blue howling rabbits. Therefore Countess Carrie brought them back and let Old Mund take care of it. However, soon Countess Carrie got the news that these young blue howling rabbits were a lot more demanding than the mature ones. Since the Grand Ducal Palace had not bred them for a long time, they did not have enough potions and the environment they required to grow. All of a sudden, Countess Carrie didn't know what to do. So she just sent everything, including Old Mund, to Abel's place first as a down payment. Even if one had died, she would just need to send another one over. It was better to let Abel get used to breeding blue howling rabbits in his place earlier anyway. Master, Old Mund quickly arrived and bowed. Old Mund, what did Countess Carrie want? said Abel, staring at the slightly nervous old Mund. Master Countess Carrie allowed me to stay in your mansion. From now on, I would breed the blue howling rabbits, garden, and anything you want me to do, said old Mund nervously. Old Mund's voice was filled with confusion about the future. He had been ordered to a lord's palace from the Grand Ducal Palace all of a sudden, and he did not know a single thing about how this lord treated his servants. Can these blue howling rabbits that you brought survive? Abel asked. Master, most likely not. After a bit of hesitation, old Mund still decided to tell the truth. Why? Abel asked. He was a little confused since he knew old Mund was an experienced breeder. Blue howling rabbits need to eat mana-grown grass ever since birth. The ones that had been brought back from the place where those blue howling rabbits were captured are too old. They can no longer be eaten. These young blue howling rabbits are too weak. If they continue to starve, they might not be able to survive much longer, said old Mund with a low, soft voice. Tell me how to breed blue howling rabbits back in the day. Abel was not worried about the mana-grown grass. He could get as much as he wanted. He was only worried about the process of breeding. Blue howling rabbits are very timid and sensitive creatures. They are very picky when it comes to the environment. You have to use a mana gathering circle to create a mana concentration environment. Every blue howling rabbit needs to be separated from each other far away or use a sound blocking cage. The temperature needs to keep around the temperature of spring to summer. The longer grass is preferred, so it was better to use an intermediate mana gathering circle to grow it. If not, there might be a chance the grass will run out and affect the growth of the blue howling rabbit, said old Mund. He told Abel everything without holding a single thing back. Old Mund, give those 6 howling rabbits you brought back to me. I'll take care of them. Abel gave a little nod. After hearing old Mund's basic introduction, he could roughly understand why those blue howling rabbits were so hard to breed. A mana gathering circle would take up a lot of energy, especially intermediate ones. This expenditure was not a person with normal gold coins could sustain. You would need a mana gem mine to do that. No wonder why the elves banned this wonderful food. If they spent all their mana gems on satisfying their taste buds, they would no longer have any more resources for the druids. The elves understood the significance of losing military power. After a short while, old Mund and 2 servants entered their owner's hall holding 6 wooden boxes. Master, the 6 blue howling rabbits are here, said old Mund gently as he placed the 6 wooden boxes on the ground gently. Old Mund, you are now my man. If you need anything, just ask Steward Brewer. Brewer, organize accommodations for old Mund. If he had any demands, try your best to satisfy it. Afterward, Abel waved his hand and sent the 2 men off. After the few elves bowed and left the hall, Abel picked up one of the wooden boxes on the ground. There were some simple magic patterns on top of the box, and it was equipped with an intermediate mana gem. This was a noise-canceling pattern. He had seen it in some luxurious shops before. He never thought he would see one of them on the box of a single blue howling rabbit. Abel carefully opened the cover of the box. Inside was a little blue howling rabbit vigilantly looking at him. Although there was screeching continuously emerging from its mouth, Abel could clearly tell it was very weak. He understood old Mund's hesitance when raising them. Abel closed the cover and opened the defense and barrier circle. He hung the 6 wooden boxes on the Black Wind's back and speeded to put the portal towards Rogue Encampment. He searched out a bottle of blue recovery potion from the Kong Kong Spirit portal bag and fed some to a blue howling rabbit within one of the wooden boxes. Recovery potion could recover the strength of one's body. However, for a young blue howling rabbit, an entire bottle would be too much. Therefore, Abel needed to feed them less according to their body ratio. He wasn't sure if it was because of the blue recovery potion or the mana-dense atmosphere in the Rogue Encampment, but the 6 young blue howling rabbits had regained their strength after a while. Abel did not have enough time to breed these blue howling rabbits. Originally, he planned to just supply large amounts of grass, cut out a piece of land in his palace, and use a mana gathering circle to create an environment suitable for those blue howling rabbits to grow. However, since Countess Carrie had sent some extremely young ones, old Mund's explanation gave Abel an idea to directly breed these blue howling rabbits here. Ludmore had been whipped clean a few times, so basically no more hell creatures could be seen. The only thing left here was grass, and the temperature was also very suitable for blue howling rabbits too. Those 6 blue howling rabbits were dead to the Grand Ducal Palace since they were too weak anyway, so he would give it a try. What could Abel lose? Abel brought the 6 blue howling rabbits to Bloodmoor and placed them next to the oak tree. As soon as he placed them on the ground, they were frightened by the new environment. However, under the swaying of the leaves, Abel could tell those rabbits were slowly getting back to normal. Afterward, they started to get more energetic as they began to eat the densely grown grass on the ground. Seeing the power of the oak tree, Abel was shocked. He was still not too familiar with his contracted oak tree, but now he realized something. This tree could appease animals. This was the Druid's ability. Abel had not grasped this ability since he had just become a Druid, yet this oak tree was doing it very well. Let's leave it to destiny if these blue howling rabbits could survive or not. Abel no longer had the energy to care. He just wanted to keep opening up the path to the dark forest. Abel arrived at the entrance of the underground tunnel again. The mine had been separated by a giant rocky mountain. Its enormous peak pushed this mine towards the edge of the world, and a shiver-provoking sound would emerge from the pitch-black cave from time to time. Abel took out the Night Pearl necklace and placed it on his shoulder. The 4 Spirit Guardian Knights was skeleton in the first place anyway, so they didn't need to care about darkness. The Spirit Wolves were also assassins in the dark. The Poison Creepers did not have eyes, so it just operated purely on its senses. Even the Ravens were expert flyers in the dark. Abel was the only one in the team who needed some kind of lighting device. However, after they entered the tunnel, he soon realized his Night Pearl was unnecessary. The Oak Sage's glow was much brighter. As Abel was thinking, a ball of lighting flew directly towards them. Since their eyes still hadn't adjusted to the dark environment, this surprise attack shocked them a little. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain was different. After taking many soul potions, they have enough fighting ability to command another Spirit Guardian Knight to stand in front of its owner to protect him. The other 3 Spirit Guardian Knights disappeared from the spot and flew forward like a flash of lightning. The Oak Sage protected itself by standing behind its owner, while the 5 Spirit Wolves flashed forward with the Spirit Guardian Knights. At least 10 lighting balls struck upon the Spirit Guardian Knight in front of Abel, but its health was strong. As long as its head was still attached and none of its parts were missing, it could continue to fight. Moreover, Abel had made a full set of armor for it. So even though this was a spell attack, it was not easy to knock it down in one strike. The most important thing was to give it some time to recover, since its full set of equipment had a +1 health recovery rate. Black Wind had also got adapted to the light. In a twitch, it had already arrived on the battlefield. There were around 100 green-skinned, tall-built, bullhead monsters with 2 horns on their heads, howling while swinging their sharp claws towards Abel's summons. A flash of lighting appeared with every one of their strikes. Those were tainted. They could use natural lighting to recover their abilities. As long as they had enough distance, they would unleash a lighting ball just like earlier. The defenseless Abel, a lighting ball would hurt Abel quite a lot. If the Spirit Guardian Knight did not stand in front of him, he was basically helpless. Through the glow of the Night Pear and the Oak Sage, Abel could see around 10 tainted from afar, slowly stepping back. They were trying to create enough distance to unleash the lighting ball. Abel used his Druid soul's power of the will to send the 5 ravens speeding towards those tainted, distracting them until they could no longer unleash their lighting ball normally. Abel unleashed a continuous charging bolt through his hand, and a wave of electric arcs arose from the ground. However, just when he thought his light bolt would take a large chunk of health from his enemy like before, he was caught by surprise. The lightning bolts did not do any damage to the tainted, and 2 of the injured ones had even stood up and joined the battle again after being struck. By this point, Abel realized those tainted had a natural defense towards lighting. They were natural rulers of lighting. Abel changed the weapon in his hand into a Bane Ash, a dark gold magic staff. Afterward, a powered-up rank 14 firebolt shot out directly from the top of the magic staff towards those tainted. The true power of the tainted could only be seen during long-distance battles. They were a disaster in close battles, so they were basically hopeless against the Spirit Guardian Knights who had inherited the official knight fighting ability of Abel. Even a Spirit Wolf was more powerful in close-distance battles than a tainted. Actually, in this battle, the most powerful attacker was not the Spirit Guardian Knights, nor the Spirit Wolves. It was the poison creeper. It had injected poison upon every single tainted on the ground, and it had managed to replenish their poison every time they recovered. Although none of the tainted had been directly poisoned to death, a large chunk of their health was taken up by the poison. Fire attacks were known as the most powerful spell. Although a rank 13 firebolt was still the lowest ranking spell among all the fire spells, it could still cause 331 fire damage. Basically, every single firebolt could kill a tainted. With as much as 600 points of mana, Abel had enough to keep unleashing firebolt without a single worry. Just when Abel thought those tainted would soon be whipped out, a string of lightning balls struck 2 spirit wolves directly into death protection. Under the glow of the lightning bolt, Abel saw gold tainted hiding in a dark corner from afar. Abel's heart dropped when he saw the 2 spirit wolves instantly struck into death protection. The defense of those spirit wolves was even stronger than his, since they were the main force of an official druid at the end of the day. Both their attack or defense could hurt an official wizard. On a battlefield like this, even with Abel's commander intuition and power were greatly affected. There was a chance an error might occur if the attack was aimed at him. The surprise attack of the tainted was very hard to avoid. Abel tensed up all of a sudden. He got a little overconfident. He forgot there were also large amounts of elite gold and dark gold hell creatures. They were cunning, vicious, and powerful, unlike those normal ones that he could just play around with. Abel quickly put on his golden combat kai and frozen armor. Due to his recent increase in strength and man, both of these armors could now also surround Black Wind. Abel had gained so much strength recently, he was so overconfident that he had entered this unknown danger territory without any protection. Now he needed some time to self-reflect. Black Wind, Abel yelled. He had already arrived right next to the golden tainted in a flash with his soul-connected Black Wind. The Bane Ash was striking right down towards it. Abel knew very little about staff techniques, so he could only use the band ash in his hand like a sword. Ever since Abel had entered the Dark Word, he realized most hell creatures could counteract physical impact very well. However, this Bane Ash had some very weird attributes. Plus 20% attack speed, which could only apply to physical attacks. Plus 60% damage, which was another physical attack effect when the enemy was directly struck. Plus 4/6 fire damage was just the same as well. The master who made this magic staff must have had a weird personality to put so many physical attack attributes in a dark gold magic staff. Maybe he was also a knight with interest in magic like Abel, so he had made a weird dark gold magic staff like this. Now this magic staff was very suitable for Abel's current situation. Originally, his physical attacks couldn't do much, but now every one of his strikes would come along with 13% fire damage. Even if the physical impact couldn't do much, just the fire damage was enough to hurt the golden tainted. With Black Wind's charge as well as the plus 60% damage, Abel's strike was quite scary. The attacked golden tainted directly flew out with this strike. Its heavy body smashed against the wall behind with a burnt-up wound. Before it even had time to get up, a pattern flashed on the tip of Abel's Bane Ash. A firebolt flew out and directly exploded onto the golden tainted. As the golden tainted screamed, 10 other surrounding tainted madly ran towards Abel. They wanted to help upon hearing the call of their leader. Abel changed his weapon again. A knight spear appeared in his hand as charged and swiped horizontally towards those tainted. Abel's knight spear was a magic weapon. It had a knockback effect, so Abel didn't need to use much force at all. He only used a special technique by keep changing the direction. On top of the scary speed of Black Wind, every single tainted in front of him was knocked back immediately. Although the golden tainted was also slowly retreating. Black Wind had appeared right next to him again in a flash. His Bane Ash struck again and brought about the same amount of fire damage. Abel's only mission now was to not let the golden tainted get away. As long as it could keep it at close distance, this golden tainted could never unleash their ultimate power. At the same time, a firebolt spell pattern ignited by his druid soul on the skill tree appeared in front of his chest. Afterward, a firebolt shot out. Only Abel, with all his attributes, could shoot a firebolt as fast as that. These firebolts were made for those other tainted, and they were waiting just when those tainted were about to charge again. Meanwhile, Abel did not stop attacking with his Bane Ash. Now, he could finally see the maximum benefit of his long-time practiced multitasking. Without the support of that golden tainted, those other tainted were rubbish in a close battle. Soon, they had been whipped clean, and the golden tainted had also turned into Abel's soul potion ingredient in a horrific scream. He threw a few intermediate mana gem into his monster portal bag. He had lost 2 spirit wolves the moment they entered this underground tunnel. Now these 2 spirit wolves could no longer help him in the next 2 days. Abel really wanted to throw a perfect gem into his monster portal bag to speed up the spirit wolves' recovery. However, he was also afraid that it would cause an explosion, so he decided to just save this experiment for the future when he has more monster portal bags. Since Abel had lost 2 main fighting power, he had to move more carefully. Now, he had to let the ravens examine the condition ahead before moving forward. The ravens alerted his druid soul that there were a few 100 hell creatures ahead. Abel couldn't help but slow down his steps. First, he commanded the ravens to attack and disrupt the formation of those hell creatures through the druid's soul. In the corner ahead, chaotic sounds began to emerge. There were also some sounds of arrows flying through the air. It seemed like there were some archers. Now all Abel could do was close body battle again. They were inside a cave, so the long-range hairy bow could not fully unleash its power. Abel speculated as soon as he made a turn. He would enter the range of the archers, so he needed to get close as soon as possible and attack. After Abel put on his 2 layers of defense, including the golden combat Kai armor and frozen armor, he began to command the attack. The 4 spirit guardian knights and 3 spirit wolves disappeared on the spot, and the poison creeper swam below. Upon hearing some shocking screams, Black Wind dashed out with a speed that was almost as fast as the flash of a spirit wolf. It appeared right in front of his enemies. They were all skeleton archers. These scary archers could relentlessly send out a rain of arrows, but of course only from a distance. There was no way Abel would give them this distance. But still, those skeleton archers could use their arrows to fight back. Since they were made out of skeletons, they were also not afraid of death. Abel's main soul did not attack. Instead, he was focused on finding the golden leader. Meanwhile, his druid soul was busy unleashing a charging bolt from the magic staff in his hand. A large sea of lighting rushed towards the skeletons. The place was filled with flashing lights. Not sure if it was the lightning lighting up the skeletons, or the white bones skeletons reflecting the lighting. Found it, Abel saw a golden skeleton archer hiding behind a sea of normal ones. Its bow was pulled, and it was aiming directly towards the spirit guardian knight captain. Abel then signed the spirit guardian knight captain to disappear through his power of the will. Almost immediately, it appeared right next to the golden skeleton archer. A flash of blue light followed from the chest of the spirit guardian knight captain, covering all the skeleton archers around in a layer of frost. Their speed had been reduced dramatically, but that golden one seemed to have recovered quickly after a while. Because of this, the spirit guardian knight captain had enough time to do its close body attack. The most powerful attacks of the spirit guardian knight captain were still close body attacks. Although it was equipped with the long-distance attributes like Harry's bow, most of its attack power was supplied by the perfect red gem. The spirit guardian knight itself didn't add much to it. Close body was a completely different game against the spirit guardian knight captain. Every single strike from his ice magic sword could slow down and do ice damage to the enemy on top of the physical damage. Since it was originally a skeleton as well, every single one of his strikes would also come along with a large amount of death Kai damage as well. Furthermore, if it had changed his weapon to a knight spear, he would further gain a knockback effect. The spirit wolf that it was sitting on was no ordinary mount too. It already had an immensely powerful close body attack by itself. On top of the ice enchantment, which could unleash frost towards the surrounding enemies to slow them down, this spirit guardian knight could easily withstand a group of enemies. Meanwhile, Abel didn't stop unleashing charging bolts with his druid soul. Unlike normal wizards who could only unleash one spell at a time, Abel's attack power was basically equal to 2 wizards in safety circumstances. Abel began to welcome each of the skeleton archers with his Bane Ash like he was doing roll calls. Each of them was met with a level 13 fire bolt. If there was a slight chance that they could survive this strike, the continuous lightning bolt from Abel's chest would surely finish them off. During the attacking process, Abel realized something funny. Every time a skeleton archer died, a spirit guardian knight would flash to their side, lift up their skull, and give it a little sniff. Abel thought this was strange. The skeleton archer's soul had already been sucked up by the Horadric cube. What more could the spirit guardian knights get? Click, click, click. The battle had ended along with the sound of the golden skeleton falling to the ground. Throughout the entire fight, this golden skeleton archer didn't even have the chance to shoot out one arrow. Just like that, it was depressingly grinding to death by the spirit guardian knight captain. From its surrounding ice enchantment to its ice magic sword, the strategy of this golden skeleton archer had been upside down. Although it could recover from the slow down quickly, it still happened way too many times. Therefore, it could only accept its fate. The spirit guardian knight captain did a victory pose as he lifted up the skull of the golden skeleton archer. After it gave it a long sniff, a very human-like satisfied drunken look emerged from its face. Through the soul chain, Abel asked the spirit guardian knight captain what did it get from this. After the spirit guardian knight captain hung his ice magic sword and magic shield on the side of the spirit wolf. It took out an ice-attributed hairy bow. It pulled on the string, and an arrow made out of bone appeared. This arrow began to glow in blue and swiftly flew out. When it made contact with a wall not too far away, the arrow scattered, and a patch of blue frost appeared on the wall. Not bad. Even though the arrow was not strong, it can fully unleash the ability and attribute of the perfect red gem on Harry's bow. Abel couldn't help but mumble to himself while nodding upon seeing it's an effect. The spirit guardian knights could not use portal equipment like Abel, so the arrows it could carry was very limited. Normally, it could only hang one basket of arrows on the side of the spirit wolf. There was too many equipments on the spirit guardian knight already. It included the knight's spear, ice magic sword, Harry's bow, and a magic shield if these weapons were not supported by the death kai from the skeleton. Upon seeing the spirit guardian knight captain's new ability, Abel turned at the other three spirit guardian knight. Under Abel's command through the power of the will, they also began to test out this new ability. However, before the tip of their arrow could even form, it had vanished. It seemed like they still needed more skeleton archers, but this also suggested that this ability could be leveled up. If there were enough skeleton archers for these spirit guardian knights to suck up, maybe their arrows might be even stronger than metal ones. In the following battles, Abel ran into some hell creatures with a higher level than the ones he faced before, such as Blue Carver and Evil Hunter. However, as long as they did not have a golden leader, they couldn't really do much to Abel and his team. The killing continued. The countless skeleton archers had gifted the spirit guardian knights enough skulls to form their bone arrows, and finally, they had come to a cave opening. However, no matter which angle Abel looked, this opening didn't seem like an exit. It was pitch black. Could it be a cave within a cave? Since they had already gone so far, Abel would not let this chance slide. He commanded the ravens to go look ahead first like usual. The druid ability in his druid soul was still not too strong, so he could not share sight with the ravens. He could only keep talking with it to gain a rough description if there were enemies or not. The raven sent back a message saying there was countless red enemies up front. Abel knew exactly what red enemies were. Fallen. There were large amounts of fallen, but Abel and his team were not afraid of those things at all. Especially after the spirit guardian knight captain had gotten the fire enchantment, every member in Abel's team had also gotten extremely powerful at counteracting fire spell attacks. But before he entered, he still carefully put on both his combat kai and frozen armor. He let the spirit guardian knights enter first, since their defense was the strongest. Afterward, the spirit wolves. Then the poison creeper followed without his command, and the oak sage was the last. After Abel entered the cave, he saw a sea of flaming red under the illumination of the night pair and the oak sage. The cave was actually not pitch black. There was some kind of burning equipment from afar. Their flame was also red. In fact, everything was red. This must be what hell looks like. From time to time, a fireball would fly towards Abel. Although Abel could counteract fire attacks very well, he did not want to face that fireball head-on. A rune sign flashed in his hand, and the fireball exploded in mid-air. By this point, his druid soul began to unleash the lightning bolt, sending a sea of lighting forward. All the fallen were horrified as they screamed and fell on the ground. At this time, the spirit guardian knights appeared next to the fallen as they started to kill. The fallen kept falling. Some were killed by lightning. Some had turned green and died from the poison creeper's poison. Some had been slashed to death by the spirit wolf's claw. The spirit guardian knights depended on their powerful defense as they kept flashing next to the fallen and killing their leaders. The battle ended in no time. These basically harmless to Abel fallen could only be his soul potion ingredients. And the magic staff of the fallen shamans had become his collectibles as well. The few thousand dead fallen around here had also only taken up Abel around 3 hours to clean up. He recalled the battle he had with Bishabosh and the fallen. He had almost used all his secret weapons in that battle, even the golden elven perfume. The only major difference about this battle was lacking a Bishabosh. The fallen this time was a lot more concentrated, so it should be even harder to fight. However, since his increase in strength, it was actually quite easy. After cleaning up all the dead fallen, Abel realized he was actually standing on a giant platform. There were some passages towards the lower level near the side of the platform. It seemed like he had proceeded in the wrong direction on the previous floor. This was the second flow. It leads directly to the ground. From his memory, there should be a golden treasure box here, not sure if it was still around. It was for this uncertain golden treasure box. Abel decided to keep cleaning forward until he found it. Abel went down from the platform and lit up a fire. Under the glow of the flame, Abel could hear Rakanishu. Afterward, around 10 blue skin carvers appeared. Within the bunch, there was an ultra-buff one that caught Abel's attention. It was a type of elite carver. They were normally equipped with thick ice armor and were a lot stronger than normal ones. Those carvers were very fast. The moment they saw Abel, a few had already gotten close to him. A sea of lightning bolts and strikes of fire bolts rushed straight towards the charging carver. After they were killed, the rest of the carver's formation was destroyed. They scattered towards all directions, but Abel did not chase after them. Instead, he changed to a raven claw and aimed it right at that elite carver. It was clear that this ultra-strong elite carver was ice enchanted. Abel didn't want to be slowed down, nor struck by the frozen death wave. Since 2 of his spirit wolves were already in critical condition, Abel no longer wanted to risk his spirit guardian knights and spirit to have a close-distance slaughter with these ice-enchanted elite carver. The best way to deal with these elite carver was from a long distance. Although ravens couldn't do much damage, they could still distract the elite carver from Abel while the spirit guardian knights took out their Harry's bow. All of a sudden, the sound of arrows filled the place. Under the exploding sound of Abel's exploding arrow, the spirit guardian knights shot out 4 bone arrows with different attributes. In a moment, the elite carver was covered in green, then twitched in lighting and knocked back by explosions. The only thing the ice Harry bow could do was physical damage, since all the ice damage was counteracted by the elite carver. The ravens in the sky continue to distract. Abel's exploding arrow could blow this elite carver. Few steps back, while the lighting arrow could numb it. Therefore, ever since Abel started his attack, this elite carver never had a single chance to even charge forward. The other carver was also busy getting killed, the spirit wolves and poison creeper. They tried to run, then strike back, but in the end they still got killed and the process repeated itself. Bang! After around 20 minutes of continuous arrow strikes, a shock wave of ice exploded outward within the elite carver. The only outcome of this was turning the surrounding ground into a large patch of frozen crystal. Abel and his summons were prepared. They were so far out the shockwave could not reach them. The second floor underground was a fallen camp. It was jammed packed with flaming red, but no matter how many fallen there were, they still couldn't do much to Abel and his team. Just like a wave, Abel began whipping out those fallen. Sometimes a fallen shaman would give Abel a little trouble, but most of the time they were basically helpless. The underground environment was very suitable for a group attack spell such as Charging Bolt. As soon as a Charging Bolt was unleashed, lighting would fill up every little hole. Therefore, as long as Abel kept moving forward, rarely anything could escape. Even if they could escape, they would just turn into Abel's mana replenishment with the Sword of Victory in his hand. 2 spirit guardian knights were taking up fire bolts for Abel in front of him. Under the fire enchantment from the spirit guardian knight captain, they had a strong tolerance to fire attacks. On top of their scary health recovery rate, those attacks could not form a single threat against them. The other summons were attacking however they like. The spirit wolves and spirit guardian knights kept flashing next to fallen shaman. while the poison creeper had filled a patch of fallen with green poison. The light ahead. After years of battle, Abel developed a habit of talking to himself. The light ahead didn't seem like it's coming from a fire, it was a gold color. That's a bit too dramatic, Abel exclaimed upon seeing that the light was actually coming from an ultra-luxury box. The box was covered in tiny magic patterns and installed with a large number of gems. This box made of gold was still shiny as new after all these years. It seemed those hell creatures guarding this box would often give it a clean. There was not a speck of single dust on it. Let's just leave it to destiny, Abel mumbled as he opened the box, exposing the stuff within. The first color Abel saw was blue. Excitement struck his heart. No matter what equipment, blue meant that it was a real magic weapon. Afterward, Abel took out a gray belt with a blue aura around it. It's a belt. Although Abel had made a rune belt, it was not the product of the dark world. It wouldn't have any special ability from the dark world. Abel threw it in the Horadric cube, and some attributes appeared. Cheetah belt. Defense plus durability. 113 health. Its attributes were very simple and didn't have much practical use. But Abel still threw it around his waist in excitement the moment he put it on. He felt 8 slots of space. These slots were very small. Maybe only some small potions could be placed in it. Abel took out a blue healing potion from the Kong Spirit portal bag and placed it in a slot. It fitted perfectly, however. To a person, a lot of storage space, this wouldn't make much of a difference anyway. Was there a difference between taking potions out of a portal bag and taking it out from your waist? Let's give it a try. Abel focused on his power of the will on to the blue healing potion on his waist. But the moment we wanted to take it out, a warm rush passed through his body. Although he was not hurt, he knew this was the effective healing potion. When he looked at the cheetah belt again, only an empty bottle was left. The skills of the dark world really were extraordinary. This speedy potion-consuming method could save a lot of time during a battle. No matter how badly he was hurt from now on, he could still take that potion without worrying about if he could lift his hand. Good stuff, Abel applauded. Sadly, the attributes of this thing were intolerable. His original belt was equipped with a 14-doll rune. It could plus 7 health recovery rate, but this one only had a defense 3. Now it was a good chance for Abel to try out the exchange feature of the Horadric cube, something that would make all wizards in the Holy Continent go crazy. Every 3 perfect gems could gain a chance to exchange a blue magic weapons attribute. Abel had around 100 perfect gems of different kinds in his Kong Spirit portal bag, which he had just combined through the Horadric cube. He moved everything in his Horadric cube on the ground and threw the cheetah belt and 3 perfect gems inside. His power of the will pressed on the combine button. In a flash of white light, the 3 perfect red gems in the belt disappeared, and a new belt emerged on the bottom left corner. Mandarin ribbon. Defense plus durability. 1-1 counteract lightning plus 6%. Abel was not too satisfied, so he threw in another 3 perfect gems and pressed combine with his power of the will again. After countless exchanges, he was slowly using up the perfect gems in his Kong Spirit portal bag. Between optimism and disappointment, Abel pressed combine again and again. Abel's luck was too good last time. After using up around 100 perfect gems, he finally ended up with a belt he was somewhat satisfied with. Snake Ego Belt. Defense plus durability. 1-1 plus 10 mana. Recover equipment durability within 1.33 seconds. Although he could not exchange something as good as the Behemoth Vampire Ring he got last time, at least this belt was very practical. Plus 10 mana could give him an extra 5 points of power of the will. You could never get too much mana, and Abel was continuously trying to increase it. Recover equipment durability within 1.33 seconds meant that you would never have to worry about this belt getting damaged. But of course, only when this belt was not used as a shield. As Abel wrapped the Snake Ego belt on his waist, he looked at the golden treasure box again. It seemed like there was still something inside. He quickly stepped up and have a look again. There was an ordinary-looking rock dropped at the corner. A rock. Abel picked up the rock, and there was a familiar-looking rune on it. It was Tur. Abel was a little shaky. This could be a real rune. Not a rune sign, but a real rune. It was the reflection of the dark world's high intelligence, the highest mystery. Abel placed the rune inside his Horadric cube, feeling slightly in disbelief. Its attributes were clearly reflected. Gain mana every time an enemy is killed. Of course, Abel already knew this, but in his heart, he also clearly knew there was something different. It was like the Horadric cube didn't even recognize the thing when he put it inside. He always had a dream to create a superweapon from rune words. Although he already had knowledge on rune's earldom, he never truly held a Dark World's rune in his hand before. Since now he finally saw one, at least he could know what they were basically made out of and how they were made. If he wasn't underground, he would really like to start his rune research now. After Abel returned to the first floor from the underground, he chose another split road. His heart was filled with thoughts about the runes, so the speed of killing kept increasing too. After being in the underground for 3 days, he finally saw his first ray of daylight. Abel let out a heavy breath of relief as he stepped out of the underground tunnel. It was like he had been away from the real world for years. He felt the freshness of the air as he stared at the patch of green grass, trees, and algae on the rocks. His mood was calmed. Especially under the glow of 2 fire cane, Abel could clearly see a little teleportation station from afar. He felt even happier now. There weren't any hell creatures in their way. Black Wind already speeded towards the mouth of the cave without even needing his command. It didn't seem like many creatures had made contact with this little teleportation station. There wasn't any rubbish on it. Abel could just directly ignite it without cleaning. He was lucky that he still had 2 perfect gems left. If not, this trip would be a complete waste of time. He took out the last 2 perfect gems from his Kong spirit portal bag and installed it in the teleportation station's gap. The little teleportation station began to glow in white shimmer. After the pattern began to glow as well, and the relentless energy was connected. Abel could see that he could select the rogue encampment, cold plain, stone field, and dark within the little teleportation station. Abel wanted to keep exploring, but at the same time, he didn't want any hell creature to destroy this energy the little teleportation station he had created. The little teleportation station moved forward along a river. The view was amazing, but just as Abel was just enjoying this rare calming scenery, his intuition twitched. He held up the pelta lunata in his left hand. And ding, a sharp spear struck upon the shield. After days of battle, Abel's team was already in the mode of battle before his command. The spirit wolves had recovered and rejoined the team. The 5 spirit wolves flashed towards the mist of the bush of grass. The ravens in the sky flew forward, and the poison creeper disappeared from Abel's side. The spirit guardian knights did not leave. They tightly stayed with Abel, guarding him by forming a knight charging formation. As soon as the spirit wolves speeded into the bush of grass, things became chaotic. The sound began to emerge from the bush of grass. Countless quill rat-like hell creatures came out. The only difference was that they were purple and a lot bigger. Those were Spike Fiend. They were a level above quill rat. They had much sharper spikes and much higher attacks than quill rats, but they were still just some low-level hell creatures. Their attacks could do nothing to Abel's armor and the spirit guardian knights. Still, Abel could not take this easy, no matter what. His experience had told him anything could happen in the dark world. In a flick of a hand, golden combat Kai armor appeared on him. Afterward, a spell pattern emerged in front of his hand, and a frozen armor appeared on him. The frozen armor reflected the golden combat Kai, making him look like the golden god of war. Now both of his amours could protect Black Wind as well. Black Wind's fur and skin defense was not bad in the first place. Abel had got a taste of it before. Although Black Wind was not an attack-style official soul beast, its defense was definitely on par. By this point, an air-breaking sound came from somewhere. Abel's hand shook. The new pelta lunata was knocked back along with him by an immense force. The continuous long spike attack kept knocking him and the spirit guardian knights back. Close body attack. Under Abel's command, the 4 spirit guardian knights disappeared and reappeared in the midst of those spike fiend. Black Wind sped forward like a strike of lightning. Abel could see clearly now. A golden spike fiend was leading this group of spike fiend from behind. This little team was made up of around 10 elite spike fiend. There was an obvious aura around that team of spike fiends. It was a special ability of their golden leader. Seeing the attack just then, Abel could tell this was a powerful aura. It could multiply the power of their spike attacks, so Abel needed to be very careful. The spirit guardian knights were hurt a little, but nothing major. The spirit wolves were already going back and forth with the normal spike fiend, so they weren't the target of the elite team. Abel hated these kinds of hell creatures since they do not give any rewards. Their dark hell energy-absorbed skin were basically useless, so the only thing that he could gain from fighting them was their soul. The battle ended quickly. The spike fiend, which had been charged, was like a helpless livestock. They did not use the long spike on short distances, so it only took Abel a little bit of time to whack them out. In the following roads, some vile lancer, they were a level above dark spear. Both their attacks and defense were a little stronger, but still, they could not harm Abel. After entering the dark forest, Abel directly put in his 2 armor. Abel kept whipping out hell creatures along the way. After half a day, he finally saw a large patch of forest. He could not even see the edge of it. No wonder why they called it the dark forest. The first thing he saw as he tried to enter the forest was a large amount of blue carver. They were in every corner, under every tree. There were even from carver shaman lurking among them. It seemed like this forest had become the home of the carvers. Although they weren't a big threat to Abel, there were still too many of them. The thing that stressed Abel out the most was the condition of the frost. It hugely reduced the power of his most skilled charging bolt. A large portion of his charging bolt was blocked out by trees, so not much of it actually hit those fallen. If he tried to use a fire attack in the forest, it would be suicide. Carver shaman could use such a powerful fireball attack around here. After long years of living in the forest, they seem to have mastered some kind of special technique to use fire attacks without damaging the forest. Abel was in bad luck. His firebolt attack would burn up even the grass, let alone the trees. However, there were always pros and cons. There were a lot of trees around here, so there was basically no way those carver could unleash a group attack on Abel and his team. Therefore, even though it would be slower to kill off those carvers, at least they were safe. The day of cleaning did not reap too many rewards. Abel realized that it might be too huge of a project to clean up this entire forest. Although he didn't see any leader hell creatures or anything too powerful, the nature of the cravers still stressed him out quite a bit. He only needed to kill the cravers, and all the other ones would run around like crazy. Abel kept getting distracted. He now hoped that the cravers could just run towards any other life they saw like a normal hell creature would. Abel thought about the rune, as well as the fact that he didn't have many resources left. The number of perfect gems he used to exchange this. Blue belt was enough to burn a whole city to ash. Now he didn't have a single perfect gem left. Abel recalled all his summons back to his monster portal bag and ignited the portal door back to the rogue encampment. He didn't want to go back to the Holy Continent yet. Instead, he opened the Akara tent and began doing some alchemy. It didn't matter if it was elven perfume, lotion, or conditioner, they were all high in demand. It was best to take advantage of the time difference in the dark world and make some here, so he wouldn't have to waste so much time back in the Holy Continent. 2 days passed in a flash. And a large amounts of ingredients were turned into products. The worn-out Abel put away the potions and went straight to sleep on the meditation jade core pillow on the meditation jade floor in the Ankara tent. After Abel fell asleep, the meditation jade core began to unleash waves of cool breeze, relaxing Abel's tensed-up nerves and murderous sense after days of killing. He woke up after a 10-hour sleep feeling refreshed again. As Abel was about to leave, he suddenly thought of those blue howling rabbits. I wonder how are they doing. He thought as he called Black Wind and speeded out the rogue encampment like a breeze. During the run, Abel connected with his long-time no-connect oak tree through the soul chain. It seemed to gain more emotions again. A friendly sensation came from his soul chain. It seemed like he wanted to express some thoughts, but it didn't know how. Maybe this oak tree was too young. Although it was already huge, it didn't actually take that much time to grow. It might still need some more time to adjust. Black Winds was so fast that Abel needed to put in his golden combat Kai armor to breathe normally. This also helped with the search. After Abel's command, Black Wind found the shadow of those blue howling rabbits under the oak tree. They had clearly grown throughout these days. Originally, blue howling rabbits were not supposed to live together, but maybe because of the oak tree's protection, those 6 blue howling rabbits were now all gathered together enjoying the lush grass on the ground. Abel couldn't help but agree. This was the perfect place for blue howling rabbits to grow. There was more mana here than the magic tower, so Abel didn't even need a mana gathering circle. The seasons here were also continuously around 20 degrees, which was the perfect temperature for those rabbits. Most importantly, there was an endless amount of mana grass here. All of those grass had been growing in this mana dense area for years, so of course their quality would be higher than anything in the Holy Continent. Seeing those blue howling rabbits was safe, Abel let out a breath of relief. Blue howling rabbit was a type of soul beast. Although they couldn't do much as a soul beast, Abel was already happy by the fact that they could produce a crystal core. Plus, they tasted like heaven. Back in the Lamb Road mansion in Angstrom City, Abel closed the magic circles. He then felt White Cloud's message through the soul chain. It missed him since they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Now, since Abel had around 20 soul potions in his Kong Spirit portal bag, he would meet up with White Cloud and give it a few bottles. He only gave White Cloud 3 bottles of soul potions last time, so he would give it another 2 and see if it could level up this time. After all these battles and recovery, Black Wind's ability had become stable. If it took the soul potion again, maybe it would need another 5 bottles. The Spirit Guardian Knight Captain also needed 5 bottles to make sure its ability could level up stably. This could also level up the Skeleton Resurrection spell, which passively strengthened the Spirit Guardian Knights. At first he thought 20 bottles of soul potions were a lot, but now he only had 5 bottles left for himself. His worry was lifted once again when he thought about the countless carver in the forest. He only needed to sleep a little bit, and he could relentlessly combine the soul potion. Steward Brewer saw Abel walking out of his floor, so he quickly stepped up and said, "Master, this is Prince Adolf's invitation. He wants to invite you to his banquet." "Who's Prince Adolf?" Abel asked weirdly. He never heard this name before. Since he was a prince, could he be Lorraine's brother? Abel never knew Lorraine had a brother. Prince Adolf is the only son of Grand Duke Francisco in Begros City. He is the confirmed inheritance, Brewer explained. By this point, Abel basically understood. This Grand Duke Francisco and Grand Duke Edwina were both royal elves, but he just didn't know what relationship they were in. Since Prince Adolf was the confirmed inheritance, it was no surprise he got the title of a prince. If they were humans, both Carrie and Lorraine should have the title of a princess. But since they were elves, they needed to be an inheritance to enjoy this prestigious title. What's the connection between Begros City and Angstrom City? Abel knew that his steward would not have the guts to reply, even if he knew anything about the relationship of those 2 Grand Dukes. However, it would generate much less tension if he just asked the relationship between the 2 cities. Begros City and Angstrom City often have a subtle tension, but the main thing both cities are debating on is the ruling of a mine between our borders. Then decline the information for me. Just say I've been locked up doing alchemy and don't have any time. By this point, Abel knew the relationship between these 2 cities must be bad. There was clearly something wrong since even his steward had heard the news. Maybe even some dirty was going on. Abel had an awkward identity, so it was best not to get involved. "Yes, master," Steward Brewer said with a bow. Afterward, Abel suddenly remembered that he needed to refill his gems. "Wait, help me buy some broken little gems. Actually, get a large amount for each kind. Are there still any gold coins left in the storage?" "Master, don't worry. We still have 1,000,000 gold coins. That's more than enough for our spending," Brewer replied. "Nice, off you go. Let's get it done quick," Abel said with a smile. After Brewer had left, Abel wanted to get a magic gold card as soon as possible. It was such a hassle without one, but he didn't know what the requirements were. His original magic gold card was registered by Edmund's boutique shop. He would ask the Alchemy Union first. Since Abel needed to go outside of the city to meet White Cloud later, he didn't take his silvery white carriage. Instead, he sat on the back of Black Wind and speeded out the mansion. He arrived at this gray-white building again. The attention of all the elves was focused on Black Wind, but afterward, they all bowed when they saw Abel's master's medal. He arrived at the counter. It was that female elf on duty again. When she saw Abel, she immediately ran out of the counter and bowed. "Welcome, Master Bennett. Is there anything I can help you with today?" "I want to make a magic gold card. Can I do it through the Union?" Abel said directly. "Sorry, Master Bennett. Due to our carelessness, "We forgot to create a magic gold card for you," said the female elf immediately as she bowed again. Abel bowed back slightly and asked again, "What requirements do I need?" "No need, Master Bennett. With your status, we will deliver a magic gold card to your palace by tomorrow morning," said the female elf with a bow. "I have some lotions and conditioners that I want the Union to help me sell. Who should I see?" Abel might buy a large number of ingredients from the Alchemy Union, so he needed to have a good relationship with them. The Alchemy Union was slightly dominated by female elves. Since both of Abel's alchemy products were targeted towards females, it would not look good if he didn't give some to the Union. "Master Bennett, you want to sell your lotion and conditioner." The female elf was so happy that her voice almost cracked. As an internal worker of the Union, she knew that the first batch of Master Bennett's lotion and conditioner delivered would be distributed by the Unions meant that she would have the chance to get some. That was why she was so happy. "Yes, lotions and conditioner, 30 bottles each," Abel confirmed with a slight nod. "Master Bennett, I'll take you to see Manager Alchemist Dorothy. Please follow me." The female elf bowed and made a welcome gesture. Abel followed the female elf to a big door with flower etchings. The female elf bowed again and signaled Abel to wait while she went inside. From the outside, Abel could hear some laughter of excitement. Afterward, a female alchemist wearing an alchemist robe walked out with the female elf following behind. She bowed and said with a somewhat embarrassed tone, "Master Bennett, my name Dorothy. Sorry for the wait, please come in." The place looked like a typical office, other than a few girlish decorations and paintings. Alchemist Dorothy definitely seemed like a very playful elf. "Master Bennett, every elf who used product can't stop praising it. Those who couldn't get the chance to try it like us yearn for it. Thank you so much for your trust in the Union. We will sell the products you provide at the highest price." Although Alchemist Dorothy was trying her best to sound calm, some excitement still managed to leak out of her voice. Actually, she had already got a taste of Abel's lotion and conditioner's power during Abel's examination. When the elite alchemist had revived Abel's gift, a part of it was distributed towards the most powerful female alchemist in the Union. A huge shock was generated when that intermediate female alchemist arrived at the Union the next day. From then on, every female elf in the Union had gone crazy to get their hand on one of Abel's alchemy products. Now the chance was right in front of them. Of course, they needed to pay a high price, but they were not short in gold coins. Their long lives allowed them to accumulate large sums of wealth. Afterward, Abel 60 bottles of potion shining in blue aura from his portal bag and placed it on the table. He then took out a lambskin parchment and said, "Alchemist Dorothy, this is 30 bottles of lotions and 30 bottles of conditioner. Since I haven't got my magic gold card, can you please give me some ingredients instead? These are the things I need." "Of course, Master Bennett. You can choose any means of exchange you like. Maybe this is too many ingredients, so I'll get it delivered to your palace by tomorrow," Alchemist Dorothy said with a bow. When Alchemist Dorothy saw Abel's portal bag, she realized how big it was. A square meter could not fit many ingredients. If he wanted to exchange all 60 bottles of potion into ingredients, the amount would be scary. After he confirmed that the magic gold card and the ingredients would be delivered to him tomorrow, Abel rode Black Wind out of the Alchemy Union. During his way out of Angstrom City, Black Wind caught the attention of a lot of elves. When he came across a road, his intuition felt a special sight focusing on him. Although he didn't see anyone as he lifted up his head, afterward, he felt someone following him. He couldn't speed up in Angstrom City, but he didn't want to escape from the following anyway. He never found the person who attacked him last time, so this might be a good chance for revenge since the enemy showed up by itself. When he arrived at the entrance of Angstrom City, the Lord Medal in front of Abel's chest began to show its power. He exited this huge city through the noble pathway. Afterward, he let Black Wind jog but not charge. Black Wind would be way too fast if he was serious. No creature in the Holy Continent could even come close. They jogged past a big wall of trees, and after another 5 miles, Black Wind stopped, quietly standing on a patch of grass. Abel's intuition told him he had been surrounded, but the atmosphere told him that the people surrounding him were not too far out of reach. "Come out," Abel gently yelled. A familiar voice emerged. "Why didn't you run?" This voice was huge, as though it was almost shaking the air around it. Afterward, 6 dwarfs riding giant pangolins emerged around Abel. Abel was familiar with these guys. They were the Borton 6 brothers, and the one who just spoke was the oldest brother. Surround him, don't let him escape. You have the guts to take the mount of Bernie Goff's brother. Hold him down until he tells us where he got my brother's mount. Bernie shouted, appearing next to Big Brother Borton riding his mountain goat. Abel didn't say anything. He only weirdly stared at Bernie. What a waste of effort. At first, he thought he would lure out the dark elves who attacked him. But all he got was a bunch of old friends. Oh, you are a lord, but even if you are a duke, you still need to tell us clearly what you did to my brother. Bernie's heart dropped when he saw the lord medal in front of Abel. It would be a very sensitive thing if he messed with a lord elf in the elf's territory, so he had to be careful. Otherwise, it would create unnecessary tension. But he had become confident once again when he made eye contact with Black Wind. He had interacted with Black, a wind, for many days. He was not mistaken. Black Wind was not only larger than a normal Mount Wolf, but it was also more spiritual. Black Wind, Bernie called with some doubts in his voice. It was best to make sure this was actually Black Wind. Black Wind weirdly stared at Bernie, not sure what he was trying to do. It only faced Bernie with a humanized gaze of confusion, but it was from this gaze, Bernie was 100% sure this was Black Wind. Only it could have a humanized expression like this. Who cares if it was a lord? Capture him, Bernie shouted. Young Master Bernie. He seems to have a Master Alchemist medal as well, whispered Big Brother Borton, after realizing there was another medal on Abel. Who cares? Capture him first, just be less harsh. Although Bernie lowered his voice, he was still confident. He didn't want to go too harsh. If he really did something wrong to a Master Alchemist, the sky might fall on him. This clearly reflected the stubbornness of dwarves. Even knowing their opponent's identity, they still wanted to proceed. Bernie, what brought you to Angstrom City? Said Abel with a helpless tone, while staring at Bernie's forever-changing expression with a speechless gaze. By this point, he could no longer hide his identity from Bernie, but he trusted him a lot anyway. The Borton 6 brothers were Bernie's personal bodyguards. They were very loyal, so as long as Bernie kept the secret, they would definitely too. You are Abel, Bernie called in disbelief. He began to look at this stranger elf with a completely new gaze and greeted him in a familiar way. Bernie, did you think anyone else could control Black Wind other than me? Abel knew his identity was exposed, so he could only laugh while patting Black Wind's neck. Bernie felt the urge to rush towards Abel and pull him down. He yelled, "My spirit, you look like an actual elf." Are my eyes okay? Even if they are not, Borton was a commander. His eyes should definitely work. Believe it or not, I will not take off my disguise. Abel glanced at Bernie and threw a bottle of Lamo wine towards him. Bernie frantically caught the bottle of wine. Only Abel would use such a luxurious crystal glass to hold Lamo wine, but it wasn't too surprising considering that all dwarfs went crazy for this wine. Bernie opened the bottle and viciously poured a large mouthful of it down his throat. His bearded face was filled with splashes of the wine, still the good old taste. Borton's 6 brothers stared at Bernie's face with their heart broken. If Bernie was not their young master, they would definitely beat up anyone who had the guts to waste a master's wine like this. No need to surround him anymore. This bastard is Abel, said Bernie, waving his hand. Big Brother Borton jumped off his giant pangolin and bowed. Master Abel, I'm so sorry for what had just happened. No worries. Abel jumped off Black Wind and greeted Big Brother Borton with a big laugh. After Abel greeted all of the Borton brothers, he turned back to Bernie and said, "That's right, you still haven't replied to me, Bernie. What brought you to Angstrom City?" After hearing Abel's questions, Bernie ruthlessly poured down another mouthful of wine and said, "All because of you, we have been trying very hard to find you." Bernie had come out for days now, dwelling around the elf's territory like a stupid person. Although on paper, he said he was trying to resolve the exchange between the elves, what he really wanted by dwelling around here was for Abel to give him some more Lamo wine. These so-called master wine among the dwarfs had been drunk up. He didn't even have any left for himself. That other powerful figure who demanded the wine could not be messed with. Read more chapters at listnovel.com. Because of this, he had sent out all the men he could to find Abel. During this time, he never had any news in regards to Abel, not even that little elf Lauraine who sat behind Abel. Of course, he would never have guessed that little elf was actually the second daughter of Grand Duke Edwina. There was no way the Grand Ducal Palace would let anyone know about something so embarrassing, such as losing Lauren. Now Abel was standing right in front of him. At this moment, he felt like he was blessed by Titan, so he couldn't help but let out a big cry hugging Abel. "Bernie, what do you want from me?" Abel asked weirdly as he stared at Bernie. It was like Bernie had just found his long-lost brother. "Master Abel, please help me." Bernie could no longer hold it in. He grabbed onto Abel's belt and yelled, "Bernie, I'm now an elf, you are a dwarf. We cannot be so close like this," said Abel with an awkward smile. "Master Bennett, can I exchange some wine from you? I can give you anything I can," Bernie begged. "First, you have to change the way you call me. I'm now Elf Bennett, so stop calling me Abel. Other than you guys, not many people around here knew about my human identity." Abel grabbed Bernie's shoulder and gave it a little pat. "Bennett, that's a familiar name." Bernie gently repeated this name. Afterward, he saw Abel's Master Alchemist medal and asked in disbelief while pointing at it, "You are Master Bennett." Bernie hit himself in the back of the head and said, "How stupid am I?" Master Abel disappeared and Master Bennett appeared. If a person could make such wine could be made, their alchemy level should be very high. Of course, it's no surprise you became an alchemy master. It seems like as long as you could make a good bottle of wine, any other potions would mean nothing to the dwarfs. The dwarfs didn't need many potions, but they had a relentless thirst for good wine. "Call me Bennett from now on. I don't have the wine you need right now. If you really want it, bring some more lamo to my palace tomorrow, and I'll make you some." Although Abel could not understand how the dwarf's brain worked, Bernie had always been good to him, so it was better to help if he could. "Really, I knew you are that." Just when Bernie was about to say the name, he remembered what Abel had just said. He was stuck all of a sudden. Seeing Bernie's getting stuck, Abel couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bernie laughed loudly as well. It seemed like they were back in the days where they fought and lived together, so the Borton six brothers also couldn't help but laugh as well. Bernie felt a heart full of warmth. Abel didn't mention anything he wanted from him and agreed to give him some Lamo wine. Those wine could secure his status within the dwarfs, so of course, he would repay Abel. He quickly asked Master Bennett, "Do you want mana gems or iron ore?" "Bernie, is it possible to find some meteorite?" Abel didn't care about other ore. As his status was raised, he no longer needed to stress about a lot of materials. Both the blacksmith and alchemy union could help him buy the things he wanted, but a meteorite was different. The dwarfs would collect these things that fell from the sky. They would rarely be seen in other places. "Maybe not much, but since that's what you want, I will definitely find a way," said Bernie, pounding his chest. With his current status, it wouldn't be a problem to find some meteorite, but the amount was not promised. "Just deliver the things to my palace. Normally I will be training there," said Abel, tipping his head. Maybe to other people, meteorites were only some top-quality material, but they were Abel's biggest secret weapon. As long as he had enough meteorites, he could create enough super-exploding balls. "Master Bennett, that's a deal. I'll go to your palace tomorrow," yelled Bernie in excitement. By this point, he blamed himself he couldn't buy more Lamo wine since there weren't many of them within the elf territory. If he wanted, he still needed to go back to the dwarfs and deliver them here. Just preparing some more portal bags should be fine. Just when Bernie was thinking, Abel was already waving at the Borton six brothers and saying, "I'll get going now, see you guys later." Afterward, Abel jumped back on Black Wind and disappeared into a strike of black lighting in front of their eyes. "Black Wind is so fast," Bernie said in admiration. Mount Wolves were the best mounts in the Holy Continent, and Black Wind was the best one out of the bunch. Now it seemed like it was even a lot faster than before. Big Brother Borton let out a big breath of relief. His head commander intuition told him that the Abel that just stood in front of him was neither an elf, it was a vicious beast. His tension was only released after Abel had left. Master Abel was scary. If he had really made a move just then, maybe we would all stay here forever, Big Brother Borton gasped. "No way, how come I didn't felt anything?" asked Bernie, looking at Big Brother Borton in suspicion. Bernie's first impression of Abel was a brother he could help when in danger. Secondly, he thought of Abel as a blacksmith master who could make some scary explosions. He wouldn't doubt that Abel was a scary genius based on his ability, but not to the point where a head commander like Big Brother Borton could say such things. Big Brother Borton could not explain to Bernie what it was like to have an intuition as a head commander, but he trusted his intuition deeply. It seems like he could only admire in his heart while watching Master Abel keep progressing. After Black Wind ran for another 10 meters, it jumped up from the ground and disappeared. White Cloud had picked them up. Abel felt like all his troubles and stress were lifted from him once he sat on White Cloud. It was like nothing mattered at this point. He couldn't wait to travel around the Holy Continent with White Cloud once it leveled up. Afterward, White Cloud landed on a peak of a mountain. As soon as its feet touched the ground, it began to make goo sound to blame his owner for not seeing it. All Abel could do was comfort it through their soul chain. The soul potion had brought White Cloud's progress down an entirely different path from his peers. His invisibility allowed him to become an official soul beast. Maybe it was the first sky sparrow who became an official soul beast. Now its potential was unlimited. When Abel took out the 5 bottles of purple soul potions, White Cloud already knew it was for him. Since White Cloud had gotten more clever, he knew ability-increasing potions were rare and important. Black Wind, who constantly followed around its owner, had a jealous look on its face. White Cloud opened its mouth out wide, and Abel poured the soul potions down its throat one by one. He wouldn't do this for Black Wind, but since White Cloud was an official soul beast, after drinking 3 bottles last time, it should be able to handle 5 bottles this time. If he gave it too little, maybe the effect would be a waste. After the purple potion entered its throat, a weird wave engulfed its body. Its giant body began to vibrate, and every single strand of feather from head to tail began to glow in white. Luckily it was daytime, otherwise it would attract too much attention. The glow was brighter and brighter until White Cloud had become an actual glowing cloud of white. Abel quietly sat by its side. Their soul chain was connected, and Abel was closely watching what was about to happen next. White Cloud's soul was afraid, yet excited about the unknown ability it was about to gain. However, with Abel there, it felt like it was not alone. As long as it was by its owner's side, nothing in the world could scare it. Slowly, the white glow on White Cloud began to fade. Abel let out a long sigh. White Cloud did not level up. It made sense since it was so huge. Maybe he needed more soul potions, but the moment when all the white glow faded, he realized something different. Every single strand of White Cloud's feather was wider and thicker. Abel used his finger to lightly brush upon the feather of White Cloud. It seemed like it was protected by a layer of strange energy. It was almost like an armor. It should be able to withstand attacks pretty well. Although White Cloud did not level up, an increase in defense was still pretty good. White Cloud's current defense only relied on a thin layer of the invisible shell. Once this shell was penetrated, it would have nothing. This also had to do with the evolution of sky sparrows. Since they had spent most of their time in the sky and only came down for food, most of their defense had faded away. Now, they could only use their gigantic body to counteract enemies. White Cloud looked at his new body of feathers in curiosity. He kept on making goo sound, expressing to Abel through the soul chain that it didn't want to be separated. Don't worry, White Cloud, I already found a way to get powerful. Soon I will have my own magic tower. I will build a huge magic tower, and you and I can live on the top floor. Abel began to describe the perfect life they would be having together through the soul chain. Abel was not lying. As long as those blue howling rabbits could survive in Bloodmoor, they could breed there. With the rabbits' ability to reproduce, in under a year, Bloodmoor would be filled with blue howling rabbits. Of course, it was only 1 year in the dark world. In the real world, it would equal to around 20 days. Although blue howling rabbits were low level, they were still soul beasts, meaning they could produce crystals cores. Even if 1 in every 100 blue howling rabbits could produce one, it was still enough for Abel to use for training. If those blue howling rabbits could not survive in Bloodmoor, it still wouldn't be a problem. He had mana gems. Therefore, all he needed to do was to exchange a large patch of land with some of his potions and take those mana-grown grass he found in the dark world for feeding. Although this would take a little bit more effort, it was still worth it. The biggest difference about Abel and the rest of those noble elves was that his Horadric allowed him to have unlimited amounts of intermediate and perfect gems with an extremely low budget. That's why Abel was taking this so seriously. He thought his own strength was still not powerful enough. If it wasn't because of his teacher, Wizard Morton's support in the Duchy of Carmel, or meeting the first inheritance of the Goth family Bernie amongst the dwarves, or the respect of the elves' Grand Duke Edwina, all his resources would be in great danger. His resources, including the red wine, Lamo wine, conditioner, lotion, and elven perfume. Each had the ability to drive a particular race insane. Therefore, he was always paranoid. If he didn't have enough power himself, everything would just be a fantasy. Compared to other people his age, his current achievements were already extraordinary. However, the people he faced were not other youngsters like him, and they were all elites of the Holy Continent. Commander, wizards, deities, druids, these were all extremely rare occupations. Normal people would rarely even get the chance to encounter each other, but Abel had interacted with all of them. Some were his enemies and some were friends. White Cloud could not see exactly what Abel was thinking through the soul chain, but it could have a rough idea of it, and it was certain of one thing. Its owner would soon take it back, and this alone had made White Cloud very happy. As a slave sky sparrow of the orcs, White Cloud never had any freedom and people to interact with. Everything had changed since it was rescued by Abel. It was no longer a normal sky sparrow. Its ability was extraordinary. Now it could now fly bravely above the battlefield, unlike its peers, and this was all thanks to its owner. They stayed together until the sky got dark. Abel had to say goodbye to White Cloud. If not, the city gate would be closed. As black wind was speeding, Abel could feel White Cloud's presence in the unseeable sky. Back in his mansion, the Grand Ducal Palace's steward, Derek, was already waiting for him in the courtyard. He quickly secured Black Wind and helped Abel get down. Lord Bennett, that's an amazing mount. After being in the Grand Ducal Palace for many years, of course, Derek would know how unique this mount was. Derek, what brought you here? Abel said with a smile. He was surprised to see Derek in his palace since Derek was no ordinary elf. He was the steward of the Grand Ducal Palace. Lord Bennett, Grand Duke Edwina sent me to invite you to Prince Adolf's banquet tomorrow. I've heard the relationship between Angstrom City and Begros City was not good. Why did Grand Duke Edwina want me to join a banquet like this? He just asked his steward to push this invitation, but now Grand Duke Edwina had sent Derek to invite him. Could there be an underlying agenda? Lord Bennett, actually this time, Prince Adolf wants to fix the relationship between the two cities for the next generation, so he set up this banquet for the next generation to interact. Although Derek had held back his voice, Abel could still feel like he was hiding something. Even all the young elves in Angstrom City got married to the young elves in Begros City, and their relationship was harmonized. How would that affect Grand Duke Edwina? Could it be? Abel then stared at Derek and asked with a soft voice, is Grand Duke Edwina thinking of sending Countess Carrie to get married at Begros City? Lord Bennett, my great lord, please don't say that, said Derek, frantically shaking his hand. His face had almost gone entirely white. In Angstrom City, Grand Duke Edwina only had two daughters, Countess Carrie and Countess Lorraine. Although there wasn't any official inheritance, many believed the most powerful Countess Carrie would be the best pick. As the Grand Ducal Palace's steward, Derek would try to avoid this topic any way he could. So what Abel had just said really caught him off guard. Abel no longer wanted to give Derek a hard time. So he changed the topic. Derek, what's my identity in the banquet? Lord Bennett, you are attending the banquet as the Grand Ducal Palace's alchemist. Grand Duke Edwina wants you to interact more with the young people at the banquet. Derek replied. Grand Duke Edwina wanted to use Abel's master alchemist status to show off in front of the youngsters of Begros City. But what was Prince Adolf's intention for inviting him in the first place? Since Grand Duke Edwina had sent a steward to invite Abel, it seemed like he had no choice. It should be fun to see what this prince was up to anyway. Afterward, Abel sent the slightly stunned Derek out of his courtyard with a smile. When Abel went back to his master building, he could already see two giant wooden boxes. Inside were filled gems of all colors. It seemed like his own steward was still the best, gathering so many gems in such a short period of time. In a flick of a hand, Abel moved these two boxes in his Kong Kong spirit portal bag. He shouldn't be worrying about gem shortage in a long time. After meeting White Cloud today, Abel began to miss his family as well. He wondered if his father, the Knight of Bennett, and his mother, Nora, was doing fine. Did Zach blame him for not attending his wedding? How was his life with Emily after the marriage? Also, how was Harry Castle doing? Did the wizards still bother the Lord of Marshall? Was Master Bentham still teaching students in the Blacksmith Guild? Did Steward Ken get back to Abel Castle safely? Lastly, Wizard Morton. He had made enemies with high-level wizards to help Abel. Was he still doing okay? Up to this point, Abel took out a communication circle from his Kong Spirit portal bag. Before he left the Duchy of Carmel, Wizard Morton had given this to him to make communication easier. It had been quite a while since he had time. He wanted to see how his teacher was doing lately. He placed the communication circle on the desk, took out an intermediate gem from his Kong Spirit portal bag, and secured it onto the socket. The patterns on the circle began to glow and slowly gathered towards the center. This was the communication circle waiting for the other party to reply. Meanwhile, Wizard Morton was sitting on a cushion on the 11th floor of Morton Magic Tower, surrounded by empty potion bottles. His face was pale. The battle with high-level wizards had sent his already decaying body down an even more catastrophic path. He felt his fire of life flickering away. However, there was not a single bit of sorrow on his face. The most meaningful thing he had done in his life was having an official wizard as his disciples, and an otherworldly genius who was also blacksmith master and an expertise knight as his disciple. Now all he needed to do was to hold up this worn-out body until his teacher could come out again, so Abel could return to the human world. Up to this point, the Magic Tower's control sign began to flash. His eyes began to sparkle as he held the sign in his hand. It was the communication circle he had given Abel. Abel was okay. The calm Wizard Morton was caught off guard all of a sudden, so he connected to the communication circle in his room a little frantically. Afterward, Abel's voice emerged. "Teacher, it's Abel." Wizard Morton's eyes began to swell when he heard this familiar voice. The battles these days had made him lose the grasp on his emotions. He used a faint shake voice to reply, "Abel, are you doing all right?" When Abel heard his teacher's emotionally drenched voice, his heart was filled up with warmth. It seemed like that was still someone who cared about him deeply, even when he was outside of the human world. "Teacher, everything is great," Abel also replied in excitement. "Abel, just hang on for a little bit longer. It shouldn't be too long until you can come back." Cough, cough. Wizard Morton's sudden excitement had worsened his injuries. A sudden continuous cough had disrupted their conversation. Upon hearing the cough, Abel's heart dropped. "Teacher, are you okay?" In his mind, his teacher was a powerful wizard who could smash his fire bolt from outside the window, carry him and move in a flash continuously, kill intermediate wizards, kill intermediate deity. Even elite wizards were not a threat to him. However, now he was stopped by some cough and couldn't even speak. After Wizard Morton regained his breath, he said with a hoarse, gentle voice, "I'm okay, just some old injuries. It should be fine if I rest for a few days." Abel's face was turning red. He yelled, "Did Cliff hurt you? Teacher, give me a few days, I'll bomb his magic tower." Wizard Morton didn't want Abel to cross the line again and shut off his last bit of hope of retiring to the human world, so he quickly explained, "Abel, you had crossed the line with what you did to the Duchy of Kian last time. The orcs had been gearing up lately, so don't try to mess with the top power of the human." Wizard Morton did not doubt Abel's ability to bomb Cliff's magic tower. As far as he knew Abel's personality, Abel would only say something if he was very confident about it. "Yes, teacher, I understand. I'll get someone to deliver some potions to you." Abel didn't want to give his teacher a hard time. With his current ability, it shouldn't be too long until he could face the elite wizard Cliff head-on, even without a super exploding ball anyway. As soon as their conversation ended, Abel jumped on Black Wind and directly speeded towards the Elf Alchemy Union. It was that female elf assistant behind the counter. In the Alchemy Union again. She looked at Abel in a somewhat confused manner. It was almost time for the Alchemy Union to close. Abel had just come here this morning, so there must be something urgent. "Master Bennett, is there a problem?" Abel did not hesitate and just said what he wanted. "I have a commission to make. Help me to deliver some potions to the human world's Morton Magic Tower in Bakong City. Wizard Morton is the receiver. Deliver it as soon as possible and keep it secret." "Master Bennett, this won't be a problem. But how many gold coins are you willing to pay for this commission?" said the female elf, lifting her head after writing down what Abel had just said. "2 bottles of lotions and 2 bottles of conditioner. If it's not enough, I'll add some more gold coins." said Abel as he took out 4 bottles of potion from his portal bag and placed it on the counter. He wanted to keep it low-key. If paid too much, people might become suspicious. The female elf stared at these potions with a pair of sparkling eyes. No need to add gold coins, Master Bennett. Don't you know how popular your products are? These 2 sets of potions were enough for elf businessmen, who are able to use a teleportation circle to go for you, she said with a smile. After a bit of hesitation, Abel placed another bottle of conditioner and another bottle of lotion on the table. How about this? If anyone could deliver by tomorrow, I'll throw in these 2 bottles as rewards as well. You'll make them crazy if you do this. The female elf assistant couldn't help but laugh at Abel's generosity. This mission was uploaded according to the rules. Although the commissioner was anonymous, everyone within the Union knew who it was. With such a heavy reward, the mission didn't even get the chance to appear in the mission list before some alchemist with some human heritage connected had taken it. That night, when Abel was busy killing those seemingly endless carvers in the dark forest, a tightly sealed box was delivered to the dwarf moon guardian city through an elf teleportation circle. From there, a powerful human adventure squad teleported the box to Morton Magic Tower in Bakong City through another teleportation circle. On the 11th floor of Morton Magic Tower, Wizard Morton was shocked to discover a message from his tower soul that an elite human adventure squad had a commissioned delivery for him. On the 1st floor of Morton Magic Tower, a head commander in full black armor was trying to confirm Wizard Morton's identity seriously. "Are you Wizard Morton?" Wizard Morton did not resist and handed his wizard badge over. This was the procedure of a commission. Back in the days, he was also part of an adventure squad, so he was very familiar with how things would go. This little squad seemed way too overkill. It was made up of 2 official wizards, 3 commanders, and 7 intermediate knights. What treasure could they be delivering? At first, Wizard Morton thought the delivery was from Abel, but this adventure squad had made him doubt himself. He didn't Abel would have the power to send out such a powerful team. Who was the sender? Wizard Morton asked the commander in black armor. Wizard Morton, the sender is anonymous. We don't know who it was, but it isn't from the human world. That's all I know, said the commander in black armor as he handed the wizard badge back to Wizard Morton. Wizard Morton bunched up his eyebrows. It wasn't from the human world. Who could it be? Wizard Morton, this is the delivery. Give it a check. If it is good, please sign here, said the commander as he handed a tightly sealed box to Wizard Morton. The moment when Wizard Morton held the box, he could feel some slight wave of mana. This box was encrypted with a tiny magic circle. It would leave a mark as soon as it was opened, so he confirmed and said with a nod, "No problem." After the squad left the magic tower through the teleportation circle, Wizard Morton brought the tightly sealed box back to his 11th floor. This box was already a decent magic object by itself. You would rarely see something like this in the human world. After having a close look at this box in his hand, Wizard Morton had come to a conclusion. From its style, it seemed like it was from the elves. There were only 2 ways to open this box. One was to use brutal force to break it. Another was to use the power of the will to carefully unlock it. Although this box could only record the opening 1 time, it could still be recycled. As an intermediate wizard, Wizard Morton would not use his brutal force. In fact, probably no wizard in the world would do this. He then examined the box with his power of the will. After he found the spot where most of the mana was concentrated, he began to pick with his power of the will. Then the magic circle on the box disappeared. Feeling a little proud of himself, Wizard Morton opened the box. Inside was a potion with some soft fillers on the side. He then carefully took it out. The potion was a gold healing potion. He knew this was a healing potion because someone had etched the name in human language on the bottle. He could recognize Abel's writing at first sight. Although Abel had asked the Alchemy Union to deliver the potions for him, he still didn't want to risk his safety by sending a dark gold one. If someone had seen this gold healing potion, at most, he would just hear some rumors saying Master Bennett could make a gold healing potion. There might be a chance that these golden healing potions could have special effects, so it was easy to make an excuse if he was caught. But those dark gold ones were different. They were far beyond anything Abel could comprehend. Wizard Morton stared at the golden healing potion in his hand, feeling deeply touched. His disciple still cared about him even on the run, and specially told someone to deliver these high-level healing potions to him. Potions were very rare in the human world. Most of the ingredients required were grown in the Double Moon Forest. If humans wanted to enter, they would have to cross the dwarves' territory. Only those who don't care about their own lives would risk going into the Double Moon Forest, so no surprise there weren't many high-level potions in the human world. Since it was from Abel, Wizard Morton didn't think too much and waste his kind intention. Wizard Morton opened the lid and poured the healing potion in his mouth. As soon as the potion entered his body, it was like his body was plunged into a hot spring. Every single cell was screaming in excitement and began healing his body at a noticeable rate. Not only the injuries he gained from this recent battle with elite wizards, but the hopeless injuries he had long ago also begun to take a positive turn. As time passed, his body was slowly recovering. Wizard Morton always thought he had a good perception of time, but now he could no longer clearly feel the speed of time. After 1 hour or maybe more, he felt like his body was fully recovered. Maybe recovery was not the right word. It was more like his body had returned to the way it was 50 years ago. All the old injuries and all the hidden injuries were completely faded. By this point, Wizard Morton understood why Abel would send such an adventure squad to deliver a box with 1 potion. If he was to deliver a potion like this, maybe he would even add more defense. Actually, Wizard Morton had mistaken Abel's intention. Abel wanted to keep it low-key, but how could his request be low-key with his status? As soon as the elf alchemist accepted this mission, he had to give it his all and deliver the potion to Wizard Morton in the fastest way possible. With this elf alchemist wealth, was no surprise the best adventure squad in the Moon Guardian City would become his delivery team. Suddenly, an unbelievable expression emerged from Wizard Morton's face. A message was sent to him from his body. Fulfilled, he had fulfilled his level 11 wizard body. Almost immediately, the voice of Wizard Morton filled his magic tower with a hint of excitement. I will ignite the defense circle until I successfully level up. Upon hearing Wizard Morton's voice, Camille from the 3rd floor and Carlos from the 4th floor quickly rushed out and exited the magic tower with their identity card. Other than the 2 locked-up disciples, only Wizard Morton was left in the magic tower. Mana rushed towards the 11th floor. Afterward, not a single bit of mana leaked out of the magic tower. By this point, those low-ranking wizards outside felt something wrong as they realized all the mana had disappeared. Camille and Carlos exchanged looks of joy and excitement outside of the magic tower. They also cared about their teacher a lot, but since they couldn't do much about it, they could only continue to train hard. Although they were shocked by this sudden news of their teacher leveling up, it was not impossible since their teacher had been stuck at level 11 for quite a while. However, deep inside, they also know this chance was extremely rare. When the blazing sunlight of noon shone upon Morton Magic Tower, a strange sensation filled the magic tower and sifted outside, making both Carlos and Camille jump up in excitement. Not only them, but the nearby wizard Eveline had also felt this sense of level up from Eveline Magic Tower. When he arrived in front of Morton Magic Tower, he could already see the huge body of Wizard Murthy standing. Wizard Eveline asked gently, "Murthy, is it Morton?" But he already knew the answer fully well in his heart. There could only be one person that could send out such a powerful sense of level up, the level 11 Wizard Morton. Was just surprised to see a miracle like this. Wizard Morton was basically hopeless on his path of progress and could only wait for death to come just like Wizard Eveline himself, but somehow Wizard Morton had leveled up before he died. Now Wizard Morton had gained another 10 years of lifespan. With this extra time, his training could bring him to new highs. Maybe even making a miracle. The scent within Morton's magic tower slowly faded. The defense circle was cancelled, and the front door of the 1st floor swung open. Wizard Morton's voice emerged from inside. "Murphy, Eveline, come inside and have a seat." When Wizard Murphy and Wizard Eveline entered, Wizard Morton was already standing in the center of the hall, smiling at them. This Wizard Morton no longer seemed like a tired old man with recurring injuries. Instead, he was more like an energetic youngster. "Morton, that's too shocking," said Murphy as he felt that Wizard Morton had clearly leveled up. "Thanks for both of your care. I never thought my first shutting out would shock you guys." Although this was what Wizard Morton had said, his face was still full of smiles. Okay, Murphy, and I know your stuff very well. You didn't have any forbidden method to level up, did you? Said Wizard Eveline in a worry. Other than leveling up naturally, a wizard could also sacrifice his life force to have a momentarily level up when all their hope was lost. However, this forbidden spell would often kill the user in one day. Eveline, does it look like I have? Said Wizard Morton as he opened his mouth wide to laugh. Eveline, don't worry. Morton's body looks even tighter than mine, said Wizard Murphy in a confident voice. Did you encounter anything extraordinary? It's okay if you don't want to tell us, we are still happy for you. Wizard Eveline quickly changed his tone of voice. Wizard Morton did not directly reply to Wizard Eveline. Instead, he lowered his voice and said something that deeply shocked Wizard Eveline. Just hold on, Eveline. I will try to find a way to heal your body as well. Wizard Eveline did not reply immediately. Instead, he just said with a thankful tone, Morton, you know my body. How many expensive potions had we tried? Stop wasting resources on me. After years of attempts, Wizard Eveline had basically given up all hope of healing his body. He wanted to die every time his old injury was irritated. To him, maybe death was the only way to escape. Eveline, I couldn't tell you where I got it from, and I'm not even sure if I could get another one. But keep your hopes up. Wizard Morton knew Abel had delivered him this potion from outside the human world. Since he could get one bottle across, another bottle should be fine as well. He was willing to sacrifice all the resources he had for Eveline. However, he could only raise this request the next time Abel called him. The communication circle he gave Abel only worked in one direction, so they could only connect if Abel initiated the call. Meanwhile, Wizard Eveline and Wizard Murphy were congratulating Wizard Morton in Bakong City. Abel had exited the blue portal with Black Wind. The past 10 days of killing only brought him 6 bottles of soul potions and around 10 normal magic staffs, which could only be thrown in his portal bag. Ever since he entered the dark forest, he had been roaming around and killing the only thing there, carvers. Maybe he couldn't even get back if he didn't have the tome of town portal. Abel gave his slightly dizzy head a little shake. Seeing his familiar room lowered his stress again. Abel was not afraid of being alone, and he could enter the dark world and do some solo killing, but this endless forest was way too closed up. He was afraid that he would get schizophrenia soon. He opened the barrier and defense circle, and the first thing he saw was Steward Brewer standing outside like always. Good morning, Brewer, Abel said with a nod. Brewer subtly looked at the shining sunlight of noon and said with a smile, Master, good morning to you also. Since you were locked up in your training, the Alchemy Union member did not wait and just left a magic gold card and some ingredients for you in the morning. He told me to give it to you, and your commission with the dwarfs had completed. Abel didn't really care about the ingredients and magic gold card. He was just happy that his commission had been completed. It meant that his teacher must have received his potion. Although it was only a golden healing potion, he was confident that it could heal his teacher's injuries. Abel reached out his hand and received the magic gold card Brewer was handing him. He noticed at first sight that there were already 1 million gold coins on it. It seemed like he got some extra gold coins from the potion sale. Abel put away the magic gold card and said to Brewer, Brewer, help me prepare a suit. Tonight I will join Prince Adolf's banquet. Master, you have already worn all of your suits once. It's better to get a new one. This way it would fit your status more, Steward Brewer suggested. Abel gazed at Brewer in slight confusion and asked, Why can't I wear it more than once? Brewer then explained, Master, other than nobles who are fading away, elf nobles in Angstrom City rarely wear the same suit for more than half a year. That's a very embarrassing thing. Abel gave Brewer a helpless look. They still had a few hours left until the banquet. How could that be enough time to make a new one? Abel said, That's too much of a hassle. Let's just wear that silvery white one I have. Brewer then said in a somewhat shameful tone, Master, it was my carelessness for making you lose face in such an important banquet. Abel didn't think a meeting for youngsters from 2 cities was anything important. For now, there shouldn't be many young elves with his status, other than the one who was born with it. By this point, a female elf servant led an elf guard inside. The elf guard was holding a box as he stepped up to Abel. Lord Bennett, the Grand Duke had prepared a suit for you. Please take it, said the elf guard as he handed the box to Brewer and bowed. I'm extremely thankful to what the Grand Duke had done for me. Please bring back my appreciation, Abel said with a slight bow. After the elf guard left, Steward Brewer held the box with a suit in his hand. Admiration filled his heart. How close their relationship must be to have this amount of care. But Abel didn't really care about these things anyway. Now that the suit problem was solved, he still had a few hours to spare. He put all the ingredients from the Alchemy Union in his Kong Spirit portal bag. All these ingredients were more than enough for him to make any potions, even including the beauty potion. It was no surprise that the Alchemy Union had sent out 2 carriages for delivery. Since Abel had been going into the dark world every night, he had to be very cautious about the gap between his body and his real age. He was still young and growing. If he went into the dark world even more, maybe this gap would be even further. Of course, this used to be a big problem for Abel. Although he was young, and normally wizards could not tell the difference between age and life force, the difference might get too dramatic after 2 years. Luckily, he had the transformation necklace. As long as he was not as powerful as the legendary moon goddess, no one should be able to see his body's stats. That was the so-called hidden ability of the necklace. With a powerful power of the will, normally, a wizard could detect the life force, will, level, heartbeat, breath, or any other scent of a person. However, the transformation necklace allowed Abel to control how many of these, if any, he wanted people to see with his power of the will. If he wanted, he could basically be an invisible person who could only be seen with the naked eye. Abel ignited the defense and barrier circle. Ever since he was disrupted by Grand Duke Edwina and Master Mara last time, he had to ignite a magic circle every time he did research. Abel opened the Akara tent and arrived in front of his alchemy bench. Carefully, he took the 3 Rune out of his Kong Spirit portal bag. The Rune was etched onto a base made with some kind of strange material. Since the Akara pen could etch out perfect runes exactly the same as the ones in the Dark World, Abel thought there could only be one reason: the Dark World might have lost the formula to make an actual rune. They could no longer the ingredients that make up the base. Or ingredients the key. Abel gathered all his power of the will and felt energy like the ocean within the rune. It was more powerful than a perfect gem, but somehow more stable. The more Abel looked at the base of this rune, the more it seemed familiar to him. It was like something he used a lot. That's right, he took out a crystal core from his portal bag and compared it to the rune base. Although the color was different, both the texture and appearance were almost exactly the same. The biggest difference between them was their energy concentration level. If the base was a river, a crystal would be a little stream. Their energy difference was huge. If he could increase the energy within a crystal core, maybe he could create something that imitated a rune base. But that was impossible since a crystal core was a thing inside a soul beast where all of their energy was concentrated. Actually, Abel had an idea. If he had combined some crystal cores when they were still in their half-liquid state, would he get a rune base? But he couldn't even take out one fresh crystal core currently, so how could he get 3 of them? Now, he was hit with the old problem again. He didn't have enough fresh crystal cores. He had already started his blue howling rabbit breeding project. Maybe he would get a satisfactory answer in a few days. As long as those blue howling rabbits in Bloodmoor could give birth to their first batch of kids, Abel's plan was on its way to success. After that, he only needed to wait a bit longer until he could have endless crystal cores. With endless crystal cores, he no longer has to stress about resources when it came to both his training and rune-based research. Now, he had to urge to go to Bloodmoor and take a look at how those blue howling rabbits were doing. He put the rune back in his Kong Spirit portal bag and sifted through a large number of ingredients. He took out the elven perfume formula once again and adjusted the ratio a little bit to make the smell more suitable for men. He then changed up the ingredients as well, and just like that, he had developed a new set of elven perfume. Abel always felt weird about male druids using the female-specific elven perfume, especially when he saw the slightly feminine look on those male druids' faces. Would long-term use of female perfumes have weird side effects? Recently, the most powerful druid among the elves began to use the female-specific elven perfume as well. This made normal male nobles want to use it as well. It was a trend at this point. Most of them didn't even think about why the druids would use elven potion in the first place. But of course, the ones they used were definitely the ones that made my prestige Master Bennett. After seeing this a few times, Abel didn't want to be remembered as a person who changed the men's style of an entire race. After some investigation, Abel finally created a type of blue elven perfume, which he called cologne perfume. He put 10 bottles of it in his portal bag. And the wine was almost up. He shut the defense and barrier circle. Lola Road was an important road in Angstrom City. It was a little bit further from Grand Ducal Palace than Lamb Road, which Abel was living in. Lamb Road was a noble concentrated road made up of small to medium-sized mansions. However, Lola Road was made up of huge mansions for some of the most important nobles around. The place where Prince Adolf's banquet took place was located in the center of Lola Road. Abel had spent the whole afternoon making potions, and he was now sitting in his silvery white carriage on his way to the banquet. As he approached the gate, he had already seen countless carriage waiting outside to enter. Upon seeing this signature silvery white carriage, the elf manager quickly stepped up and greeted with a bow, "Mister, can you please present your invitation?" "Here," said Steward Brewer, jumping off the carriage as he took out the invitation brought on by the Grand Ducal Palace's steward Derek. This invitation was written in a typical Grand Duke Edwina style. It only had Abel's Lord title on it. His alchemy master title was nowhere to be found. Normally, a lord would still be very respected in any event organized by the Grand Ducal Palace. But since this was Prince Adolf from Begro City's banquet, the elf manager did not seem to be excited. In a little flick of a hand, the elf manager called in an elf servant and said, "Help this lord secure his carriage and lead him into the banquet." Afterward, the elf manager quickly dashed to another carriage with a face full of smiles, leaving only that elf servant behind to lead to the carriage towards the gate. Brewer felt anger building up inside him and wanted to say something. But suddenly, Abel's voice came from inside the carriage. "Brewer, we are guests. Let them do what they please." On paper, that manager was doing his job properly. He only knew Abel's lord status, so he just treated him like a normal lord. But of course, if he respected the lords within Angstrom City, he might at least call in 2 servants to guide them. That way, one servant could help secure the carriage, while another could guide Abel into the banquet. Now Abel had to wait until the carriage was secure before he could enter, which was quite embarrassing. Abel wasn't planning to interact with Prince Adolf anyway. Something low-key like was perfect. Who cared if he had to walk a little bit more? With Abel's lord status, he could not bring a steward into the banquet, so Steward Brewer could only stay in the carriage and wait. After Abel got off the carriage, he followed the elf servant down a long corridor and took a few turns before arriving at the main hall. By this point, the illumination circle had already lit up every corner of the hall. The guests had been organized into groups of 3, 6, and 9 by the manager at the gate. The most important guests entered from the front gate, which they were welcomed, but the close noble family members of Prince Adolf. Most of those elf youngsters did not have a high status title since they just relied on their family's power. So being greeted by a few viscounts, an earl could definitely give them a lot of face. The second-tier guests were greeted by Prince Adolf's personal steward. Although there weren't any prestige nobles greeting them, Prince Adolf's steward was still someone very important. Therefore, it could still give the guests a lot of face. Only the lowest status guests would enter from the side entrance. There were only a few servants guarding there, and they would guard the guests towards their designated area according to their status. Since Abel had entered from the side entrance, he was led to the corner of the hall. By that point, there were already a few nobles in traditional suits sitting there. Actually, their suits were inherited. There were normally only 2 types of elves who would wear these things. One was that they had a powerful heritage, and their suits were made by their ancestors from hundreds or even thousands of years ago. Therefore, wearing it would show others their family's vivid history. The other type was those down-and-out nobles. They were the ones who had a powerful ancestry, but this power slowly faded away throughout time. Still, the name of their family remained, and they could at least find a suit for a banquet from their family's wardrobe. These few nobles in front of Abel might very well belong to this camp of down-and-out nobles, which why they were put in such an unnoticeable corner. Abel looked up and down at the few nobles, and the few nobles looked back at him. Abel was wearing the most trendy suit. It looked expensive at first sight. Maybe it was even made by a master. Why was he here? A young noble elf with a baron badge stood up and greeted Abel. "Let me introduce. I'm Baron Carley. This is Lord Ferdesy and Lord Bayenzy. We welcome you to sit here and come chat with us." "Hello everyone, I'm Lord Bennett. I got lucky and got in here," said Abel with a bow. He only had his Lord badge in front of him. His Master Alchemist badge was put away in his portal bag since wearing that would be showing off too much. Upon hearing Abel's world, Baron Carley laughed and also began mocked himself. "Ain't we all? I got in here because of my ancestors' luck. Same. No way we could enter Prince Adolf's banquet with our own ability." Although all of our ancestors had faded away, their name they left over was still enough for us to eat until the day we die, said Lord Ferdesy carelessly, while Baron Carley nodded with a smile by the side. Baron Carley then stared at Abel's suit with shameless admiration and said, "Lord Bennett, you got quite a suit there. The material and craftsmanship are very nice. Which master's work is it?" By this point, Abel was already sitting on a side chair. However, his suit did not change shape. Instead, it got even more skin-tight, fully showing off his body's slim figure. "Baron Carley, my friend gave me this suit before the banquet to avoid embarrassing myself," said Abel with a smile as he lifted a crystal glass and poured some wine into it. "Why can't I have friends like this?" Lord Ferdesy mumbled. "Maybe you had scared them all away with your debt," Baron Carley said in a mocking tone. Abel was a little jealous as he stared at these three noble elves. Their closeness reminded him of Camille and Carlos. If Abel was still in the human world, he would most likely also be talking to them like this. Abel held the crystal glass up to his face, but the moment he gave it a little sniff, he put it down immediately. He had become extremely picky these days, and he could barely even take a sip of normal wines. As Abel was caught up by his thoughts just then, he had a habit of placing his hand on his portal bag. Just when he wanted to take his homemade wine out, he realized he was not at home. Drinking outside wine in a banquet was very disrespectful. Even though Abel had stopped, his gesture still managed to get those three nobles' attention on his portal bag. Their family had faded, but not their eyesight. "Lord Bennett, are you a druid?" said Baron Carley in admiration. "I'm only level 3. I'm not gifted enough," said Abel with a nod. He wasn't planning to hide his occupation. It was obvious anyway since he had a portal bag. All of a sudden, those nobles no longer had the urge to speak to each other. Instead, they exchanged gaze, and each quietly took a sip of their wine. Abel couldn't help but sigh. Elves were just like humans, status was ignorable. At first he thought both noble human and noble elves had a similar heritage. They could only interact with people of similar status. Once the gap was too big, they wouldn't know how to react. Abel's suit and portal bag exposed his extraordinary status. Although he tried his best to sound humble, those noble elves were not normal elves. Ever since they were young, they knew the importance of suits and how rare it was to have a portal bag as a level 3 druid. Abel lifted his wine glass, bowed to the three noble elves, and went off to seat another empty table. "Can't you see? He said he's a lord, but just looked at how arrogant his bow was. I bet he's the child of some large noble," said Lord Ferdesy, glancing at Abel as he was walking away. As Abel was sitting by a corner with his wine glass, thinking about his alchemy formulas, almost all the guests had arrived. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. The prestigious Countess Carrie had arrived. Other than Prince Adolf, the second most prestigious person attending the banquet was Countess Carrie. Therefore, upon hearing her name, all the guests in the hall stood up, gently clapping their hands to welcome her. As Abel stood up along with all the elves, he saw Countess Carrie in a purple shoulder-showing dress. On her exposed neck, there was a shining gem installed onto a traditional-looking necklace, making her look graceful and elegant. The Grand Ducal Palace's steward Derek was following. Behind, he was wearing a full black suit, and he made sure that he was always half a step behind, so he could show their difference in status. Countess Carrie gazed around at the nobles and slightly bowed to show that she was thankful for their warm welcome. The claps slowly faded. Countess Carrie ignored the nobles and continued to gaze around the hall. Finally, she found an empty spot and took a seat. It was only after she had sat down. A few other prestigious female elves had also come by and sat down next to her. Every elf here today was a youngster with high status, especially those elves who self-proclaimed their power and ability to date Countess Carrie. They were all dumbstruck all of a sudden. Countess Carrie would rarely appear in public events like this. As all the gaze was focused on Countess Carrie, Steward Derek had finally arrived by Abel's side. Derek had organized Countess banquets in the past. He knew exactly what Abel's spot signified, so he asked in confusion, "Lord Bennett, why are you sitting here?" "Take a seat, Derek, the view is nice here. You can see the entire hall," said Abel with a hee-hee. Derek helplessly stared at Abel. He knew Abel didn't want to attract too much attention. A druid wouldn't want to attend a banquet like this. However, Grand Duke Edwina had asked him to personally assist Abel and explain some status of noble to him. Derek's arrival made everyone in this corner quite down. As Derek gently sat down, Baron Carley, Lord Ferdazy, and Lord Bayenzy had all become totally speechless. They knew if they were a little bit more friendly just then, perhaps their destiny would be completely changed. The prestigious Prince Adolf has arrived. As the grand call filled the hall, enthusiastic claps arose among the guests. An elf in a fully white suit, wearing a gold flake crown, accompanied by 2 elf warriors in silvery white armor, entered the hall. Prince Adolf is a level 7 druid. He's the only son of Grand Duke Francisco Doyle. His name is not bad, Derek explained by the side of Abel. By this point, Prince Adolf was waving his hand around with a smile. It seemed like the entire atmosphere in the hall had been lifted by him. He had become the center of attention. All the noble elves were touched by his smile. They all felt like this smile directed towards themselves. It just seemed so genuine and friendly. Prince Adolf seemed like a nice guy, and Abel was also drawn by his. But suddenly, a dragon roared in Abel's soul and woke him up. His face immediately changed. It was some strong brainwashing ability. Now Abel felt disgusted as he looked at Prince Adolf's smile again. Prince Adolf's power of will must be huge to make all the normal elves in the hall feel good about him. No matter what secret technique he was using, it really disgusted Abel. Prince Adolf was not a normal noble. He would be in charge of a huge city in the future. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel sorry for those elves living in Begros City with a ruler like this. Since Derek said Prince Adolf's imagine was not bad, he gazed at Derek. To his surprise, Derek had not been brainwashed. Maybe he had known about Prince Adolf's background and had prepared. Abel had just been caught off guard and got attacked by the prince's power of the will. Yes, this mysterious power of the will technique attacked. "Lord Bennett, can you see it? Princess Adolf's image really was not bad at all." Derek repeated himself again, but by this point, Abel had truly understood where he was coming from. The reason why Grand Duke Edwina had sent Derek here was to understand this prince's mysterious power of the will ability. It was a very secretive technique. It could not be seen nor heard, but it could subtly change someone's perception of another. Although it couldn't really do much damage, it could alter a person's ability to think critically. Of course, if this technique would cause damage, there was no way Prince Adolf could keep it as a secret this long. It was the harmless nature that made it so effective. But Abel was different. As Lorraine's boyfriend of Lorraine and a master alchemist, he needed to have a clear understanding of Prince Adolf and Begros City. That was why Derek was there. The tension between the two cities dated back to a long time ago. Angstrom City had the strongest military power among the elves. It was located in the south of the Double Moon Forest near the dwarfs and humans, so of course, it needed the strongest military power other than the elven shrine. Begros City was a city known for trades due to its wide range of resources and large amounts of iron ore nearby. Although Begros City's power had increased since they became wealthy, Angstrom City had always been an attraction for druids with a perfect system, power, and resources that were on par with Begros City. Angstrom City had always been Begros City's target, and the tension remained. The reason Prince Adolf had come here was to diffuse this tension between the two cities. "Welcome, everyone. I hope Begros City and Angstrom City can be good friends for the distant future." "Cheers," said Prince Adolf, lifting up a wine-filled glass. He looked extremely handsome and alluring under the shimmer of the illumination circle. However, Abel had good eyesight. He could see that Countess Carrie give out a cold laugh from a distance. Yes, he did not make a mistake. Countess Carrie was laughing as though what Prince Adolf had just said was some kind of joke. "Cheers." All the noble elves in the hall lifted their crystal glass, and the chatters began. Soothing music filled the hall. As soon as the elves heard the music, smiles emerged from their faces. With the company of wine and the surrounding atmosphere, the hall had become vivid and lively all of a sudden. The music was played by a harmonica, which was very uncommon in a banquet like this, even among the humans or dwarfs. It seemed like music was normally only played in temples. Abel gave Derek a puzzled look and asked, "Derek, is music very uncommon in Angstrom City? According to the legends, the elves loved all kinds of beautiful things, including music." "Lord Bennett, in Angstrom City, we have a law that music cannot be played in public gatherings. Only for personal enjoyment," Derek said with a soft voice. "Why, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves," Abel asked again. "Back in the days, some dark elves had almost successfully invaded our city in a huge music festival. From then on, music could only be enjoyed personally," Derek explained. "No wonder. Angstrom City might seem like a peaceful city, but just look at that huge wall of trees and that tall city wall. This city was not always peaceful like this." Despite the mysterious power of the will technique, Prince Adolf was still a charismatic person. As he roamed around the hall, waves of laughter were evoked. When it came to this, Countess Carrie was miles behind. She only had a common language with the 4 young female noble elves. Every time a male elf tried to approach her, she would always drive them away in a sentence or two. Although Abel was sitting by a corner, Derek's presence showed that his identity was not ordinary. From time to time, some elves would come and greet him, and he would always respectfully greet them back and end the conversation. That was one of the reasons why Abel disliked banquets. All elves were showing their best sides, and it just seemed too inauthentic to Abel. Since he had an enchanted commander intuition, he could see the intention of every elf who had approached him. He had no interest in wasting time with these pretentious elves. He would much rather train or do research. Suddenly, a graceful voice came from somewhere. "Mr. Derek, this is." When Abel lifted up his head, he realized Prince Adolf was somehow by his side. Abel thought to himself, it was a scent-hiding device again. Even with his powerful intuition, he could not sense a single bit of his emotions and intentions. Luckily, Abel thought of the transformation necklace on his neck. He subtly adjusted it a little in his heart to send out the scent of a mixture between level 3 wizard and a level 3 druid. "The prestige Prince Adolf, this is the Grand Ducal Palace's alchemist, Master Bennett." Derek stood up and said with a bow. When Prince Adolf heard the name Bennett, his eyes sparkled. He then immediately bowed and said, "Master Bennett, why are you sitting here? Please forgive me for my carelessness." "The prestigious Prince Adolf. It was me who chose to sit here. I'm not familiar with the noble circle and didn't have any friends I know," said Abel with a smile as he returned the bow. Prince Adolf's eyes sparkled again as he heard that Abel was not too familiar with the noble circle and didn't have many friends he knew. He then said with a smile, "The reason I organized this banquet was for everyone to meet new friends. If I may, I would be very glad if I could be your friend." Suddenly, Countess Carrie arrived. She did not give Prince Adolf any courtesy as she said, "Adolf, are you trying to steal our Grand Ducal Palace's alchemist?" "Sister Carrie, I'm only chatting with Master Bennett as the host of this banquet. It's a little too far to say that I'm stealing him." "Oh, do you not trust your family's alchemist?" said Prince Adolf with a face full of smiles. Although Abel could not sense what these 2 prestigious children were thinking, it was obvious that they disliked each other, just like the rumors. "Adolf, put away your smile, it's so fake. You are an elf, don't be shameful like those humans," said Countess Carrie with a cold laugh. Afterward, he gazed at Abel. Abel felt the urge to refuse her, but he couldn't. Don't be shameful like those humans. He had lived in the elf world for quite a while and realized one thing. Although those elves were pretty on the surface, their heart was not too different from humans. They were still greedy and still selfish. Prince Adolf's face tensed up. He knew Countess Carrie's worlds were not that simple. She was suggesting that he was using some power of the will technique. "Sister Carrie, I'll just talk to Master Bennett for another minute, and I'll go." Prince Adolf didn't want to miss the chance to meet this master alchemist who could make an elven perfume that could increase the ability of druids. He always wanted to meet Abel, but Abel was just too low-key. He could never meet him through normal ways. "Master Abel, I want to purchase some of your personally made blue elven perfume on behalf of Begro City," said Prince Adolf, turning back to Abel in a serious tone. However, at the same time, another dragon roar filled Abel's mind. Abel had been attacked again by the prince's mysterious power of the will technique, but he didn't strike back. Instead, he pretended like nothing had happened and said, "The prestigious Prince Adolf, didn't you know that I had already given all the right for my blue elven perfume to the Grand Ducal Palace? If you want to purchase some, you can negotiate with Countess Carrie." Although Abel didn't know too much about this mysterious power of the will technique, he could send Prince Adolf's soul straight into critical condition, and it would get him in big trouble. Therefore, it was best not to strike back, especially in Prince Adolf's very own banquet within his very own mansion. "Oh right, thank you for your warning, Master Bennet." Prince Adolf did not expect his mysterious power of the will technique to fail him. He glanced over at Countess Carrie and Derek by the side. He was not sure which one of them had blocked his attack for Master Bennet, but still, he bowed respectfully. Under the cold gaze of Countess Carrie, Prince Adolf left Abel. After the prince had walked away, Countess Carrie said to Abel, "Bennet, soon we will have a small-scale auction. We hope you can provide a few pieces for the Grand Ducal Palace." It was just a little event, where both cities' Grand Ducal Palace will bring out some pieces for auction to raise this banquet's energy. Little auction? Abel had never thought that this banquet would have an event so similar to those charity auctions in his original human world. He then followed, "Who's the receiver of the auction?" "You, of course, since you are the one providing the pieces. Do you really think the Grand Ducal Palace wanted your little gold coins? If Prince Adolf didn't tell me just then, I wouldn't ask you for auction pieces. I'll have it prepared myself." Countess Carrie didn't seem to understand Abel's intention. She knew Abel didn't really care about gold coins normally, but why did he ask this question? Even though Abel knew Countess Carrie had mistaken his words, he did not bother to explain. By this point, he basically knew what the intentions behind the auction were. It was for both cities to show off their power in order to increase their attractiveness. "Now I can take all the benefits," Abel thought to himself as he took out 2 lotions, 2 conditioners, 2 elven perfumes, and 2 colognes, and placed them on the table. "All here 2 bottles of everything," said Abel, point at the 8 bottles of potion on the table. "What are those 2 potions?" Countess Carrie quickly asked as she saw something new. "That is my personally developed male-specific cologne," Abel explained with a smile. Derek then carefully put away the 8 bottles of potions and said to Countess Carrie and Abel with a bow, "Young master, Lord Bennet, I'll take these potions to the auction." As soon as Derek walked off, the 4 female elves who were chatting with Countess Carrie arrived by their side. One of them with blue color hair and a pair of delicate, wide eyes asked, "Countess Carrie, is this Master Bennet?" "That's right, I'm Bennet. Hello, who are you?" Abel replied with a gentle bow. The blue-haired female elf suddenly called in excitement and said, "Ah, you really are Master Bennet. Can I buy some of your lotions and conditioners?" If Countess Carrie didn't get in the way, maybe she would have already jumped onto Abel's body. "Countess Muriel, please mind your behavior." But the moment when Countess Carrie had finished her sentence, the other 3 female elves had also begun to ask Abel for lotions and conditioners. The scene was a mess. "Countess Muriel, Countess Molly, Countess Ginny, and Countess Marion, you are all nobles. Please have the dignity of a noble," Countess Carrie repeated again. "Countess Carrie, of course, this doesn't concern you. I saw that you still had many bottles in your room last time," Countess Muriel shamelessly argued back. "That's right, Countess Carrie, I asked, and you wouldn't even give us an extra bottle. Since Master Abel is here, I will definitely buy a few extra bottles from him." Countess Molly called as well. Countess Ginny and Countess Marion were also complaining that Countess Carrie didn't give them enough lotions and conditioner last time, and they are running out of it. It seemed like Countess Carrie was used to the attitude of these countess, so she just said with a calm tone, "Does that mean I don't have to share with you guys when I have good stuff next time?" This was the first time Abel saw Countess Carrie interacting with other female elves. This Countess Carrie was different from the one he knew. Somehow she fitted in well with these other 4 noble female elves. "Sorry, everyone. I had already given my latest batch of lotion and conditioner to the Alchemy Union for sale. I don't have any on me right now, but I will make some more when I have time. After that, you can come to the Grand Ducal Palace to get it." Abel guessed that these countess might not have a simple relationship with the Grand Ducal Palace, and it wouldn't take him much time to buy those potions anyway. "Did you say you have given your lotions and conditioner to the Alchemy Union for sale?" Countess Marion said from the side. That's right, Countess Marion, Abel said with a nod. How come I never heard about this? Said Countess Marion in slight confusion. Yeah, Countess Marion's family is the main resource supplier to the Alchemy Union. How come she doesn't know about this? Countess Molly added in suspicion. Of course, they used it on themselves. Countess Marion suddenly realized Master Bennett's work had been divided privately for personal use by the Alchemy Union. Countess Carrie did not join the exciting discussion among the female elves. Instead, she turned and introduced Bennett. Here are all the members in Lawland's squad. In a few days, they will set off and find beauty grass with you. Abel looked around at the 4 female elves. He could tell they were all druids, and none of them had combat kai. He asked, Countess Carrie, don't you have any professionals specialized in close body battles in your team? Upon hearing Abel's concerns, Countess Molly stepped up and waved her fist in front of Abel as she said, Master Bennett, what are you afraid of? We will protect you. Countess Molly's little fists made him worry even more. Although he had never joined a squad as a knight, he knew every team had to have a close body fighter who could turn into a shield, a patroller who could quickly step up and examine the field's condition, and a powerful attacker responsible for the main damage. Abel knew Countess Carrie was an extremely powerful intermediate druid, but he did not believe any of these 5 female elves would learn any druid's transformation technique and turn into a wolf for close body battles. Don't worry, Bennett, the Lawland squad is very powerful. As long as we don't encounter any elite soul beasts, nothing can stop us in the Double Moon Forest, said Countess Carrie in full confidence. Yes, Master Bennett. Nothing can stop us from getting those beauty grass, said Countess Molly in an affirmative and serious tone. Don't worry, Master Bennett, we won't let you die in front of us, said the female elves confidently. After hearing these words, Abel felt his face get hot. However, if he really went out with these ladies, he would not have faced to let them protect him. Abel said his fighting ability was so-so, but self-defense should be okay. At the same time, he could see that Lawland's squad had a strong belief in beauty potions. This meant that they also had a strong belief in his alchemy skill. Beauty potion is a special potion. Beauty grass was a special ingredient. The rest of the ingredients were just low rank. But because beauty grass was so hard to obtain, it was very hard to practice. Therefore, it was very hard for alchemists to succeed in making the potion in the first try. Suddenly, all the illumination circles in the hall shut off, leaving only one beam of light directly casting down on a table with a black-suited young elf. He looked extremely alive. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe most of you know who I am. If you don't, I'm sure you will after this. By this point, Derek was already by Abel's side again. He explained, Lord Bennett. This is Lord Jude. His family has 2 giant auction shops that are very well known among the nobles in Angstrom City and Begros City. Under a wave of casual laughter, Jude had lifted up the atmosphere in the hall. He then followed, It's my honor today to host Prince Adolf's little auction today. He then bowed to Prince Adolf and proceeded to say, Thank you to Prince Adolf and Lady Carrie for each providing 3 pieces for auction today. Now, feast your eyes on the pieces Prince Adolf had provided. Afterward, an elf guard placed a long sword on the table. It was a delicate magic sword, with a typical elven style. Lord Jude gently placed his hand on the sword and began to explain, This is a brand new work of blacksmith master Leon. The dimensions and weight of this delicate ice magic sword were designed specifically to suit the movement of elves. Also, it can unleash ice damage and slow down during an attack. With the dwarf's Master Leon's current ability, this new work of his must be the best of the beast within magic weapons. That's right, there aren't many works of Master Leon out there anyway, and this one is designed specifically for elves. That's such a rarity. Under the passionate discussion among the elves, Abel heard that this sword was made by a dwarf. And it was a blacksmith master just like himself. By this point, he also felt the urge to buy this magic sword to see if there was any difference between their forging level. Someone said, Oh, so it wasn't the work of Master Abel. If he had made something like this, then it really would be a treasure. A noble elf signed. Abel was a little puzzled. Although he knew his magic weapons were decent, it was definitely hard to compare it to the extremely experienced Master Leon. Why would this noble elf say something like this? Yeah, Master Abel's magic weapon is truly the dream of every warrior. Another noble elf added, the works from Master Abel are rarely sold to the public, and there's a rumor saying that the human wizards are coming after him. I'm afraid we might not see much work from him anymore. Another noble elf sighed. Abel got more and more puzzled as he listened. Finally, he couldn't help but turn to Derek. Derek, what's so special about this Master Abel's magic weapons? Only Grand Duke Edwina, Duke Albert, Lorraine, and her sister knew about Abel's human identity. Derek did not know, so he just answered what he knew, Lord Bennett. Since Master Abel was one of the very few non-dwarf blacksmith masters, no one really cared about his magic weapons at first. However, as time went on, his weapons shown scary effects, again and again. That's why his weapons are considered the most powerful magic weapon. Powerful effects? Don't all magic weapons have the same effect? Abel was still puzzled. Lord Bennett, somehow Master Abel's weapon can push the effects of the magic weapons to the limit, stably with every single strike. Normally magic weapons can only have a stable effect. With the first 1 or 2 strikes before wearing out, Derek explained patiently. Abel began to recall his forging process. Every one of his mana gems and some of his rune ink was combined through the Horadric cube. Maybe this stability was because the things combined through the Horadric cube were purer. The auction began. All the elves bidding were very generous with their gold coins. It seemed there was a high demand for this magic weapon designed specifically for elves, as the price shot up. Prince Adolf went too far this time, Derek said lightly in anger. It seemed like he suddenly thought of something. Upon hearing Derek's word, Abel quickly stopped bidding and asked, why? Lord Bennett, when I was sending our 3 auction pieces on the stage, I noticed we also have a sword by Master Leon. However, it was his early work. Derek was disgusted by the fact that Prince Adolf was targeting them directly, but he couldn't do anything about it. The piece was being auctioned already. As Derek was getting angry, Lady Carrie had already arrived in front of Abel with her hand out. Lady Carrie, what are you looking for? Abel confusingly looked at Lady Carrie. He was not too sure what she was doing. Bennett, give me a weapon quickly. You know what weapon I'm talking about, said Lady Carrie with her eyes fixed at Abel. By this point, Abel realized that she wanted one of his magic weapons to get her face back. She was a member of the Grand Ducal Palace, so she also represented the face of Angstrom City. What weapon wouldn't expose his identity, as there wasn't much work of Master Abel out in the public? After spending half a day sifting around his Kong Spirit portal bag, he found an ice magic sword he was going to send to an auction stand in Harvest City long ago. Since he had left Harvest City, this sword had always been left alone in here. Abel used his will to move this what he thought of as out-of-date ice magic sword from his Kong Spirit portal bag to his portal bag, and took it out for Lady Carrie. By that point, that work of Master Leon had reached 80,000 gold coins, and finally it was put away by a young Viscount. Lord Jude then clapped his hands twice, drawing the attention back to the auction stand. The next piece is sent by Lady Carrie. When the elf guard placed the sword on the long table, Lord Jude picked up the sword and gave it a little look. He looked a bit stunned, but as the host of the auction, his job was to introduce the piece. Lord Jude, the guard took the wrong sword. It's actually this one, said Lady Carrie stepping up to the auction stand. Lord Jude quickly exchanged the sword in his hand with the one Lady Carrie was holding. Prince Adolf's face immediately changed downstage. That moment when he was about to say something, he realized Lady Carrie was looking at him with a pair of cold eyes. She had a control card in her hand. It seemed like if Prince Adolf was going to make any move, she would ignite the control card and hold him down on the spot. The prince was not willing to bet if Lady Carrie would do that. As far as he knew, she was not someone to mess around with. Everyone, I will now introduce the piece Lady Carrie brought to the auction. Lord Jude held the long sword in his hand and proceeded to say, this is a knight sword made by humans. As Lord Jude's words landed, discussion began to arise among the audience. No one would expect Lady Carrie to bring a knight sword for auction. These swords were not suitable for normal elves, only the ones with extraordinary strength could swing it around. Prince Adolf knew things were not this simple. Lady Carrie was not stupid. A human knight sword could not even be compared to the early works of Master Leon. All Prince Adolf wanted was to make Lady Carrie lose. face in this little auction in front of the young elites of the two cities, as well as showing off the wealth of Begro City. On the other hand, Lord Jude had an extremely deep understanding of weapons and different equipment due to his family's history. His ability was definitely on par with those authenticators in big auction stands. Therefore, even though he was just handed this big sword, he was confident he could identify it very quickly. Looking at the patterns on the body of this sword, this is also an ice magic sword. There aren't many masters who can make an ice magic sword, and every one of them will have a signature marking. Normally, this marking will be etched onto the handle, Lord Jude explained as he held the handle up to his eye. This is strange, there isn't any marking on this sword. Whose master's work could it be? Lord Jude felt a little stupid as he kept looking. Afterward, he helplessly gazed at Lady Carrie for support. Since she is the one who gave him this sword, she definitely knows where it came from. You had already eliminated all the masters, can't you just guess the result already? The cold voice of Lady Carrie emerged. After hearing there might be a chance this was the work of Master Abel, the buzz suddenly intensified in the hall. Master Abel also had the nickname of the most potential Grand Master Blacksmith, and this was testified by the dwarf's master. Since there wasn't much work of Master Abel out there, everyone was sold with an astronomical price. Those lucky ones who got the chance to buy one of his works would definitely hide them away immediately anyway, so that made Master Abel's work even rarer. Looking at the sword handle, this beautiful embroidery gracefully covers the socket of the gem without a single effort. The body of the sword is also gorgeous, I can feel waves of chill without even igniting the magic effect. As Lord Jude was admiring this sword as he explained, the elves downstage was getting a bit irritated. There were countless rumors in regards to Master Abel's work. No one had time to hear him list out all of them. Let the auction begin. Stop wasting time, Lord Jude. Can you wait a bit? I'm calling my servant to bring in the gold coins. Sudden uproar arose in the hall, and Lord Jude realized he could no longer keep enjoying himself. He put down his magic sword in disappointment. If he wasn't the auctioneer, he would definitely bid this sword until he could take it home. Master Abel's ice magic sword. The floor price is 50,000 gold coins. Lord Jude knew the early price of Master Abel's weapon in the human world, so he chose it as the floor price. 80,000 gold coins. The first bid had already exceeded the price of Prince Adolf's Master Leon's magic sword. By this point, even though there was still a smile on Prince Adolf's face, his eyes had grown cold. 90,000. 100,000. As the price shot straight up, Abel realized his magic sword had already reached 150,000 gold coins. This had totally exceeded the actual price of the sword. This price was enough to buy an entire set of equipment from him. Abel did not think his magic weapons would become a type of hunger marketing. Although it wasn't his intention, even since the human wizards started going after him, the value of his magic weapons shot up like nothing else. Normally, there were a few factors when it came to defining the value of a magic weapon. One was the effective use. After countless battles, the user realized Abel's magic weapon was much better than the other ones. The second was the quantity. There was wasting many magic weapons by Abel in the first place anyway, especially after he entered the magic tower, and now that he left the human world. Every one of Abel's pieces was extremely rare. The third was the name. As the most potential Grand Master Blacksmith in the entire Holy Continent, the youngest blacksmith, as well as a wizard, his name was well known within every household. Especially after whipping out an entire duchy's magic tower to revenge his family, he had also become the legendary master. All of these had made humans, elves, and even dwarves go crazy for his weapons, and the price today just reflected that. In the end, this ice magic sword was obtained by a rarely seen buff-build elf. He took the sword from Lord Jude and excitedly waved it a few times. He then tested out the ice magic by lightly tapping the sword on a table. All of a sudden, a wave of chill filled the atmosphere. "This really is a fabulous sword," said that buff elf with a laugh as he put the sword away. Prince Adolf had lost the first round of the auction. Although most of the elves there were youngsters and didn't know the hidden tension between the two cities, the ones who were slightly in the known had already deducted some points from Prince Adolf in their hearts. The third auction piece was provided by Prince Adolf. It is a longbow made by the elven bow-making master, Master Abel. Lord Jude called as he waved his hand towards a servant to place the bow on the table. The elves had a long history of using the bow. It was a favorite weapon among elves, and most of them were quite good at using it. Prince Adolf had really gone too far. Derek whispered in anger again. Is the fourth piece sent by the Grand Ducal Palace also a bow? Abel asked gently. Yes, Lord Bennet, it is also a bow made by Master Abel. However, the one he has is a short bow, said Derek helplessly. He was the one who sent the pieces for auction. But he never expected Prince Adolf to target their pieces by putting out one that was a level above. Of course, Abel knew that a longbow was superior to a short bow in bow distance and power. Therefore, to those bow-loving elves, of course, they would prefer a longbow. By that point, Lady Carrie looked upon Abel again, but Abel pretended like he didn't see her and looked towards another direction. Of course, Abel had bows that were far superior to the ones made by that so-called bow-making master. But the technique in his bow was way too futuristic. There's no way he would take it out for auction. So he could only send Lady Carrie this message by ignoring her. At this end, this bow made by bow-making Master Abel was sold for 30,000 gold coins. This bow wasn't a magic weapon, it was just a longbow made by some master. Therefore, all of this just showed how much elves loved bows. The next auction piece was a short bow also by Master Abel, so you can just imagine why those elves downstage would be less interested. Now, some of the smarter ones realized why Lady Carrie would change a weapon in the first round. There was no way anyone would put out fake bidding in this kind of auction. All the elves downstage were the young elites of both cities. Therefore, if either Prince Adolf or Lady Carrie had done something like this, they would lose even more face than losing this little auction. In the end, this short bow by Master Abel was sold for 1 gold coin. The elves deducted 1 point from Lady Carrie in their heart. Her face was already cold in the first place, so now it just got even colder. The fifth auction piece was from Prince Adolf. It is the golden potion made by the elven master alchemist, Master Melba. By this point, Lord Jude was regretting accepting this job as the auction host. After all, the event was more like a battle between two cities than an auction. Of course, he knew what the sixth auction piece would be. But they were all made for female elves. No way it could be compared to this golden potion. Golden potions were some high-level potions. It could increase the 0% level-up possibility in elite or below. This high-level potion was not only made during a flash of realization, but all the ingredients used were also top quality and extremely rare. It was a miracle that anyone could make a golden potion. This is the first time I see a legendary potion such as this golden potion as well. Looking at the golden electric arcs flashing seamlessly in the crystal glass, you can just imagine how precious this potion is. If you are a druid, this thing is even more precious to you. It can change your whole life around. Your chance of leveling up is right in front of your eyes. What are you waiting for? You only have one chance. Maybe it will be many years until you see another one of this golden potion. Lord Jude was very experienced in auctions, so his voice always came with excitement. Although Abel was a master alchemist, he didn't have much experience, so he just directly asked Derek by his side, Derek, is that golden potion really as good as Lord Jude described? Of course, they are one of the best potions for leveling up. Many druids will want to have one by their side when they are about to level up. But at the same time, many of them don't want to use it because it will come with a scary consequence no matter if he had successfully leveled up or not. That is the fact that they would not be able to level up again in 100 years, Derek explained. By this point, Abel realized the mechanics of these golden potions. It could unleash the hidden ability of one's body, maximizing the possibility of leveling up. However, at the same time, it will take another 100 years to recover this hidden ability, and they could not level up during that time. Although this amount of time was not much to elves, to human wizards, that was a large chunk of their lives. Afterward, Derek said in disappointment, "It seems like Prince Adolf is going to win again. All your pieces are blue potions. Although it is a set, at the end of the day, golden potions are far more precious." Abel looked back at Lady Carrie's direction. He thought she would force him to take out some even better potions, but her gaze actually remained fixed on the auction stage like she was not bothered at all. There was not a single bit of hopelessness in her gaze. In fact, she looked full of confidence. By this point, the bidding had already started rolling in the hall. It started at 100,000 gold coins, and it only began to slow down until it hit 200,000 gold coins. Although this thing could increase the level up possibly dramatically, many elves still held back due to the side effects of the potion. Most importantly, there weren't many druids in the hall. Most of them were young elves in their prime. They didn't need to stress about if they could level up or not. Now, as the potion had hit 200,000 gold coins, only 2 elves was still bidding. Congratulations! This golden potion was sold for 230,000 gold coins, yelled Lord Jude as the golden potion was sent out. Prince Adolf was not really satisfied with this price. If he had taken this golden potion to any big auctions, it could easily go beyond 400,000 gold coins. Even 500,000 gold coins wouldn't be surprising. Although Prince Adolf was not short in gold coins, it was just a little depressing, considering that he had bought this golden potion from another auction for 450,000 gold coins. But, as long as he could make Angstrom City lose face, anything is worth it. Originally, he was planning to keep this golden potion for himself, but when he saw the full set of beauty supplies by Master Bennett, he decided that this golden potion was still the only thing on him that could win. Afterward, Lord Jude weirdly introduced the last auction piece. The last auction piece was a set of beauty supplies. It was newly made by Angstrom City's master alchemist, Master Bennett. This set included 8 bottles of blue potions, 2 bottles of lotions, 2 bottles of conditioner, 2 bottles of elven perfume, and 2 bottles of cologne. According to the information provided, this cologne was a perfume specifically designed by Master Bennett for males to use. Lord Jude heard that Master Bennett had become famous due to how effective these potions were, but no matter what, he could not imagine these things trumping the golden potion. At the end of the day, no matter how good the effect of these beauty supplies was, there was no way their value could be higher than a bottle of golden potion, even if you added all of them up. They were only some intermediate potions after all, and they were the ones made in a flash of realization. After a while, Lord Jude gave out a price according to his train of thoughts. The floor price is 10,000 gold coins. From his experience, maybe even this price was a little bit too high. However, as soon as the words of Lord Jude landed, a female elf already called desperately 50,000 gold coins. Her call was filled with strong and impactful energy. It seemed like she had to take these potions home today, so she had to scare her opponents off by raising the price 5 times from the start. The moment when Lord Jude wanted to start counting down, something surprising had occurred. 60,000 gold coins. Another noble female elf called. 70,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins. 220,000 gold coins. 230,000 gold coins. By this point, all the male elves in the hall were so shocked they could not even speak. All the female noble elves had heard of the effect Master Bennett's potion could generate, and their insane shopping habits had turned this bidding into a war zone. Especially after they saw the potion's effect on Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert. All the noble female elves had now developed an immense thirst for Master Bennett's potion. To those female elves, everything was secondary. If they lost gold coins, they could make it back in the future, but they would not let this chance of beauty slide. The conditioners and lotions Abel had given to the Alchemy Union for sale had been divided by the Alchemy Union internally. If Abel's work was not mass-produced, maybe they would keep dividing all of them internally as well in the future. Even those rational and knowledgeable female elves in the Alchemy Union had gone crazy for these potions, let alone normal female nobles. Although the bidding had slowed down, the battle remained. Now, even the last bit of smile on Prince Adolf's face had vanished. All he wanted was to teach Angstrom City a little lesson from this auction, but it backfired on him. Prince Adolf gazed over at Lady Carrie, and then he gazed at Abel, who was sitting not far from Lady Carrie. Afterward, he stood up and walked over to Lady Carrie. "Sister Carrie, don't you think this price is a little unrealistic? Did Angstrom City bribe some elves to bid for you?" Prince Adolf didn't want to accept his loss, but he also really did think that it was absurd that a set of blue potions could reach such a high price. "Prince Adolf, can't you see that most of the bidders are from Begros City? Do you really think I have the power to tell them what to do?" said Lady Carrie, pointing at the few shouting female noble elves in the hall. Prince Adolf gazed over at the status of the auction. Lady Carrie was not lying. Most of the female noble elves who were still bidding really were from Begros City. All of a sudden, he didn't know what to say. No matter if it was Prince Adolf, auction host Lord Jude, the Grand Ducal Palace's steward Derek, or even Abel himself. They were all male. They just could not understand the thirst those females had for beauty, even after seeing how much Grand Duke Edwina and Master Mara's appearance had changed. This insane and hard for male to comprehend auction had ended. In the end, the set of potions was sold for the heavy price of 270,000 gold coins. Now, every noble elf on the spot had truly experienced just how popular Master Bennett's work was. This banquet organized by Prince Adolf had brought so much face for Angstrom City. Not many of the elves on the spot actually knew Master Bennett was among them. So Abel was worried that if his identity was exposed or, if he stood up and took any credit, countless crazy female elves would swarm him. Since Prince Adolf had lost so much face, so he also couldn't bother to introduce Abel. That would just give Lady Carrie's side even more power anyway. After all, there was only a Lord Bennett who had attended this banquet. Master Bennett was nowhere to be seen. After the banquet had ended, Prince Adolf made an offer to Abel privately as he was sending out the guests. "Master Bennett, are you willing to accept Begros City's invitation to become our Grand Ducal Palace's alchemist? Begros City will provide you with the best laboratory. We will also try our best to help you find the ingredients you want or any requests you have. Status gold coins, ladies. As long as you are willing to come to Begros City, we can negotiate anything." However, Abel had just immediately declined his offer without even considering the prestigious Prince Adolf. "I'm only a normal alchemist. I've already accepted the invitation from the Grand Ducal Palace in Angstrom City, so I'm very sorry I cannot accept your invitation." "Master Bennett, you know, you already got dragged into the conflict between Begros City and Angstrom City. The consequence is much bigger than you think. So please consider carefully." Although there was still a smile on Prince Adolf's face, the threats in his tone were clear. Abel began to question if he was acting too humble lately. An elf prince was blackmailing him in front of him. He remembered the last person who blackmailed him was a prince from the Duchy of Carmel, and he had also been blackmailed by a wolf prince. Maybe now he could let them know the consequence of blackmailing him. He was no longer the kid back in Duchy of Carmel. He no longer had the baggage of his family. He no longer needed to hold back. As Abel was thinking, a string of murderous scent sifted out from his body. Every experienced fighter would have a violent scent on their body, and after time, this violent scent would become a murderous scent. Every time you kill a being, your violent scent would increase. The more violent scent you had, the thicker your murderous scent would become. There were many ways fighters could turn their violent scent into a murderous scent. Most of them tried to harmonize their violent scent with their body through training. Afterward, it would turn into a murderous scent, which was what made up most of their imposed pressure. Since Abel had become a commander, his body already possessed a large amount of imposed pressure naturally. Since he had used the meditation jade to harmonize his violent scent, they were normally hidden. However, this moment, he wanted to strike back, so his murderous scent just leaked out automatically. Even Abel himself could not tell how powerful his murderous scent was. He had killed so many hell creatures, he could no longer even comprehend the number. Maybe he had killed even more beings in a few days than an experienced fighter's entire life. Although only a string of murderous scent had been sifted out, the scent was so dense that it had sent chills throughout his entire body of Prince Adolf. He quickly stepped back. All his instinct wanted was to get away from this bastard. The thought to himself, was this master alchemist also a part-time killer? At least tens of thousands of beings must have died in the hands of this guy in order for him to accumulate such heavy murderous scent. Since Prince Adolf had learned a mysterious power of the will technique, his power of the will was a lot more sensitive than other elves. By this point, he truly sensed a scary threat that he could not comprehend. With a pad on his body, a strange protective cover arose, blocking out Abel's murderous scent. The prestigious Prince Adolf Do you want to get a taste of and master alchemist's anger? If you want to continue threatening me, I'm not sure if you or Begrow City can handle the consequence," said Abel with a grim smile. When he approached Lady Carrie, he turned and left. "Bastard, I will definitely make him pay." The gracefulness had completely vanished from Prince Adolf's tone now, as he gasped angrily. Prince Adolf did not expect a little threat would cause Master Bennet to flip the table on him. That did not have a single bit of shrewdness which a noble should have, but who could have guessed that Abel was actually a lone wolf in the elf world? He did not have any single baggage, and his relentless killing in the dark world juxtaposed too much with the peaceful life in Angstrom City. What Prince Adolf had said was like a little spark, igniting all the pressure in Abel's heart like an exploding volcano. To Prince Adolf, what he just said was just a little persuasion. Didn't actually want to mess with a master alchemist of Angstrom City, but now that Abel had threatened him back directly, Prince Adolf was so angry that he just wanted to whip out this Master Bennet, who cared if he was a master alchemist. "Prince Adolf, who do you want to pay?" The cold voice of Lady Carrie emerged from the side. "Sister Carrie, just a little mistake. Don't worry." A smile had emerged from Prince Adolf's face once again as he turned and bowed to Lady Carrie. "Prince Adolf, if you can take off this protection guard from your body, maybe your words can sound more genuine." Lady Carrie spoke again with the same cold voice. Prince Adolf had totally forgotten that he still had this glowing white protection guard on his body. He noticed some guests who had not left were staring at him. Some even had a slight laughter on their faces. That night, Prince Adolf did not sleep. Instead, he sat in the middle of his huge living room in front of an elf wrapped in a black cloak. "Have you found any information on Master Bennet?" Prince Adolf asked in a grim voice. The ones who understood Prince Adolf knew that this was actually his true self. "Your Majesty, I had gathered all the information of Master Bennet from my investigation department in Angstrom City, according to your demand," the black-cloaked elf said with a bow. "That was quick. What did you find?" Prince Adolf said with a nod, showing that he was satisfied by their speed of investigation. Bennet first appeared the same time Lady Lorraine had come back. Throughout speculation, he could be the one responsible for guarding her, and from this, he gained trust from the Grand Ducal Palace. Even his mansion was arranged by the Grand Ducal Palace. He has a very good relationship with Master Mara, and it was she who invited him to attend the Master Alchemist examination, said the black-cloaked elf as he continued his bow. "I know that Lorraine came back, but I wasn't expecting Bennet to be the one to bring her back. No wonder why Grand Duke Edwina likes him so much. Lady Carrie seemed to care about her a lot as well. If something happened to him, their Grand Ducal Palace would definitely lose a lot of face," Prince Adolf whispered. The black-cloaked elf then continued to report. "Your Majesty, our investigative department had actually tried to get rid of Bennet through a dark elf before he became a master alchemist. However, Master Alfred was there at the time, so Bennet escaped. The elf's investigation department had their own rights to command, and partnering up with dark elves was something they do commonly. It's good that you failed. Just keep an eye on him. Send out as many elites as you can when you have the chance. I need to catch him alive. His potions seem interesting. I don't care what method you use. I just need you to get the formula of those potions." "From him," said Prince Adolf in a vicious tone. First, he was mocked by Lady Carrie in his own banquet. Then he was laughed at for not taking off his protection guard. He had never lost so much face in his life. Abel couldn't care less what Prince Adolf had to do as long as he was in Angstrom City. Even if he left this place with the Lawland squad, he would be accompanied by 5 druids, so he couldn't really care less about any other elves attacking him. It was another night in the dark world. He roamed around the dark forest, ruthlessly killing carvers. He also spent 2 days making large amounts of potions and only returned to his mansion in Lamb Road early the next morning. Steward Brewer stood in Abel's floor outside of the defense circle every morning as always. As soon as he saw his owner coming out, he quickly stepped up. "Master, Mr. Bernie from the dwarf's Goff family wants to see you." "Bernie, where is he now?" Abel didn't have many friends, so he guessed he could count Bernie as one. "Mr. Bernie is waiting for you in the guest lounge," Brewer said with a bow. Abel quickly walked towards the guest lounge in big strides, and Brewer quickly followed with small steps. When Brewer entered the guest lounge, he saw that so-called prestige dwarf, Mr. Bernie, laughing with his owner with arms around each other. "Bernie, how come you are so fast?" I thought you would need at least a week or so to prepare. It's quite far from the dwarves. Abel looked at Bernie curiously and asked with a laugh. Of course, I used a teleportation circle. There's no way I can handle such a long wait. You know my days are not too good. The longer I wait, the more those old bastards will bother me, said Bernie as he waved his hand. Bernie's old friend Wizard Atkin was standing behind. He then stepped up and greeted with a smile the prestigious Master Bennett. This is the portal item young Master Bernie brought. Do you want me to take it out? There were two types of portal items out there. The first type was the special one that you could access by using the power of the will. These things were often very precious, often only used by the most important member in a large family, which was the one Bernie had on him. The other type was the one used exclusively by professionals specialized in magic. They could only be accessed by unleashing the power of the will and magic at the same time. The dwarves were exactly the best at making this type of portal item. Since Wizard Atkin had asked this question, it probably meant that this portal item could only be opened with the power of the will in combination with magic. Wizard Atkin, just directly give the portal item to Master Bennett, said Bernie by his side. Yes, young Master Bernie. Bernie did not tell Wizard Atkin about Abel's true identity, and Wizard Atkin had only asked this question because this portal item was extremely precious. He did not expect young Master Bernie to tell him to just hand it to Master Bennett. It seemed like young Master Bernie had a very close relationship with this Master Bennett. Wizard Atkin thought to himself as he handed the portal item to Abel. Wizard Atkin, you can go first. I need to discuss something with Master Bennett, Bernie said. Brewer, you can go outside first as well. Abel also requested. When only Abel and Bernie were left in the guest lounge, Abel used his power of the will to examine this hand-made portal item. It was a portal bracelet with around 20 square meters of space. Inside was filled with wine barrels. Bernie, do you want to kill me with work? Abel couldn't help but said with a laugh. Abel, if I don't prepare more, I will bother you again in the future anyway. I'm not asking you to make all of it at once, just work at your own pace, and I'll just take as much as you make. Bernie said with a carefree laugh. Since there was not anyone else in the room, they could just talk directly without caring what others think. No problem, I can do that. How about the thing I asked you, did you get it? Abel asked directly as well. Abel, I couldn't find many meteorites. I'll give you this much for now. I will give you more when I found more in the future. Bernie said as he took out a head-sized meteorite and placed it on the table. Abel gave this meteorite a little tap. This thing had already been melted down a little bit by a blacksmith, but its elements were still perfectly usable. Also, since it was melted down, this thing actually had as much element of a fresh meteorite twice its size. Seeing the satisfied look on Abel's face, Bernie pointed at the portal bracelet and said with a smile, Here, I'll give this portal bracelet for you as a gift as well. Actually, Abel was not really surprised by this head-size meteorite. He knew the dwarfs must have a lot of meteorites stored up somewhere, and it was not hard to find one this size. What surprised him was this portal bracelet. He was not expecting Bernie to be this generous at all. All the portal bags from the Wizard Union were only 1 square meters, and this thing had 25 square meters. Although Abel had the Kong Spirit portal bag, which had a seemingly unending amount of space, that thing was military graded, and he would not dare to take it out. Both his Horadric cube and personal storage box was not that big as well, but most of all, they were dark objects, so they could not be seen. Normally, he would only use his normal portal bag. As soon as he needed to take out more things, he would need to consider if that would attract too much attention. Until now, Abel only had 3 portal bags. The one he got from the Wizard Union, the one given by Lady Carrie, and his monster portal bag. Since now he had this portal bracelet, all of a sudden, he had gained so much extra space that he could use publicly. Thank you so much for your gift, Bernie. I'll take it, said Abel as he happily put it on his right hand. Next time, if he needed to take something from the Horadric cube from his right arm, he would have an excuse. Seeing that Abel was happy, Bernie knew he had given the right gift. He just asked frankly once again, Abel, as long as you can help me make that rum as soon as possible. No worries, just go see Steward Brewer directly next time. I will give all the completed rum to him, and he will give it to you. Abel knew his schedule was a little bit all over the place, so he just decided to give it to Brewer instead. Although this was an exchange, the atmosphere was just like two friends talking. Both of them were not stingy bastards. Since they had been through life and death together, the conversation quickly progressed into the current life of Bernie. Now, it was quite certain that Bernie would inherit the Goff family's fortune. As long as Bernie didn't die, this place would go to him anyway. But now that he had made a good connection with the elder elites among the dwarfs through this master wine, his status had further increased dramatically. Since Grey Dwarfs had appeared in the attack on Bernie and his little brother Dirk had the blood of Grey Dwarf, Dirk was the most suspicious person. He was now sent to the Ancestor Mountain for reflection. The Ancestor Mountain was the dwarfs' holy mountain. Other than the elders taking care of the mountain, all the other dwarfs who were sent there to reflect on the mistakes they made. The dwarfs believed that as long as you reflect on the holy mountain, you would be cleansed. The dwarfs had stubbornly believed in this holy mountain. Cleansing for a long time. 1 year of reflection basically meant 10 years, and 10 years was basically pushed to 100 years. There was seemingly no standard for this cleansing, and most of the people who were sent there would basically never return. Abel, just remember, if you are getting sick of the elves, just come to the dwarfs. We promise we will treat you even better, said Bernie honestly before he left. No worries, Bernie. If I need someone to take care of me, I will definitely find you, said Abel with a big laugh as he sent Bernie out of the guest lounge. Afterward, Abel immediately went back to his private room and ignited the defense and barrier circle. He took everything out of his Horadric cube, took out the barriers of rum from the portal bracelet, and began combining. After an hour, Abel exited his room once again. He had filled all the barrels up with rum. He then told Steward Brewer that if Bernie came again to give him a portion at a time. Abel tidied up his elven perfume and cologne. He was ready to get them sent to the Grand Ducal Palace, since he had agreed to Grand Duke Edwina. Just like that, he had set off to the Grand Ducal Palace with his half-elven coachman Archie's carriage. Abel thought about the banquet last night on the way. He started to doubt if he had gone too far by threatening a Prince Adolf. Although the meditation jade had cleared up most of his violent scent, too much murderous scent still made him an easily irritated person. Since now he had claimed down, he could clearly see a problem. In order to solve this problem, he could only start with the power of the will training. Abel's power of the will had grown a lot by the amount of soul potion he was taking. He would be fine if he just tried to develop it through meditation like normal wizards, but since it had grown so rapidly, it would take some time for him to fully control the power. Therefore, this instability takes a toll on his ability to control his murderous scent. Commanders had a powerful vigor, but it would become a wild horse if you couldn't control it, and this was exactly what happened to Abel last night. Suddenly, Abel felt his carriage slowly down. There was still some distance from the Grand Ducal Palace, so Abel asked in confusion, "Archie's, why did you slow down?" "Master, there is a crash up front, and all the merchandise from that carriage is scattered on the ground. The road is blocked." Coachman's Archie's voice emerged from outside. "Don't stop, Archie's, just find another way." Abel couldn't help but shook his head. However, at the same time, his heart was alerted. He wanted to take this road, but somehow it was blocked. He shouldn't stay too long. "Yes, master." Archie's took a left turn to an alley. It was called an alley, but it was actually more like a road. As soon as the silvery white carriage swiftly rolled on to the stone-made road, Abel felt something wrong. There was no sound. It was almost like they had been separated from the world. "Archie's, stop," Abel called. Upon hearing Abel's call, Archie's also realized something wrong. "Master, please open the carriage defense circle. This place is dangerous," Archie said softly. Suddenly, a heart-chilling voice emerged from all directions. "Master Bennett, my master invites you to be his guest. Please come out of your carriage and go with us." Abel knew this was a magic circle. Although he wasn't sure what kind of magic circle it was, at least it had the same feature as a barrier circle. It's just that this isolated area was much bigger than his little barrier circle. "Master, let me open up a road for you." Archie's eye sparkled as a white glow of combat kai shot up from his body. Abel already sensed this half-elven coachman was no ordinary coachman. Maybe he was a bodyguard arranged by Grand Duke Edwina and seemed like he was a commander as well. Archie's had always regretted that he was not fast enough last time in the last attack, and Abel got injured. Since his half-elven body was already much stronger than normal elves, He was now charging up like a balloon under his combat kai. He tried his best to resist this skin-ripping pain and tapped the side of his carriage. Suddenly, a long elven sword appeared. "Archies, don't!" Abel opened the carriage door and shouted, but it was too late. Archies had unleashed all his combat kai at once for the attack. Not a single bit was reserved for defense. This was an extreme move. Normally it would only be used in a life and death situation. Archies ruthlessly rushed forward. Gigantic sword pressure swung in mid-air. Under the sound of the sliced-up wind, the sword struck upon something in mid-air. It was a transparent shield of light. However, the weird thing was that not a single sound was made when the sword struck upon it. Shield of light only lightly vibrated, and all the gigantic force of the attack was completely scattered. "Master, this is an intermediate circle." Although Archies knew it was not really in his power to do much to this intermediate circle, he still wouldn't give up as he continued to unleash his combat kai and strike like a madman. Suddenly, a giant rock filled with flames was flying straight towards Archies. A sense of hopelessness flashed upon his eyes. This was an elemental druid spell. "Master, protect yourself." By this point, the combat kai on Archies' body was shining like a beam of sunlight. It ran towards the flaming rock with all his might like a moth flying towards a fire. In the flash of an eye, the flaming rock exploding, and Archies was blown into pieces. Archies? Abel never expected Archies to just die in glory like this. Although he hadn't interacted with Archies for long, he always liked this straightforward, light-hearted half-blood elf. He still remembered how proud Archies was when he told Abel that he was a half-blooded elf. Abel silently put the city defense circle control board in his hand back in his portal bag. If he wasn't trying to get this control board to work, he would have the chance to save Archies. This place was fully surrounded by intermediate circles, so it was impossible for his control board to connect to the main defense circle in Angstrom City. Suddenly an elf wrapped in a black cloak appeared in front of the carriage, and then another one and another one. In the end, 8 black cloak elves was surrounding the carriage. "Master Bennett, your coachman is too impulsive." "We are very sorry," one of the black-cloaked elves said with a bow. Since there wasn't any magic circle in their way, Abel could clearly feel that this black-cloaked elf in front of him was a beginner druid, while the other 7 were commander elves. Such a lavish team. By this point, Abel knew who was the one who wanted to capture him. Who else could it be other than Prince Adolf? "You shouldn't have killed Archies," Abel whispered. His voice was so soft, it was almost like he was mumbling to himself. "Master Bennett, what did you say?" The black-cloaked elf frowned. Abel didn't seem helpless, like a normal person being surrounded at all. "You shouldn't have killed Archies." Abel raised his voice. "Master Bennett, he's only a coachman, so what?" A smirk emerged from his face. A mere coachman had irritated this master in front of him. "You shouldn't have killed Archies." Abel was almost shouting at this point. His voice echoed within the intermediate circle. "Master Bennett, I don't have a lot of patience. Please come with us." The black cloak elf took out a black chain. The chain was filled with tightly drawn little patterns. This was a locked-up chain. All combat kai and mana would be suppressed once it was put on. It was a tool for capturing criminals in a large city. "You shouldn't have killed Archies," Abel roared. However, there was also the rumble of a dragon lurking within his voice. He did not do that intentionally. It was his power of the will losing control. Originally, Abel was planning to build up his vigor to hold down this black-cloaked druid and knock him out in one strike when he had the chance. However, as he kept repeating himself, his vigor had triggered something even more powerful, the rumble of a dragon. Dragons were the most elite creature in the entire holy continent. Although they would rarely come out of their dragon cave, legend has it that every single being was once terrified by them. This rumble was a sound a dragon could make. Although Abel's rumble of a dragon's power was not even 1% of the real one, this black-cloaked elf in front of him was not really an extraordinary elite. He was just a beginner druid, let alone the 7 other elven warriors. Upon hearing this rumble of a dragon, this black-cloaked druid was so distracted that it was almost like he had no idea what he was doing here all of a sudden. However, this had only lasted for around half a second, since Abel had not fully grasped this ability to evoke this rumble of a dragon. This time it only leaked out of his unstable power of the will unintentionally. That black-cloaked druid would definitely not stand this close to Abel if he knew Abel was a commander. He had countless lifesavers, but during that split second, he was distracted, and a human knight's sword plunged straight through his throat, as well as wrapping his body with a layer of frost. Life force slowly faded away from the black-cloaked druid. When he was clear-headed once again after the slip second that he was distracted, he realized he could no longer control his body. He could only leave a look of regret on his face. However, the moment he died, he saw something he could not make sense of at all. 5 spirit wolves, 5 ravens, a poison creeper, an oak sage, and 4 deformed-looking knights appeared beside Abel. What monster have we offended? That's the last thought the black-cloaked druid had before his life had ended. Don't go too hard on them. I want them alive. After Abel had commanded, he ignored the battle as he snatched the portal bag from the black-cloaked druid and scanned his body with his power of the will to see if he had missed anything. How powerful were commanders! In the human world, every one of them could be the ruler of a city. Although they were not as powerful as a druid, they had a great mastery in combat kai, which made them the core of any battle. But after those other elven warriors became clear-headed once again, they were met with something terrifying. They realized their enemy was almost immune to their combat kai attacks, and every single strike from their enemy would take out a large chunk of their health. Form those spirit wolves, raven, poison creeper, and even that oak sage by the side. They understood that this Master Bennett was an official druid, but they had no idea what were those 4 knights wrapped in black armor. Even from their rich experience in battles, all they knew was those black armor knights were fully equipped with magic equipment. One elven warrior had been struck by the sword of a spirit guardian knight. His combat kai armor immediately vanished, which gave a spirit wolf the opportunity to step on both his shoulders and legs. Now that elven warrior had lost all his fighting ability. One man down. Those spirit guardian knights and spirit wolves were too fast. Those elven warriors were hopeless. The battle had ended under half a minute. By that point, Abel was still counting the things in that black-cloaked druid's portal bag. Other than a magic circle control board, there were 10 defense rune signs, 10 attack rune signs, 5 magic scroll of volcano explosions, and 1 magic scroll of volcano. Abel felt some chill running down his spine. If he hadn't taken care of this black-cloaked druid first, there was no way he could counteract any of these magic scrolls. Especially that magic scroll of volcano. This military-grade spell could change the terrains of a small area and summon a volcano to ruthlessly attack the surrounding. Abel really needed to rethink a druid's ability. A mere beginner druid was carrying so many scrolls with him. Next time, he definitely needs to be a lot more careful when fighting a druid. Abel then reached his power of the will inside that magic circle board. From this, he realized this intermediate circle was actually called a protection circle of Dark Valley. It could function like a defense and barrier circle at the same time. Abel put these spoils of war in his portal bag and looked towards the battlefield. He was very happy how things had turned out. All 7 of the elven warriors were disabled, and there was not a single damage to his summons. I need to talk to them privately one by one, just keep an eye in them, said Abel to his summons. He took out the Akara tent from his monster portal bag and opened it on a side. He then held up one of the 7 elven warriors and walked inside. Disbelief emerged from the gaze of the elven warrior. He'd only heard of a portal tent in legends, but now it appeared right in the hand of this master alchemist. No need to ask, I won't tell you anything, said the elven warrior in a certain tone. I'm not planning to ask you anything. A cold smirk emerged from Abel's face. His hand pressed onto the face of that elven warrior. In a light squeeze, all the teeth of that elven warrior fell out. Abel examined the teeth. Just as he expected, there was one that was altered. He no longer needed an explanation. These guys were the reporters from the infamous investigation department. Their filthy name was well known across the human and elf world. The longer Abel looked at these poison-filled teeth, the more he was certain these elves were sent by the investigation department. He coldly stared at the elven warrior and pressed on his forehead once again. Outside of the Ankara tent, the flame of a soul suddenly flashed in that dark eye socket within the black helmet of those spirit guardian knights. The ice magic sword in their hand shot out straight towards the mouth of those elven warriors in perfect form and picked out their poisoned teeth. By this point, those elven warriors knew something was wrong. Their opponent in this mission was way too scary. He had almost killed an official druid in a second and made them all disabled, especially those knights in black armor. They seemed more like a deformed summon than a knight. According to legend, only extremely lucky druids could have a deformed summon. The 6 elven warriors held back the pain in their mouth and exchanged gaze. There was nothing they could do by this point. They didn't even have the ability to kill themselves. The poison creeper had just injected the right amount of poison to suppress their combat kai, but not killing them. This was a common way druids had treat their slaves. In the Ankara tent, Abel did not suck up the combat kai of this elven warrior immediately. This was a man on his last breath, who knew what he would do if he realized Abel was going to suck up his combat kai. Therefore, Abel first injected his power of the will into the brain of that elven warrior, and cut the nerves connecting his brain and his body straight off with his power of the will like a knife. From the outside, there wasn't much different, but one could sense through the power of the will that all the nerves connecting the brain and body had been cut. This elven warrior had lost complete control of his body. Afterward, Abel began to suck up his combat kai. If you think those gray dwarf commanders had a lot of combat kai, this elven warrior was on par. It was their gift. Normally, human warriors only had around 100 years to live, but those gray dwarfs and elves could live much longer, so the combat kai they could accumulate was much larger as well. Of course, humans excelled in their ability to breed. A few generations of commanders could be cultivated. During that 100 years, as long as a small part of them were gifted, that was still a large amount of commander, considering how many humans there were. To other knights, building those combat kai pathways was a thing of hassle, but Abel was different. His golden combat kai could mutualize external combat kai and turn it into his own. Therefore, all the combat that elven warriors had accumulated throughout decades of hardship had been taken in by Abel just like that. The elven warrior's gaze turned from shocked to horrified, from horrified to terrified. He tried to resist, but in the end, hopelessness just emerged from his gaze. His eyes had turned gray by this point. He was not afraid of dying, but watching his combat kai slowly taken in by his enemy helplessly was the most painful way to die. The extraordinarily strong body of that elven warrior began to crumble as his life force was slowly getting sucked away alongside his combat kai. All that elven warrior wanted at that moment was to die faster, but Abel wouldn't let him. That wouldn't be the most effective way to gain all the benefits from his body. Abel did not feel guilt from taking his enemy's power. To him, was the best way to make sure he survived to kill more enemies in future battles. Outside of the Akara tent, the spirit guardian knight captain bent down and grabbed a hold on an elven warrior. Afterward, Ir and its spirit wolves quietly entered the tent. This quietness added another layer of horror to the scene. Although those elven warriors were well trained and had good tolerance to all kinds of torture, the situation at hand was too weird. There was not a single sound coming out of this tent. This was a small tent. It shouldn't have much space left with 2 elves inside. How come it could fit in another elf and a black armored knight? Other than the gentle flapping sounds of the ravens and the breathing of the elven warriors, the place was in complete silence. Those spirit wolves and the oak sage were spirits, so they didn't need to breathe. That poison creeper was a plant, so it didn't need to breathe as well. What could possibly be those 4 black armor knights? How come they didn't need to breathe? None of the elven warriors had heard of someone riding a spirit wolf. If that's even possible, druids would be the most powerful occupation in the entire holy continent, and spirit wolves would be the #1 mount. Fear of the unknown was the scariest thing. And the elven warriors didn't know anything. What scary power was this master alchemist hiding? As time slowly passed, those elven warriors were taken into the tent by the spirit guardian knight captain one by one. Within the tent, Abel's power was getting richer and richer. A patch of a tightly linked network of combat kai pathways had been formed in his body. Those elven warriors had too much combat kai, and all his combat kai networks were filled by the 4th elven warrior. He had become a rank 25 commander. His combat kai armor had now reached the limit of a commander. As for the 5th and 6th elven warrior, he used them to replenish his own combat kai. He used his self-made power of the will hammer striking technique to keep compressing his combat kai once it replenished. He had to keep repeating this process. If not, he would be full of combat kai already. After he was done with the 6th elven warrior, he could no longer take up any more combat kai. His body felt full like he had just eaten. Abel exited the Ankara tent and swiftly put it back inside his Kong spirit portal bag. The gaze of the last elven warrior was filled with a speechless horror. He could clearly sense that Master Bennett in front of him had reached the pinnacle of commanders. He was familiar with this scent because he had been trying to achieve this his entire life. Only a few warriors in Begro City had reached this level. "Monster, you are a monster," that elven warrior mumbled. "You should be thankful you can die in glory with your combat kai." As soon as Abel's words landed, a fire bolt pattern flashed in his hand. The fire bolt engulfed the horrified eyes of that elven warrior. There was no scream. He had turned into ash almost in an instant. While looking at the remains of the battle, Abel took out a magic staff and used the spirit transfer to carefully pick up the scattered pieces of the Archies and put it in a box. That's all Archies had left behind. Abel shoved the black-cloaked druid's body in his portal bag and used his magic circle control board to turn off the protection circle of Dark Valley. The scenery suddenly cleared up, and a magic board appeared on the ground not far from him. Around 36 smaller magic cards were placed in the surround. It seemed like this alley was locked down intentionally. How come no elves had passed this magic circle during all this time? It seemed like the Begro City Investigation Department had quite a bit of power in Angstrom City. Abel used spirit transfer to pick up all the magic cards along with the main control board and put it inside his portal bag. He went back to his coachman Les carriage. By this point, he no longer felt like going to the Grand Ducal Palace. Those handsome white horses were very well trained, so they would not move if they didn't hear any commands from their owner. Abel then commanded them to go back to his mansion. Even though there was no coachman, no elves would get in the way of this Grand Ducal Palace carriage. As he watched his silvery white carriage speeded away, Abel took out the grand teleportation circle of Angstrom City's control board from his portal bag. He then used his power of the will to select his mansion in Lamb Road on the little map and sent out a teleportation command. The main teleportation circle of Angstrom was located in a stone-built chamber underneath Angstrom City's Grand Ducal Palace. There were tens of intermediate gems and a few perfect gems on the teleportation circle, which illuminated the chamber. In the center of the circle, there was a green slab of wood filled with patterns. Suddenly, that wood began to flash in green, and sounds of machinery emerged from the wall behind. Applying for teleportation, detect the teleportation control board. The control board is distributed by the Grand Ducal Palace and have the authority to teleport. Scanning if the person being teleported is the owner of the control board. As Abel stood in the alley, he felt a wave of energy rushing towards him. It was almost like he had become one with the control board. That slab of wood continued to flash in green in the chamber of the Grand Ducal Palace. It was the soul of the magic circle. Scanning complete, teleportation conformed. Begin to gather energy. Teleportation begins. Under the command from the mechanical sound of the grand teleportation circle, Abel disappeared from the alley in a flash of white light. Afterward, he reappeared in front of the gate of his mansion in Lamb Road. Teleportation complete. The green glow of the slab of wood slowly faded, and 5 of those gems on the teleportation circle had been exhausted, and their glow had faded as well. Abel entered his mansion, expressionless. He didn't realize he had used up 5 intermediate gems. Nor did he realize that he had triggered the soul of the teleportation circle during this teleportation. Master, Steward Brewer appeared from a side and bowed. Although Brewer was very confused about why his master had come back so early, as a well-trained steward, he knew his master would tell him if it's necessary. Brewer, who's in Archie's family? Abel asked in a depressing tone. Although Brewer didn't know what had happened, he still quickly replied, Master, he has a younger brother and 2 young children. Help me arrange something. Archie's had died for me in a battle. From now on, I will give his family all the financial support they need. If his children have the potential to become a druid or warrior, help them find a good teacher using my name. If I leave here, just go find the Grand Ducal Palace's steward Derek and tell him what I just said. Although half-blood elves were protected in Angstrom City, it was still very hard if they wanted to become a druid or a warrior, especially when they lost the most important adult elf in their family. Yes, master. Brewer's voice sounded a little painful. He was shocked. All of a sudden, a friend he lived within the castle had died. "Take my identity card and tell Derek to come here, just say I want to see him," said Abel as he turned back to his master's building. He sat in the living room of his master's building. He took out his 100 bottles of elven perfume and cologne and placed it on his long table. He then took out the black cloaked druid's body and dropped it on the floor. Afterward, he sat on his chair and waited for Derek with his eyes closed. Time went fast. Abel didn't even feel like he waited for long before he heard Brewer's voice. "Master Steward Derek is here." "Bring him in." Abel opened his eyes. He felt a sudden chill in his body. The last time Grand Duke Edwina had come to see him after he had been attacked, she said she would investigate, but he hasn't heard back from her ever since. Would this time be the same? If that's the case, he would really need to consider if he still wants to stay in this city. "Good morning, Lord Bennett," said Derek in a little bit of shock upon seeing the large number of tians on the table. Dead bodies on the floor after he entered. "Derek, this is a druid. Today, he and 7 commander-level warriors had attacked me. My coachman Archie's has died," said Abel, pointing at that dead body. "Lord Bennett, are you okay?" Derek quickly asked. He knew Abel's relationship with young Master Lorraine. If someone had happened to him, Grand Duke Edwina would definitely be very angry. "I'm okay. I've killed everyone who attacked me and I brought this dead body back. This time, can the Grand Ducal Palace help me find out who was the one who sent them?" Abel sounded a little bit irritated. He emphasized the words "this time" so Derek and the Grand Ducal Palace could clearly understand him. A sense of horror flashed upon Derek's eyes. A druid and 7 commander-level elven warrior was like the military power of a medium-sized city, but they had all killed by this rank 3 Master Bennett. What kind of power was he hiding? Derek thought to himself as he lifted up the hood of that black-cloaked druid. His face changed only for a split second, but of course, that could not escape the gaze of Abel. "You know him, Derek?" Abel asked like he didn't care. Derek was caught a little off guard, but he still replied quickly, No, I don't." "Just take this dead body back with you," said Abel, waving his hand. He then pointed towards the 200 bottles of potions on the table and followed. "These are the potions Grand Duke Edwina had requested. Take them with you as well." "Brewer, help me send the guest off," said Abel as he turned and went upstairs. Derek's face changed after he realized Abel's shift in attitude. He quickly packed up the potions and the dead body on his carriage and speeded back to the Grand Ducal Palace to report to Grand Duke Edwina. Not long after Abel went back to his room, he pressed on the calling bell. Soon Brewer's voice emerged from outside the door. "Master, do you need me?" Afterward, Abel came out of his room and said to Brewer, "Invite Bernie to come here. Did you send Derek off?" Master Steward Derek had left, Brewer said with a bow. Abel nodded and followed. "Okay, quickly send someone to search for where Bernie is living and report back to me." "Off you go." He had already expressed his intention. Now it just came down to how the Grand Ducal Palace wanted to react. In the Grand Ducal Palace, Grand Duke Edwina and Duke Albert was sitting in the hall while Derek reported to them what had just occurred with that dead druid on the ground. "Did you find out the identity of this druid?" Grand Duke Edwina's gaze brushed upon the dead druid in anger. "Master, this is Begro City's Blood Yan." Steward Derek was involved with a lot of the transactions between the two cities. He was familiar with the druids in Begro City, so of course, he would know about the scariest Blood Yan. "This is Blood Yan, the disciple of Francisco." Grand Duke Edwina stood up and walked towards the dead body. As the disciple of Begro City's ruler Grand Duke Francisco, the glorious Blood Yan, was a battle-thirsty fighter. He was a regular in all kinds of missions, killed countless enemies, and was good at using fire attacks. That's why he was known as Blood Yan among the elves. Grand Duke Edwina had become furious. She roared, "What is Francisco trying to do? He has the guts to send elves in my city to attack my master alchemist." Now the identity of this dead druid had been exposed. Anyone could guess who organized this attack. Other than Prince Adolf, who else would have the power to do so? Prince Adolf was the son of another city's ruler. So even if he was captured on the spot, Grand Duke Edwina had to go through Grand Duke Francisco to solve this problem. If she had prosecuted the only inheritance of Begro City directly, it could cause a war immediately. "Did you say Bennett was not in a good mood?" asked Duke Albert from aside. "Yes, Master. Lord Bennett was already a little unhappy about the Dark Elves' attack time. If we don't give him a good explanation about this as well, maybe he will be disappointed in the Grand Ducal Palace, Derek said with a bow. In regards to the Dark Elves, Duke Albert was a little hesitant. At the end of the investigation, he discovered that it had to do with the investigation department of Begros City as well. But this was like a secret of both cities, since Angstrom City had some of their investigation department in Begros City as well. They did not have concrete evidence anyway, and they could not explain to Abel about this in detail. Since we didn't give Bennett a proper explanation for the Dark Elves' attack, and this time we are certain that it was done by Begros City's investigation department, let's just chop off their heads and give it to Bennett. The gaze of Grand Duke Edwina looked cold. This could be a good excuse to whip out that annoying Begros City Investigation Department. In regards to Prince Adolf, all his evidence had to go through the benefits of Grand Duke Francisco. Therefore, as a royal, he wouldn't have much to lose. I'm just afraid Bennett will try to resolve this himself. Since Derek was there, Duke Albert did not explain too much, but Grand Duke Edwina knew exactly what he meant. The Duchy of Kian became a third-tier duchy after they had attacked Abel's family. If wizards from Miracle City did not help them, their entire city might have fallen already. However, Begros City was a supergiant city. It had the most well-rounded protection circle as well as an immensely powerful army. Maybe before Abel even had the chance to attack, he would be locked down by the protection circle or killed by the guards. He's not this stupid. We will not do something impossible, said Grand Duke Edwina in certainty while shaking her head. Although Derek didn't know what was really going, he could tell that both of his masters were very certain of Lord Bennett's ability. That day's afternoon, Derek and 10 elven guards had arrived at Lamb Road and requested to see Abel. Lord Bennett, the Grand Ducal Palace, had already found out who was responsible for the attack. We had killed all 28 of them, Derek said to Abel with a bow. Afterward, he waved his hand, and the 10 elf guards opened the boxes in their hands on the floor one by one. The 28 boxes were filled with heads of elves, filling up the living room with a smell of blood. Abel carelessly gazed upon the heads on the floor. There was not a single emotion on his face, only a cold smirk on the corner of his mouth. That morning after Derek left, he searched that black-cloaked Druid's portal bag again, since anyone who could be recognized by Derek must have some kind of status. From this, he discovered two things. One was the name of this Druid. He found a letter with the name Blood Yen addressed on it. The second was a city magic circle control card. Although the connection had already been cut off, the marking of Begros City was still visible. Therefore, these things suggested that this Druid called Blood Yen must be a very high-status elf in Begros City. Afterward, Abel took a trip of the Alchemy Union and found out that Blood Yen was actually a disciple of Begros City's ruler Grand Duke Francisco. This explained why a beginner Druid would have so many magic scrolls, especially that scary volcano magic scroll. Anyone with a brain could be able to guess who was the actual man behind all of this. There could only be one person in Angstrom City who could command the disciple of Grand Duke Francisco. Now it seemed like Grand Ducal Palace just wanted to put this attack to rest by killing a bunch of scapegoats. Actually, Abel didn't want Grand Duke Edwina to kill Prince Adolf because of him. He knew it was unrealistic to kill a person with such high status, but at least he wanted him to know where the threat was coming from. Maybe in the eyes of Grand Duke Edwina, he was just Lorraine's boyfriend, who was also an alchemist with some special ability. Only a bit of respect and benefits was enough to get him to work for the Grand Ducal Palace. Tell Grand Duke Edwina I appreciate it. Also, tell Lady Carrie to quickly complete our exchange. Abel didn't say much about the 28-head steward Derek had brought. His voice sounded very monotone, like he and Derek were just business partners rather than close friends. Maybe helping Lady Carrie to make her beauty potion was the last service Abel would do for the Grand Ducal Palace to thank them for the care they had given him during this time. As long as Prince Adolf was still alive, Abel's safety in the elf world wouldn't be guaranteed. Although Abel seemed to win his battle with the 8 elites very easily, the result might be completely different if Blood Yen Druid was given a chance to attack. Abel would no longer underestimate those Druids, especially the ones with status. Their hidden weapons were too scary. Abel didn't want to use his life as a bet to hope Grand Duke Edwina could resolve the tension with Grand Duke Francisco, Since he had killed Grand Duke Francisco's disciple, revenge would most likely be coming his way. Actually, before Derek had brought in the 28 heads, Abel had already made his plans for the future and decided to leave the elf world after he found out about Blood Yen's identity. Before, Abel would have left directly, but he was not a person who could tolerate an attack without striking back. Plus, those beauty potions were also very important to him, so he would just search for another suitable opportunity. Upon hearing Abel's change in tone again, Derek didn't know how to react. Abel sounded very distant from him, and Derek didn't know what he did wrong all of a sudden. Meanwhile, Prince Adolf had just received the information saying the 8 elite he sent out were whipped out. This information was sent to him by his father Grand Duke Francisco's communication circle, and he could tell his father was deeply disappointed at him. However, Grand Duke Francisco was not disappointed in the fact that Prince Adolf had attacked Master Bennett. Nothing could stand in his way as a person of his status, let alone a mere master alchemist. He was disappointed in the way Prince Adolf had handled the situation. He had used gold coins to hire someone to kill in the territory of his enemy. Now that Prince Adolf was exposed, it made a huge impact on their image. By this point, Grand Duke Francisco just demanded Prince Adolf to go back as soon as possible. Things had already escalated so far, so he could just scrap his original mission. The tension between the two cities would just increase even further if Prince Adolf stayed in Angstrom City. "Your Majesty, Bernie from the dwarfs Goff family wants to see you," the prince's steward came in and reported. "Goff family," Prince Adolf mumbled. The dwarfs were not like elves or humans. There wasn't much tension between the big families in their race. Let's take the Goff family. For example, they were specialized in making weapons and exporting other goods. Most of the resources and day-to-day goods among the dwarfs were made by the Goff family. The Goff family was the ruler of the dwarfs' economy. They were the only family doing business with the external world. Most of the elves preferred to do forgery. Only the Goff family had stuck to doing business with the external world for the greater good of dwarfs, so their status was extremely high among the dwarfs. "Quickly invite him in." Prince Adolf was quite excited when he thought about the Goff family, so quickly changed his words. "Wait, actually let me welcome him personally. Young Chief Bernie, welcome. Please come in." Prince Adolf opened the door and said with a welcoming bow. Bernie bowed back and said as he was walking in, "Prince Adolf, I heard you were in Angstrom City, so I just want to come for a visit." After both parties sat down in the guest lounge, Prince Adolf asked, "I'm just wondering what had brought you here, young Chief Bernie." "I wanted to exchange some gold jade wood with Angstrom City, but they didn't have enough since those things will take a long time to transfer. I heard, Prince Adolf, that you had some of them in your palace, so I was just wondering if I can provide 10,000 square meters of gold jade wood for me." As a dwarf, Bernie preferred to just get to the point. Upon hearing this, Prince Adolf felt a sudden lift in his heart. Gold jade wood was the best material for sword handles, and it was only available in the Double Moon Forest. In recent years, Abegro City had spent a large amount of manpower to exploit this resource, but wasn't selling too well. Since he had just lost face in front of his father Grand Duke Francisco, he could make it up if he settled a beneficial deal for Begro City. "Young Chief Bernie, we can definitely provide enough of them for you," said Prince Adolf with a smile. "Amazing. I will need to get back to my tribe soon. I will send my tribe's steward Luca to come here to discuss the deal, and I will come back in a few days to sign the contract," said Bernie with a big laugh. Although this was a big exchange, both Bernie and Prince Adolf would still let their stewards discuss the deal with each other. They would only sign the contract once the result had been made. It would be a huge loss of face to nobles or a high-status person if they discussed a deal directly. "Okay, I'll wait for you here with my best wine," said Prince Adolf with a big laugh as well. It seemed like everything was going smoothly, so Prince Adolf had changed his plans after he sent Bernie off. He decided to stay in Angstrom City for a bit longer to settle the deal. Meanwhile, Abel did not enter the dark world. He could feel the grand protection circle of Angstrom City was already starting to track him down. If it was not because of his deformed commander intuition, he would definitely not be able to sense this vague tracking. This tracking was coming from the magic circle control card. Although it was inside his portal bag, it could still send his location back to the grand protection circle. He didn't know about this before, It seemed like this control card was not really a good thing after all. The Grand Ducal Palace was still worried that he would do something stupid such as directly giving Prince Adolf trouble. Maybe the Grand Ducal Palace had underestimated him. The next day, Abel was riding Black Wind outside of Angstrom City behind Lady Carrie. Lady Carrie was riding a mad wolf, which was supposed to be faster and stronger than a mount wolf, but of course, it was still nothing compared to Black Wind. The reason why a mad wolf could not be a real mount was that it could only be ridden by its owner. The mad in their name did not only imply their fighting ability, but it also implied their nature. The 4 elf lady druids following behind were the other members of the Lawland squad. They were separately Lady Morris, Lady Jenny, Lady Marion, and Lady Muriel. They were also riding mad wolves, which suggested that they all had some kind of mad wolf summoning equipment. Abel couldn't help but sigh at how luxurious this Lawland squad's equipment was. He also had some 1-level-up equipment, but those were beginner wizard's equipment used by a novice wizard. They were nothing compared to the ones the Lawland squad had. Abel was always seen as the one with the best equipment. But now all his confidence was stripped away as he looked at this Lawland squad. They were fully equipped with magic weapons. Even the bow on their backs was a top-notch ancient bow filled with tightly drawn runes. Ancient bows were passed down from the ancient times. The formula to make them had been lost nowadays, so they were never sold at any markets. They could only be inherited within the noble elf's family. Abel only realized this after Lady Muriel told him after they left. Abel was wearing a full body of black armor that matched Black Wind's fur. He almost looked like a ghost as they speeded in the forest. All his dark gold equipment was stored in his portal bracelet, along with a large amount of nutrition potion, recovery potion, healing potion, and poison antidote. There was also a snake ego recovery belt shimmering blue aura under his black belt. There were 8 slots in this belt. It was placed with 1 bottle of dark gold recovery potion, 4 bottles of dark gold healing potion, 2 bottles of dark gold poison antidote, and 1 bottle of soul potion. These things were Abel's lifesavers in his most critical moment. Before he left Angstrom City, he had already given all the rum in his basement to Bernie to take back. There were also a few million gold coins in the mansion's storage, which should be more than enough to keep the mansion in operation after he left. He also went to the Alchemy Union one last time to exchange another 100 bottles of conditioner and lotions for a large number of resources. Since Abel's potion had reached an astronomical price in the last auction, the Alchemy Union had almost cleared up all their stocks in this exchange. Abel did not specify which type of resource he wanted, so he just ended up with a little mountain of many different alchemy resources in his Kong spirit portal bag. By the point, the blue-haired, small-eyed Lady Muriel realized Abel was a little distracted, so she turned and said, "Be careful, Master Bennett. We are officially entering the forest soon. Summon all of your ravens and poison creepers. My oak sage is the highest rank, so you guys don't need to summon yours." When Lady Carries finished her last word, she looked at Abel. Their squad worked very well together, so they only needed to explain to Abel. The 5 ladies drew with their hands in unison, and ravens flew out from their monster portal bags. The scene looked quite spectacular, with 25 ravens flying in the sky. Abel was not shy of showing his power as well. He too summoned his 5 ravens with his druid soul among a shimmering green aura. "Master Bennett, I didn't expect you to be a druid as well." The green-haired child like Lady Maury screamed in amusement when she saw Abel's ravens. Maury Bennett is actually an official druid specialized in summons. Lady Carrie did not use any title to address Abel since they were in the wild. That was how their squad usually addressed each other anyway. She would only call Abel Master Bennett when talking to Abel to show her respect for Abel's Master Alchemist status. Only Lady Carrie knew about Abel's true power in the squad. Although he was only a rank 3 wizard, he could summon an official druid spirit wolf. Therefore, it was better to let her squad know beforehand so they could work together better. 30 ravens scattered in the sky, patrolling a large patch of the area around them. Afterward, 6 poison creepers were summoned. From time to time, the vines of those poison creepers would surface, so nothing would attack them from underground. By this point, Abel understood why elves were the ruler of the Double Moon Forest. All 5 of those ladies were riding the most powerful mad wolves. The sky was filled with ravens responsible for patrolling and distracting the enemy. There were also some poison creepers underground, and an oak sage following behind to enhance all of their life force. All this limited the chance of surprise attacks. The most dramatic difference Abel felt was through his druid soul. Back in the city, he could only sense the feeling of some plants or trees, but now he felt like his druid soul was wrapped in a green scent. All the trees around him seemed to be very friendly. They kept reminding his druid soul where the poison bugs were and what areas were forbidden. Bennett, I'll introduce you to the ability of the elves in our squad so we can work together better, whispered Lady Carrie as she rode her mad wolf to the side of Abel. Originally, Lady Carrie didn't care too much about Abel's ability, much like the other four ladies. But her perspective had completely changed when she discovered Abel's new battle outcome. He had one-handedly killed 7 commander elves and an official druid. No matter how he did it, he still deserved respect. Lady Carrie, please tell me, Abel said with a bow. Since we are outside, please just call me Carrie instead. We'll all do the same, no need to be polite. Just put all your attention on being alert at all times, Lady Carrie explained. Abel had never set out for an actual adventure before. Even when he was with the dwarves, he was more like a pilot than an adventurer. Plus, Bernie and his squad were not real adventures anyway, so Abel didn't know anything when it came to going on an adventure. Yes, Carrie, please call me Bennett, everyone. Abel nodded and said while turning his head back to the 4 ladies. Muriel, Maury, Jenny, and Marion are all experts in summoning. They had inherited some powerful magic weapons from their family, so they super-summon and unleash the power of some intermediate druid. They also had some outstanding archery skills. Abel calmly explained to Abel. I'm well trained in both summoning and elements. I can unleash a part of an elite druid's power. Although Lady Carrie's voice was just as calm when she introduced herself, some pride still came through. Since Abel was planning to leave the elves' world after this mission, he decided to stop holding back. It was better to be aware of each other's ability out in the wild anyway. Abel then followed. I'm a top-level commander as well as a beginner druid expertise in summon. Although Abel's voice was soft, all 5 of the ladies had heard him clearly due to how quiet the forest was. Other than Lady Carrie, who was aware of Abel's ability. All the other ladies were in disbelief. Bennett, how come you have so much energy to learn so many things? The relatively shy gold-haired Jenny asked. Jenny, don't ask too much. Bennett's identity is a bit of a mystery, Carrie interrupted when she saw the awkward look on Abel's face. By this point, the nerdy Marion was looking at Abel with eyes full of curiosity. As a friend of Lady Carrie, she knew full well that there weren't many elves who would make Carrie speak up. There must be something going on with Bennett. Elves had a set of techniques to examine a person's age. Although all of Abel's scent was hidden because of the transformation necklace, Marion could still see that his face was very young. If he didn't have powerful support providing with endless resources, even a genius would not be able to become a glorious master alchemist, a top-level commander, as well as a beginner druid at this age. Under this awkward atmosphere, Abel had been accepted in with this Lawland squad. Since he had exposed a bit of his true power, the other members were no longer bragging about how they would protect him throughout the entire journey like the banquet last time. Carrie, why don't everyone summon their spirit wolves? Abel asked in confusion. Spirit wolves were pretty good at fighting, and they could almost move at the speed of light. Bennett, druids can only summon one type of beast at a time. Since we have our mad wolves, we can no longer summon our spirit wolves, Lady Carrie explained as she knew Abel didn't have much foundation knowledge on druids. Bennett, the plants will hate you if you summon spirit wolves in the forest for too long, Lady Muriel interrupted. By this point, Abel remembered spirit wolves were half-dead beings. Their bodies were filled with death chi, so of course, plants would not like it. This scent was like poison to them. It was actually very safe for 5 druids to enter the forest at the same time. Druids were naturally very close to nature. Normal beasts and soul beast would often leave when they sensed a large number of ravens coming, since a group was often more powerful than a single being. The mad wolves had slowed down after half a day. Running in trails was already a lot more energy-consuming than running in flat grounds, and those mad wolves were not really mounted in the true sense of the word. Therefore, of course, they had gotten tired after half a day of running with an elf on their back. Let's find some water and have a rest, Lady Carrie commanded. Yes, Captain, the four ladies called in unison. Lady Jenny jumped off her mad wolf, almost like she was flying, and ended up on a big tree. She held her little hand on a branch and closed her eyes. After around a minute, she jumped back on her mad wolf. "Captain, there is water 3 miles towards that direction," said Lady Jenny, pointing at Lady Carrie. "Nice, not too far. Let's go have a look," Lady Carrie said as she speeded forward with the four ladies following behind. Abel gently tapped in Black Wind's neck and signed it to follow. However, he then closed his eyes and asked the surrounding trees with his druid soul about where the water was located himself. A few surrounding big trees replied that water was located within 3 miles, 5 miles, and 7 miles. "You want to communicate with big trees as well?" asked Lady Mori as she rode her mad wolf next to Abel. Her face seemed very innocent, and her eyes were always full of happiness. "Mori, is it hard?" Abel asked gently. "Of course, only Jenny can do that in our squad." The others could only hear the replies from the big trees. "Very vaguely," said Lady Mori with eyes full of admiration as she looked up front at the back Lady Jenny. Abel felt strange. He didn't even use that much effort to hear the replies from the trees. He didn't even hold his hand on the branches. Was it really that hard? "Mori, what's so different about Jenny?" asked Abel as he turned his head back to Mori. "Jenny's soul is naturally very pure. She is a soul speaker. They're the most highly demanded member in any squad. They will make everything much easier," Mori explained. "Soul speaker," Abel mumbled to himself. It seemed like he was one of them too. In regards to pureness, maybe nothing could be compared to Abel's druid soul. This soul basically had no thoughts and desires. Although it could make decisions, the process was very machine-like. It was basically a smart computer. Most of the druid soul's actions and decisions were based solely on the commands sent out by Abel's main soul. For example, after Abel's main soul sent out the command to attack, his druid soul would just automatically find the best opportunity to do so. The water in the lake up front was almost completely transparent. Anyone could clearly see many little fishes carelessly swimming within it. It seemed like they were not bothered by the presence of those elves at all. There was an empty field with traces of beasts next to the lake. It seemed like this lake belonged to the beasts living nearby, but since there was a large patch of ravens in the sky, they would not have dared to come out. "Not bad, we can drink the water here. Let's have a rest here for the middle of the day," Lady Carrie loudly commanded. She was very satisfied with the place. Lady Carrie was the first to jump off her mad wolf. She then gave it a little pad, and it went off to drink the water in a howl. The other ladies followed and let go of the mad wolves as well. "I'll go find some food," said Lady Marian, holding up a small blade. "Marian, I've brought food already," said Abel, patting his portal bag. "Bennett, are you even a druid?" Lady Marian said in a mocking tone. Abel felt his heart dropped a little, but then he realized she was just joking. Maybe he had just done something wrong again. "It is our tradition as druids. We don't bring food to the forest ourselves. We are the ruler here. Anything you can see is our food," said Lady Marian loudly, with a tone full of pride. By this point, a wild mad bee flew across them from a bush of flowers. Marian no longer cared about Abel anymore. Instead, she called Lady Jenny. "Jenny, there are wild mad bees here." When Abel saw the wild mad bee, he could help but remember the time he got attacked by them. His heart tensed up and heard Lady Jenny's voice. "Marian, you want to eat wild mad bees?" "I haven't eaten one in a long time. I miss it so much. I can't believe we're so lucky this time to find some so close to Angstrom City," said Lady Marian. The other ladies nodded in agreement as well. "Okay, let's go," Lady Jenny said with a light smile while waving her hand. Abel felt a little nervous as he watched Lady Jenny approach the wild mad bees. Of course, Abel knew that Lady Jenny was confident in her ability. His heart was still tensed after knowing how scary those things were. A rune card appeared in his hand. He was ready to save Lady Jenny's life at any time. Lady Jenny gently lifted up her finger when she got close to the wild mad bee. However, that bee didn't seem like they were going to attack her. Instead, it leaned its little body on her finger. And after around 20 seconds, it flew up again, spun around her and flew forward. Afterward, Lady Jenny followed that wild mad bee forward. It seemed like the other ladies were used to this, so they no longer cared, and each began to prepare their own food. "Don't worry, Bennett. As a soul speaker, Jenny will not be attacked in the forest unless she runs into a soul beast," said Lady Muriel with a smile after she saw the worried look on Abel's face. Can I follow her to have a look? Said Abel, pointing at Lady Jenny as she was walking away. Just don't get too close, or you will distract Jenny. Lady Muriel lightly warned him. Don't worry about him, Muriel. Go hunt something. Marion, go find some fruit. Maury, you go prepare the firewood, said Lady Carrie, clapping her hand. Abel followed Lady Jenny quietly from afar. Since he had the transformation necklace, no scent would come out of him as long as he didn't do so intentionally. Lady Jenny continued to follow that wild mad bee. It was flying very slow, and it would even wait for her from time to time. After a few minutes, they stumbled upon a giant beehive on a tree. Countless wild mad bees were flying in and out of it. Even from afar, Abel could still hear the buzzing sound of those bees. However, Lady Jenny did not stop as she gently jumped on the tree. The weird thing was that none of the wild mad bees had attacked her. It was almost like they saw her as a member of their clan. She then took out a little blade from her waist and cut out a little piece from the side of the beehive to expose the honey. After she cut up a few pieces of honey, she carefully covered up the beehive again. It was like those savage bees were completely ignorant to the fact that their hive was damaged. They continued to dance around in the air. It seemed like they were very happy to share their honey with Lady Jenny. Bennett, why don't you come here? Asked Lady Jenny gently as she turned her head back and saw Abel. Jenny, how can you do that? Abel asked curiously. Simple, you just need to pretend you are a part of their members and be friendly. They are very happy to share their food with you, said Lady Jenny with a little giggle. Just like Lady Jenny, Abel was also a soul speaker. He just didn't know how to use this ability. Now his heart was motivated. It seemed like he really needed to give his druid soul a deep examination, especially when it came to its ability to communicate. After they returned to the camp, all of the ladies who went out to gather food had returned as well. Lady Carrie placed 6 wild chicken in front of her. Lady Marion was washing the fruit, Lady Maury and Lady Muriel was starting the fire. Bennett, are you good at cooking? Asked Lady Carrie, pointing at the 6 wild chickens on the floor. I'm pretty good, Carrie, Abel said with a humble laugh. Nice. I'll let you take care of these 6 wild chickens then. Druids are the guardians of the forest, and the forest is also what nourishes us, so you have to finish all your food. Wasting is a disgrace for druids. Lady Carrie knew exactly where Abel had got his druid ability form, so she lightly explained some basic druid's information to him. Abel grabbed the 6 wild chicken and walked to the open field. He then took out a large pot and scooped a large bucket of water from the lake. After he searched around for a bit in his portal bag, he took out a firebolt magic staff. Since he was a druid at that moment, he was afraid of directly unleashing a firebolt. The magic staff struck out, and a little magic pattern appeared in front of it. Afterward, a little sparkle of fire appeared. After taking the soul potion many times, Abel had gained a deep understanding of fire attribute spells. Now, he had fully grasped the ability to control the strength of the flame. Although this ability wasn't too practical in battles, since a more powerful firebolt was always better, and this would just take up more time, it was still useful in day-to-day life. Normally, going into a state of realization was an extremely rare opportunity for wizards. Of course, they would not waste this chance to learn a trivial task such as using firebolt to boil water. Only Abel would do this since he was spoiled with so many soul potion. It only took him 10 seconds to bring the water to boil with this fire spell. Abel then put away his magic staff and threw all the wild chicken into the pot. Afterward, he quickly ripped all the feathers out of the chickens, and in no time their skin was completely smooth. Then he took out a little blade from his portal bag and carefully cut out all the guts within the chicken, as well as giving it a clean with water. The ladies had stopped what they were doing and looked at Abel with amusement. Lady Carrie couldn't help but said, Bennett, you really know how to enjoy life. I'm always alone in the wild, so of course I will treat my taste buds well, Abel replied with a laugh. Afterward, Abel took out all kinds of spices from his portal bag and used a tree branch as a skewer to hold up all the chickens. Bennett, the fire is ready. We can start cooking, said Lady Maury in excitement. Abel shook his head with a smile. He then switched the tree branch with the 6 wild chickens to his left hand and took out the firebolt magic staff once again and ignited it. But this time, a little dragon of flame flew out and danced around the 6 wild chickens. As Abel used his power of the will to carefully control this flaming dragon, his hand switched his magic staff to the spices. Afterward, waves of tasty smell filled the surrounding. That's way too dramatic. Lady Maury couldn't even believe her eyes. Forget about druids with magic equipment, even official wizards wouldn't do something like this with their magic spells. Lady Jenny began to critically analyze what Abel was doing. Bennett's control on Firebolt had reached an incomparable level. It would be destructive if he can apply this power in the elemental druid spell Fire Hurricane. Soon that little flaming dragon faded away from the air, leaving 6 mouth-watering roasted chickens on a stick. One by one, Abel decided the chickens for the ladies. Lady Maury gently bit on her chicken. It was still hot, but she couldn't help but said with her tongue sticking out, "Bennett, if there is such a thing as a roasting master, you can definitely be one. Bennett, don't you have anything better to do? Spending so much effort on food." Lady Carrie added, while enjoying her chicken by the side. "Bennett, we'll leave barbecuing to you from now on. We are in luck." Lady Marian didn't care what Lady Carrie had to say as she yelled. Actually, Abel couldn't help it himself as well. He was sick of eating those nutrient potions, and since he had this picky eater Black Wind, his barbecuing skills had grown tremendously. Also, since his personal storage box could preserve meats forever, using spells to barbecue the meats directly had automatically become a better and more convenient alternative. Of course, Abel would not explain this, so he could just agree to the ladies. He then came to the side of Black Wind and took out a spiced-up lamb from his portal bag. The flaming dragon flew out from his magic staff again, and in almost no time, a roast lamb was ready for Black Wind to feast. After around 30 minutes, Abel finished his chicken and a few pieces of fruit. Black Wind had also finished its roast lamb. They rested for a bit and waited for the ladies to finish their food. "Bennett, come here for a bit," said Lady Carrie. Abel walked to her side and asked, "Carrie, what's up?" Lady Carrie didn't say anything. Instead, she just wrapped all the chicken organs up with a big leaf and walked to the side of a tree. The other ladies didn't talk as they followed behind, so Abel curiously did the same. The moment when Lady Carrie hanged the organs up in a branch, Abel felt weird energy coming through the forest. It seemed like the forest was affirming what Lady Carrie was doing. After Lady Carrie was done with everything, she turned and explained to Abel, "Since the forest had given us food, we have to respect them. This practice is the tradition of druids. It was passed down for centuries, just like our power. As long as the inheritance of druids continues, this tradition will continue as well." Now Abel had discovered a difference between the druids in the city and druids in the forest. Back in the city, they were not much different from wizards, but in the forest, they were in complete harmony with everything. They could find food in the most dangerous places. If a wizard tried to enter the forest, every single beast would try to attack them, so they would need to keep fighting. It was no wonder the Double Moon Forest was forbidden to humans. Even normal wizards couldn't stay here for long. From those little poisonous bugs, venomous snakes, normal beasts, the most powerful soul beast, everything here was basically a threat to humans. They had set out for 2 hours by this point. Suddenly, Lady Carrie lifted up her hand up the front, and all 4 ladies and Abel stopped with their mount. "I sense danger. Jenny, you go have a look," said Lady Carrie. Lady Jenny arrived at the side of the tree and placed her hand onto it. She closed her eyes and began their communication. There wasn't any wind, but somehow leaves on the tree began to dance and make shaky sounds. We had entered a powerful soul beast's territory. Jenny reopened her eyes and said, "Oh no, did we get lost?" said Lady Carrie as she took out a piece of the map to confirm. Afterward she followed, "No, we didn't get lost. Maybe this soul beast is new here." By this point, Abel realized why Lady Carrie took so many detours when she was leading. She was trying to avoid soul beast territory. "Jenny, can you confirm what kind of soul beast it is?" Lady Carrie asked. "Carrie, this big tree is not old enough so it cannot tell," Lady Jenny said, shaking her head. "If we turn left, we will run into an intermediate flaming tail tiger. If we turn right, we will run into an intermediate flaming shadow beast. If we continue, we will run into some unknown beast. Let's do things the old way, vote," said Lady Carrie, holding the map up. Abel began to use his druid soul to communicate with the big trees around them. After he gathered all the information, he concluded that this beast up front was a poisonous intermediate soul beast, and it could unleash attacks that targeted the soul. Other than Abel, everyone around knew exactly how powerful those two intermediate soul beasts around them were. It would be a disaster to battle with a soul beast with fire attributes in the forest, so all the ladies almost immediately pointed forward as soon as Lady Carrie's words landed. "I sense this path is very dangerous." "It's best if we can change a path," said Abel. "Poison creatures are the scariest and annoying out of the bunch. Even if you could win the battle, one strike by them could bring you a lot of trouble. Bennett, I know you have a powerful sense, but this is the forest. Every druid also has a powerful sense here, so democracy is always the best choice," said Lady Carrie. Although she knew Abel was a commander and she knew how powerful their senses were, she didn't believe it was more powerful than druids in the forest. Abel didn't want to argue, as he just took out the jade tandu from his portal bag and held it in his right hand, and the pelta lunata in his left. The jade tandu's +0 maximum poison resistance and the +95% counter-poison attribute made him a little more confident about the unknown. In regards to fighting a soul beast with spell attacks, he could be less worried about using those dark gold weapons from the dark world. Meanwhile, even though Lady Carrie had disregarded him, she still carefully sent out her 5 ravens to have a look first. The Lawland squad and Abel closely followed behind, carefully as the tension in the forest got tighter and tighter. By this point, all the ladies realized they were about to face an intermediate soul beast, and its powerful senses suggested it was as strong as the other 2 soul beasts they avoided. Suddenly, a raven let out a screech of agony. Since this raven belonged to Lady Carrie, she quickly closed her eyes and sensed how it was doing. As an intermediate druid, Lady Carrie could share part of her raven's feeling from a long distance. A shocked look emerged from her face. Ravens were simultaneously the weakest and the most resilient summon. Those ravens were so weak, they couldn't do any damage to anything other than normal beasts, let alone a soul beast. All they could do was to distract it. However, they were also a druid's most resilient summon, since they were basically immortal and could avoid almost all attacks. They also had the ability to make the enemy blind by picking the enemy's eyeball with their sharp beak. It was very rare that they would screech in agony and could not retrieve from a summon, which made Lady Carrie and ladies very anxious about the beast they were about to face. When Lady Muriel saw that Lady Carrie was frowning, for a long time she couldn't help but ask, "What happened, Carrie?" Even Lady Carrie herself was not certain what had happened to it, so she just commanded, "My raven is locked. It seemed like it was caught by something. Everyone, get ready to fight." "Let's go." Lady Muriel jumped off her dire wolf, retrieved the dire wolf back to her monster portal bag, and summoned 5 spirit wolves. "The Lawland squad is not afraid of any soul beast," said the childish-looking Lady Mori, waving her fist around as she summoned her spirit wolves as well. Afterward, Lady Jenny and Lady Marian also retrieved their dire wolves, and 10 more spirit wolves dashed out. Unlike the others, Lady Carrie did not retrieve her dire wolf. Instead, she summoned 2 more dire wolves out. Her dire wolves were not summoned by magic equipment. Since her dire wolf summon had already reached the top rank, she could easily summon 3 dire wolves. The 2 new dire wolves quickly surrounded the ladies to protect them. He wasn't sure if Lady Carrie did this intentionally, but there was a space left out in front for Abel. Abel shook his head, but he couldn't complain. As a commander with 2 dark gold equipment, he deserved to be up front. He first summoned his 5 spirit wolves from his monster portal bag, which included 4 energetic one and 1 slightly nervous-looking one. "Bennett, haven't you trained your spirit wolves?" said Lady Marian, pointing at that slightly nervous one. Lady Carrie was very confused as well. She knew Abel had taken those 5 spirit wolves from Druid Marlon, and this nervous one looked like it had just been summoned. Summons wouldn't die easily, and Abel always just stayed in the city. He almost didn't join any battle at all. Even if a summon was badly injured, it would go first into critical condition. It would only die if it hadn't been retrieved back to the monster portal bag 5 minutes after that. Upon seeing Lady Carrie's amusing look, Abel touched his head and said in an embarrassed tone, "I've been very interested in spirit wolves lately, and I've killed one by mistake during an experiment." Of course, this was just an excuse. No way he would tell them about his spirit guardian knights. Master alchemists are so scary. Lady Mori looked at Abel with her big round eyes as though she was seeing a cannibal monster. Maybe her little brain was imagining Abel slowly cutting up a spirit wolf with a knife and laughing loudly while holding up its guts. "Boo," Abel said with a scary face. Lady Mori was so scared, she screamed and immediately hid behind Lady Carrie. Afterward, all the other ladies started laughing. Although Lady Carrie didn't really believe what Abel had said, she still warned him. "Bennett, your summons will treat you as a life and death partner if you interact with them using a kind heart. Even though they will not betray you, you guys might not work well together in a battle, and that will impact a druid's ability to level up. What kind of experiment would kill a spirit wolf? Maybe not too many. Those things were half-dead creatures. They would not die even if you cut them with a knife. They would only be badly hurt at most. Carrie, I will be careful next time." Abel replied with a smile. Although the reality was not like this, Abel was still thankful that Lady Carrie had gone out of her way to educate him. Abel then went up to the space left out by the two dire wolves in front of the Lawland squad. Afterward, he nodded to Lady Carrie to confirm that he was ready. "Move forward," yelled Lady Carrie. She then pulled Lady Mori, who was the youngest of the bunch, to sit behind her. Afterward, a magic staff appeared in her hand. Lady Mori did not just sit behind Lady Carrie. Instead, she readied her bow to shoot. Each of the other three ladies also had their bows while maintaining a careful distance from each other and the dire wolves up front. There wasn't even a minute before a few more ravens started to screech in agony. Ravens were very clever. Since a few of them had been locked up in such a small period of time, this intermediate soul beast must be very good at capturing things. "There," said Lady Mori, since she could see the farthest up on a dire wolf. A few ravens were bound to a tree by some kind of very thin strings. Those thin stings were transparent, so it was very hard to spot if you didn't have good eyesight. Suddenly, something struck upon a spirit wolf and filled its body with a green glow. Since those spirit wolves were very resilient to poisons, it quickly recovered from the green glow. But still, it fell to the ground. Abel focused his eyes. The thing that struck upon the spirit wolf was the same string as the ones on the ravens. Normally, it would be a very hard escape from these strings once it was bound to you, but those spirit wolves were different. They escaped it in a flash. "Careful, there are many thin strings here," Abel scanned with his eyes. To his surprise, there were countless small strings scattered on the tree branches, between the trees and grass. Keek, suddenly, a sound that sounded like a laugh emerged. Afterward, a giant spider appeared between two big trees like it was floating in the sky. A closer look showed that it was actually on a web made up of those small strings. The most disgusting thing to Abel was that this spider had the face of an old woman, and it seemed like it was smiling at him. "It's a ghost-faced poisonous tarantula. How can it be here?" Lady Jenny gasped. "Jenny, you know this thing?" Lady Carrie asked with her eyes fixed on that spider. "Normally ghost-faced poisonous tarantulas only live in the Rocky Mountains, and they will rarely come to the forest. They can spit out venom and poisonous spider webs. The scariest thing about them is that they can make sounds that attack your soul if you get too close to them," Lady Jenny explained. From this, Abel could see that Lady Jenny was the most knowledgeable out of the bunch. The ghost-faced poisonous tarantula stared back at the decent-looking Lawland squad. While it was thinking of attacking, as Lady Carrie said to her squad, "No matter what, it's still a spider. Let me try attacking it." As soon as Lady Carrie spoke, she ignited a hurricane armor, which could absorb elemental damage. Afterward, her magic staff flashed with a magic pattern, and a cloud made up of ice crystals rushed towards the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula. This spell was called Polar Storm, and it was what separated an elemental druid from a wizard. If a wizard was placed in this situation, it would definitely use a fire attack. However, all of the elemental druid's fire attack could only unleash through the ground, so it had to use an ice spell such as Polar Storm to attack. As the Polar Storm was coming its way, the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula quickly dashed toward the side of a tree as the Polar Storm struck upon its spider web. First, it was frozen into ice, and then it was smashed into pieces by the force of the impact. However, the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula did not stop. It continued to creep around the trees with its 8 long legs. By this point, the old woman's face on it had turned angry. It shot out a small, strong string from its mouth as it jumped onto another tree. As a part of his defense, Abel used the jade tandu and lightly sliced on the string without even thinking. The ladies behind him began doubting if he even knew How to battle at all. When counteracting these strings-like attack, he should use a shield instead, not a small blade. However, as soon as the string made contact with Abel's jade tandu, a cloud of black smoke emerged, completely blocking the string as well as turning it into little pieces. Actually, it looked much scarier than that. It was more like the string was melted with poison. As the chopped-up string fell towards the ground, the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula made another weird noise as some disgusting green liquid spit out from its mouth. However, the Lullen squad had already shot arrows at this point. When she saw that Abel was about to counteract the poison with his shield, Lady Jenny yelled, "Careful, that poison can eat up your shield." But Abel did not listen and proceeded to block with his pelta lunata. The poison had been completely blocked. In a gentle shake, all the poison fell to the ground without a single remain. As the 4 arrows by the Lullen squad flew towards the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula, its mouth and chest simultaneously began to shoot out strings. This string was extremely long and thin. As its body twisted in mid-air, the string had formed a cloud-like shield. As the arrows made contact with the cloud of strings, a blue flash emerged and the strings had been immediately frozen. The arrows then completely penetrated the strings and directly flew towards the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula. Dong, 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 dong. However, after the arrows struck upon its body, it just weakly fell to the ground. Those are magic bows. Abel never expected those ancient bows were magic bows as well. He always thought that he was the only one with a magic bow, but now there were 4 of them in this little squad. With Lady Carrie's status, she too would most likely have one as well. "Nice defense," said Lady Carrie with a pair of cold eyes. The purpose of her attacks was just to evoke that ghost-faced poisonous tarantula to strike back. Since her hurricane armor could absorb elemental attacks, she was not afraid of its poison. The moment when the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula attacks, it could give the other 4 ladies an opportunity to unleash their arrows and kill it in one strike. However, she was not expecting the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula could block the arrows with its strings, so a large amount of the arrow's force had been absorbed when it finally struck upon it. "Full attack," Lady Carrie yelled. As soon as these words landed, 5 spirit wolves disappeared in a flash of white light. They then reappeared in the side of the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula. Their sharp claws struck out, leaving 5 open wounds on the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula. It was the first time this ghost-faced poisonous tarantula had encountered an enemy who could move in a flash, so it didn't know how to reach all of a sudden. Green blood gushed out from its 5 long open wounds as it screamed in agony. Afterward, a large number of strings shot from its mouth and chest towards the 5 spirit wolves that just attacked it. Although those spirit wolves had lost their balance in mid-air, they could still move in a flash, which was why they were so sought for. Immediately, the 5 spirit wolves disappeared in mid-air, and all the strings landed on the ground. Almost at the exact same time, another 5 spirit wolves appeared around the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula. This time the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula was prepared. As the claws of the spirit wolves struck out, it lifted its 8 legs and completely avoided the claws. However, not so fast. 5 more spirit wolves appeared above its head and blocked its way. The old woman's face on the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula was furious at this point. A flash of green light, a large amount of green poison shot out from its body. Although it could not avoid the spirit wolves' attack, those spirit wolves did not have a good time as well. Despite being highly resilient to poison, they would still take a big hit since the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula's poison was some of the densest ones out there. After the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula was struck by the spirit wolf's claws, its body began to fall as it was twitching in mid-air. The poison in its body continued to scatter. Although the 4 spirit wolves down below already began to flash, they were still hit with the pouring poison before they got the chance to disappear. "Bastard!" Lady Marian and Lady Muriel yelled with a broken heart. Those spirit wolves were their summons. The moment the tarantula landed on the ground, it knew it was not safe. But, before it even got the chance to climb back up the tree, the poison creepers were already well prepared underground. 6 poison creepers grabbed hold of the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula. Almost in an instant, they were all filled with green. Since they all liked playing with poison, now they were injecting each other with their strongest dose. "Volcano explosion," Lady Carrie yelled. Abel quickly retrieved his poison creeper with his power of the will, and the other ladies did the same. leaving only Lady Carrie's poison creeper to play with the ghost face poisonous tarantula. Lady Carrie's poison creeper was the highest level out of the bunch, and it was immune to Lady Carrie's spells. The others were not the same, so the reason she had yelled was to remind everyone to retrieve their poison creepers. The ground underneath, the ghost face poisonous tarantula, began to crack, and ocean amounts of lava rushed towards it. The ghost face poisonous tarantula was screaming and twitching in agony. The old woman's face on its body was burned crisp as it appeared and disappeared amongst the lava. Finally, the scream faded into the sizzling sound of lava. The spell slowly faded. The lava disappeared into thin air like how it appeared out of nowhere. Other than the poison creeper, the patch of grass in that area was fully blackened. It seemed like the tarantula was still alive, since it continued to twitch on top of the poison creeper. Just when Lady Carrie was preparing for a second spell, Black Wind's shadow had already flashed to the side of the ghost face poisonous tarantula, and Abel directly penetrated its skull with the jade tandu. Almost at an instant, the skull of the ghost face poisonous tarantula turned green. Since it was already exhausted trying to escape from the poison creeper, its life force had now completely faded. "Bennett, you just stole our beast." Lady Maury jumped off Lady Carrie's dire wolf and said with her arms on her waist. "Maury, Bennett did the right thing. If I unleashed another spell, maybe all of our rewards would have burned up," said Lady Carrie's smiling strength Lady Maury. A powerful spell could not only damage a beast's body, but it could also damage their crystal core, so it was best to avoid killing it this way. "I'll forgive you." Lady Maury gazed at Abel and excitedly ran to the side of the ghost face poisonous tarantula. She took out a blade, ready to take out her reward. Careful, Abel suddenly felt something wrong. Black Wind immediately dashed out, and Abel grabbed Lady Maury on the waist. At that exact moment, the dead body of that ghost face poisonous tarantula began to crack. A large amount of green blood and flesh flew out. Under the gaze of all the other ladies, Black Wind turned into a black strike of lighting, and in a split of a second, it was already hundreds of meters away with Abel holding Lady Maury. Abel held Lady Maury tightly in his arms, shielding her from the green flesh of the ghost face poisonous tarantula. Before he even had the chance to unleash his combat with armor, he could already feel countless little poisonous chunks of meat striking his back. Afterward, a huge shockwave knocked him on the ground. But Lady Maury was perfectly protected during this entire process. Luckily, Abel's body was extremely strong. Even though he was knocked to the ground, nothing could penetrate his body other than some extremely sharp objects. In regards to the poison, he was totally immune to it with the jade tandu in his hand. He just felt a little disgusted by it at most. Even without the jade tandu, Abel's body could deal with poison quite well. He was poisoned and still survived. Now with the plus 0% maximum poison resistance and plus 95% anti-poison attribute of the jade tandu, Abel was basically totally immune to all kinds of poison. Abel slowly let go of Lady Maury. By this point, her face was fully red. As soon as Abel let go, she ran back towards Lady Carrie. "Bennett, quickly eat some poison antidote, and all of you quickly get some water to wash the poison off him. Don't let the poison penetrate his skin," Lady Carrie commanded. The ladies quickly rushed up to Abel and splashed the water in their portal bag on Abel's body. The scene was chaotic. Abel did not eat any poison antidote. Instead, he just took out a large tube filled with clean from his portal bracelet and dived in. Almost immediately, all the poison on his body was washed off. Portal bracelet. By this point, Abel's portal bracelet had attracted the attention of the ladies. How big of a portal bracelet must it be to store such a big tube? "My friend gave it to me. You know, I have quite a lot of friends as a master alchemist," Abel said carelessly. Since he had prepared a large amount of stuff for this adventure, he already expected them to ask about his portal bracelet. Those suborn dwarfs will only let people who they call brothers use their portal bracelets. They said they would not sell it no matter what. By this point, even the shy Lady Jenny had spoken up. "Bennett, do you have many tubes of water?" Unlike the others, Lady Carrie knew Abel was a blacksmith master, so it was not surprising he got one of those portal bracelets from the dwarfs. She was much more interested in his tube of water. "Yeah, so I got something to use even though we are out of water," Abel replied awkwardly. He was not sure why Lady Carrie would ask this question. "Yeah, Bennett. Why didn't you tell us you have so much water earlier? Lady Marian gazed at Abel with dissatisfaction. Do you have 5 more tubes? Lady Muriel then asked in excitement. Yes, I do, Abel replied with a nod, but he didn't know why those ladies were so excited. Amazing, we can take showers, yelled Lady Mori as she stuck her head out of the back of Lady Carrie. By this point, the redness on her face had faded, but when she saw Abel looking at her, she started blushing and immediately hid behind Lady Carrie again. Mori, you won't be this lucky every time. I told you to be careful many times, and you are still this careless. Lady Carrie turned around and said to Lady Mori with a straight face. Lady Mori carefully glimpsed at Lady Carrie's gaze. Lady Carrie was actually angry this time, so she said with her head looking down, Sorry, Captain. I will remember to be careful next time. Bennett had just saved your life, should you thank him? Lady Carrie proceeded to ask. After a bit of dawdle, Lady Mori gathered up her courage and said with a bow, Thank you, Bennett. No worries, I'm a part of the defense, it's my duty, said Abel looking at Lady Carrie with a funny look. How come this weird elf had suddenly turned into a shy, blushing elf? Captain, let's find a place to rest now. Since the ladies realized they could take a shower, they all lost their motivation to move forward. Black Wind came back with a skull in its mouth. It was at this moment that everyone realized they seemed to forget all about their rewards. Lady Carrie quickly stepped up and took the skull. With a slice of her blade, a mercury-like crystal core appeared. Bennett's work was amazing in this battle, and he had heroically saved Mori, so I decided to give this crystal core to him. What are all of your opinions? Lady Carrie asked, holding the crystal core. Agreed. Yes, sure. Other than Lady Mori, all the other ladies agreed. She looked at her squad, feeling very embarrassed. Crystal cores were very important to everyone here, and they had to give it up because of her. Thanks, everyone. I'm in need of some crystal cores for my training. How about this? I'll give you all some lotions and conditioners for comprehension, said Abel, feeling slightly embarrassed as well. As long as you are willing to give us your lotions and conditioner, we'll give you all the crystal cores we can find in this adventure. Lady Muriel yelled in excitement. Yes, yes, lotions and conditioner are much better than crystal cores. Lady Marian nodded and agreed. When Abel gave each of the 5 bottles of lotions and conditioner, even Lady Carrie began to smile. Meanwhile, all the other ladies were screaming in excitement. Okay, stop playing around. Let's find a place to rest and let Bennett absorb the crystal core's energy, said Lady Carrie, clapping her hands. Since the intermediate soul beast that roamed this area had been killed, here was the safest place for now. Therefore, Lady Carrie decided to just stay here for some rest. Bennett, all of Druid's safety is guaranteed in the forest when there are no open fields, said Lady Carrie, waving her hand. Afterward, a poison creeper began to wrap around the big trees around them, as well as connecting it with its poisonous vines. Although one poison creeper didn't look like much, as all the ladies began to command their poison creepers, the place was fully covered in walls of poisonous vines. It looked very safe here. Even if the poison creepers were attacked as their owners, they would know immediately. Bennett just left the tubes here. That spot is for you, said Lady Carrie, pointing towards a designated area made up of some more vines as a barrier. After Abel took out 5 large tubes of water from his portal bracelet, he said, I'll get to work for now. Then I will need to make some potions. It might take a long time, so no need to call me out for food. By this point, none of the ladies still cared about him. They were busy dividing their tubes as well as opening up their tent. Abel walked to his designated area. He ignited the barrier circle as well as decorated the place with a normal tent. He closed his eyes and focused on White Cloud's soul chain with his power of the will. Before they set out, Abel had commanded White Cloud to watch after them from the sky. Now, upon hearing Abel's command, it had landed on the ground invisibly. Abel jumped on the back of Black Wind. He gently tapped on its neck and connected their souls together. In a flash, Black Wind disappeared and reappeared on the back of White Cloud in a flash of white light. If there was no barrier circle, Abel would definitely be spotted. The barrier circle had totally absorbed the energy wave sent out by Black Wind's move in a flash, and the invisible shield on White Cloud also had the same ability. Just like that, Abel had left the so-called very safe camp made up by poison creepers without a single sound. It had taken the Lullen squad a day of travel. But now White Cloud was already back at Angstrom City in under an hour. The few hundred meters tall walls of the city were glowing in purple within the night, filling the city up with a sense of majesty. You could never imagine just how alluring this city was unless you look from above the sky. The elves' yearning for beauty was fully reflected on this city's defense wall. Abel looked down at this city, feeling a little sentimental. Maybe he would not be back here for a long time after today. The city's grand protection circle was mostly targeted towards the ground, though the sky was still mostly looked after by the sights of guards. White Cloud swiftly took a turn in the sky and lowered towards the city. Its invisible shield could not only hide its body, but it could also hide all of its sense. If Abel was not so confident on White Cloud's invisible ability, he would definitely not use such a tricky and risky way to return to Angstrom City. When White Cloud was around 10 meters from the ground, Abel jumped down, and White Cloud immediately returned to the sky again. Abel owned the control board of Angstrom City's Grand Protection Circle for some time before, so he knew a thing or two about it. The Grand Protection Circle could monitor any combat kai or magic activity in the city. The soul of the circle would first examine if the activity was an attack. If it was, it would alert the guards' headquarters. Afterward, the officers there would decide how to deal with it. Therefore, Abel did use his combat kai to absorb the impact as he landed. He only bent his legs the split second before he hit the ground, and almost no sound was made. He was on Lola Road, right next to Prince Adolf's castle. The night was the best cover, so he didn't even bring Black Wind with him. Since his transformation necklace could only hide his own scent, it was best to enter the castle by himself anyway. He arrived on the castle wall's side. They were only around 10 meters tall. Abel could jump over them effortlessly. However, when he placed his hand on the wall, he felt a magic wave. He never expected Prince Adolf to be this careful and surrounded his entire castle in a protective circle. Now Abel had to change his plan. As he was still thinking, he suddenly heard a carriage coming towards Prince Adolf's castle on Lola Road. Abel quickly dashed to a side and hid amongst the woods, closely watching the carriage as it headed towards him. It was a normal-looking carriage without any decorations. The coachman was a middle-aged elf. He seemed to be quite experienced since there was not a single sound other than the steps of the horses and the rolling of the carriage wheels. When the carriage passed in front of Abel, he did a roll and smoothly arrived at the bottom of the carriage. He grabbed a hold of a rod under the carriage with his legs. Pushing outwards, his body was entirely off the ground, and not a single sound was made. Also, because of his transformation necklace, the person in the carriage was not aware in the slightest bit. The carriage arrived at the gate of Prince Adolf's castle, and the gate automatically swung open without any interaction like it was planned. The moment the carriage passed through the gate, Abel felt a wave of magical energy scanned over the carriage as well as his body. However, he did not believe this transformation necklace made by the goddess of moon would be taken down by these normal protection circles. The floor had turned from delicate to luxurious. By this point, Abel knew he had entered the inner courtyard. Although there was not a single sound, Abel could sense there was a guard every 10 steps. The carriage did not stop. At last it arrived in a garden. There was not a single guard here, Abel was certain of that. Abel's senses towards his environment were extremely strong. Even if one single person was looking at the carriage, he would know. This should be the safest place in the entire castle. It made sense since it was definitely not easy to pass through a castle's protection circle and a large number of guards without being noticed. Since Prince Adolf needed some privacy as well. No guards were really necessary here, especially after all those layers of defenses. The situation had given Abel too much advantage. There were only 2 types of attacks in his plan: powerful attacks and assassination. He would not use his powerful attacks unless he totally had to. If he had triggered the castle's protection circle by doing so, he might not have enough time to kill Prince Adolf. Assassination was the better way to go since he had the transformation necklace. As long as he could keep quiet, it was very hard for the protection circle to track him down. He just needed to find a way to sneak next to Prince Adolf. As a commander, the chance of killing a level 7 druid was still very high even without any equipment. The carriage kept going. It passed a bridge and finally stopped at a little island. Abel could smell the floral scent even under the carriage. The sound of the river was complemented perfectly with the singing of female elves. "All of you can go first. Mr. Avid, please come in." Abel could recognize this as Prince Adolf's steward speaking. Afterward, he heard footsteps exciting from the bridge, and Mr. Avid also slowly walked down from the carriage. As Mr. Avid headed towards the center of the island, the carriage began to move away. Abel gently let go, and in a tumble, he was already hidden amongst the bush of flowers by the side. Abel expanded his senses. There were 3 elves nearby. The most powerful scent probably belonged to Prince Adolf, while the other 2 probably belonged to his steward and Mr. Avid. How mysterious. Abel wondered what was going on, so he did not take action immediately. Instead, he took out the protection circle of Dark Valley he got last time. Although 36 magic cards were a lot more than the intermediate barrier circle he was used to, their functions were basically the same, and Abel was quite used to laying them down. In a short period of time, this intermediate circle, made up of 1 main control board and 36 magic cards, was set up, isolating the island from the rest of Prince Adolf's castle. In the protection circle operation room in Prince Adolf's castle, an elven guard asked curiously, "What important guest is the Majesty meeting today?" It said that their scent had disappeared here. Another elven guard replied like he knew a lot of things. "There are only a few guests in this world who can make the Majesty set up a barrier circle, but that's none of your business." The elven guard who asked the question then began to count all the important guests he knew, and guess who it could be like he knew what was going on. But he would never expect in a million years that his barrier circle was not even set up by the prince himself. Afterward, Abel carefully approached the master's building. Although knights were not known for their speed, Abel was a lot faster than any other commander in his rank after countless enchantments. He also wore a soft leather boot for this attack, so his steps were basically completely silent. "Mr. Avid, don't you think the Wealth Union is a little bit overpriced this time? He is only a beginner druid, and you want 5 million gold coins." Prince Adolf's slightly angry voice emerged. "The Honorable Prince Adolf, you want us to assassin a master alchemist protected by Angstrom City. Angstrom City's Grand Ducal Palace will definitely strike back if we leave a single trace. Also, we cannot use any female elves since they might get soft-hearted when they saw Master Bennett. Therefore this assassination is not easy at all," Mr. Avid said in a deep, calm voice. "If it is really this expensive, then maybe we'll just do it ourselves," said Prince Adolf in a deep voice as well. "The Honorable Prince Adolf, excuse me, but how many guards do you still have left in Angstrom City? I heard a little about your secret attack last time. 1 official druid and 7 commander-level elven guards was sent out. They were all killed, and not to even mention the tens of investigation department members who were whipped out afterward." Up to this point, Avid noticed Prince Adolf's face was not looking too good, so he quickly changed the topic. "Through my speculation, Master Bennett must be hiding his true ability. This time we need to at least double the force you sent out last time, so this price is actually very reasonable." Grim hatred suddenly emerged from Abel's heart as he listened. Originally, he felt a little bad for killing Mr. Avid. He had no choice since Avid was in the way, but he was organizing his assassination. "Of course, the Honorable Prince Adolf Majesty, if you can give me a low-level noble status, I'll kill Master Bennett for you free of charge," said Avid with a greedy look. "Oh, Mr. Avid, that's why you want to see me face to face. If you just want a noble status, I'm happy to give you one as long as you bring me the head of Bennett," said Prince Adolf in a slightly sarcastic tone. Mr. Avid was just another elf crazy for a noble status. But even if he could successfully kill Master Bennett, could he escape the revenge of Grand Duke Edwina? How about the silencing of Begros City? It didn't matter if it was Prince Adolf or his steward, none of them realized a shadow had swum into their living room like a squid. Abel's body was tightly stuck to the ground, only moving forward with his fingers. Just like a ghost, he moved along the shadow towards the table, then towards the pottery. Soon, he had arrived at the chair behind Prince Adolf. As the heir of Begros City, Prince Adolf must have some touch-sensitive magical defense gear on him. Although Abel wouldn't make these kinds of touch-sensitive magical protection gear as a blacksmith master, he still had a fair share of knowledge on them. As soon as the external force coming towards Prince Adolf had reached a certain threshold, these magic gears would be ignited. They would still ignite after the damage was done, and their strength of defense was largely dependent on the gear's level. After seeing how wealthy these elves were, Abel guessed Prince Adolf must have the best of the best. How could he assassinate without triggering these touch-sensitive protection gear? Abel had a simple idea. Use the dark gold little blade jade tandu. Abel carefully cut up a little hole on the back of Prince Adolf's pattern-filled chair with his jade tandu. He didn't make a single noise. Then, he slowly reached the jade tandu towards the back of Prince Adolf, so he wouldn't trigger the touch-sensitive protection gear. Prince Adolf was telling Avid to get the job done as soon as possible, but he suddenly felt cool sensations coming from his back. The jade tandu had now penetrated Prince Adolf's shirt and opened a little wound on his body. Afterward, his protection card immediately ignited. But it was too late. He had already been struck by immense poison. He was struck in the back, so the poison had quickly entered his spin and slowed down his next move. The Jade Tan to plus 180 poison damage was a lot even for hell creatures, let alone a weak little elf. Afterward, Abel flashed his combat kai on the Jade Tandu and plunged it even further with full force. Meanwhile, Abel's Druid soul simultaneously directed the 4 Spirit Guardian Knights to appear in the living room. The Spirit Guardian Knight captain flashed to the side of Prince Adolf. First was an ice enchantment, and Prince Adolf was immediately frozen up in ice. Afterward, the Spirit Guardian Knight captain struck down upon Prince Adolf's protection shield with its big sword. It all happened too fast. The prince's butler was only starting to realize that Prince Adolf was under an assassination. "Attempt, come men, our prince is being attacked," he shouted as loud as he could. Yet all the reply that he got was the "Oh, silent night." There was no elven guard out of the building to respond to him. Luckily for Adolf, Arvid was an experienced man. He knew that the only way to survive was to escape into this hall room. Combat Kai started emerging out of Arvid's body. When it was covered around his entire body, he stomped on the ground so hard that the tiles shattered from the impact. With the speed of an arrow that's been fired, he ran to the door to get out the hall room. Soon, he thought, his life would be saved if he got out, but he didn't. There was an invisible that was blocking his way. He didn't notice until he smashed his head into it. He was protected by his own combat Kai armor, but it sure didn't feel good. Just when Arvid was trying to recover from the dizziness he was getting, he suddenly felt a malicious wind coming from behind. He was an experienced fighter, so he knew that the air was becoming slashed with a blade. He lowered his body to avoid it. But the slash quickly changed course and went for his knelt head. Arvid yelled as he instinctively covered his head with his arms. "A human knight, you're a human knight." Arvid knew what he was talking about. Throughout his career as a professional assassin, he has witnessed countless different fighting styles from his opponents. Out of all of them, the human knights were among the ones with the most invisible techniques, whether it was on the offensive or the defensive end. That being said, when the other races tried to mimic the humans, they could never perform the moves right due to their anatomical differences. When Arvid blocked his head with his arms, the blade came down and pierced the sleeves of his shirt apart. As it turned out, both of his arms were made of hard steel. No wonder he wasn't afraid of losing the ability to hold a weapon. With the blade still pressing from above him, Arvid could feel a chilling air that was rushing towards him. When he tried to escape, frost was already appearing on his body. It was immobilizing him, and he fell on the ground because he's lost his balance. That's when Arvid's finally got a full view of the figure he identified as a human knight. From what he could see, the man was holding a shield and a big sword, both of which were typical of human knights. Something was weird about his mount, however. The human knight was accompanied by a spirit wolf. Arvid was an elf, so he knew how bizarre that was. No elf has ever tamed a spirit wolf before. In fact, nobody has ever tamed one before, and just what was the monster that was standing here? He had so many questions, and not enough time to answer them. While Arvid was trying to make sense of what's going on, the ice magic sword that was in the Spirit Guardian Knight's hand became a flash of lightning that pierced through his throat. In the instance before Arvid's death, he could see all the lives he's claimed screaming at him at once. He didn't have any friends. All his friends died by his hands. As all his memories flashed by his conscience, he laughed like a maniac. "My life, it's finally over," Arvid murmured as he lost his final breath, and since the prince's butler couldn't fight, all it took was one slash from the Spirit Guardian Knight to decapitate him. At the same time, the protection gear on Prince Adolf's body was burst open. Abel's jade tandu was already struck into his vertebrae. As he's already lost control of his body from the beating, Prince Adolf gave up on trying to make a struggle. "Please," Prince Adolf pleaded hoarsely. "Don't let me die so cluelessly. Tell me who you are. I want to know the name of my killer." "Your Honor," Abel replied without taking off his cover, "if there really is such a thing as a next life, please remember to identify your enemy before you go after them. You know, especially when you don't know a lot about them." When Prince Adolf heard the voice that was so familiar, he responded with a howl. "I am the heir to Jochburg City, and I am the prince of the royal elves. I am not going to die, you hear me? I am not going to." When Prince Adolf's breath became weaker, he eventually drew his last breath and passed away. Abel watched the whole time. He's finally had his revenge, but killing a prince was not going to do a lot of good to his relationship with the royal elves. In other words, Jochburg City was going to come after him sooner or later. Whether it was the armor or his clothes, Abel stripped everything off Prince Adolf as quickly as possible. Everything that this prince was wearing was something valuable. He didn't have the time to examine each one of them, so he thought that he was just going to do that when he heads back. To be safe, he threw them all into his private storage box. With nothing else to do, Abel focused his power of the will into his soul chain. That's when White Cloud decided to descend from the sky. Abel's already switched off the protection circle of the Dark Valley, but since everyone on the island was losing their lives, the elven guards that were monitoring security just thought that the seclusion circle was still intact. Abel thought that he was going to leave right after he finished packing up, but after thinking to himself for a while, he decided to head back to the hall room to put Arvid's dead body into his portal bag. When he finished doing that, he jumped on White Cloud's back to make a return trip. "We're going back, White Cloud," Abel ordered as he tapped on White Cloud's neck. If White Cloud could not camouflage its huge body, there was no way that a spiritual flying beast like it could make a flight inside the Double Moon Forest. The return trip didn't take very long. White Cloud was flying way up high. Besides, it could sense how anxious Abel was becoming, and that's why it was so fast to get back to the camp that was surrounded by the poisonous ivy. When Abel made his landing, he quickly rode Black Wind off White Cloud's back. Soon, he was back inside the seclusion circle. It had been 2 hours since Abel left Prince Adolf's mansion. The elven guards were finally starting to notice that something was wrong. If it's at a time this late, there was no way that the prince would stay with a guest for 2 hours, not unless that guest was a female elf. When the elven guards rushed to the island that was in the middle of the mansion, they realized that the seclusion circle had disappeared. Something bad must have happened. When they rushed into the hall room, what they saw made them all had a pale look on their face. Prince Adolf was lying on his own blood. He was dead, and he was stripped naked like a defiled girl. The news quickly got to Grand Duke Edwina. When she listened to the report made by Butler Derek, the first thing she decided to do was to take out her communication circle. In the camp that was surrounded by the poisonous ivy, Carrie was just done with her bath. She was eating her fruits as she was sitting inside her own camp. Suddenly, the sign card in her pocket was starting to vibrate. Then, followed by a splattering sound, the magic gemstone that was used to power it started to shatter. Carrie knew that there was something very wrong about that. The sign card was for emergency contact. Unlike regular communication circles, it was a one-time use item that could allow Angstrom City to contact her. After taking it out of her pocket, she quickly placed an intermediate gemstone inside the center slot. A white light started to flash out. There was a hologram of Grand Duke Edwina in it. "Wasn't Abel with you, Carrie?" Grand Duke Edwina asked as soon as the communication circle was connected. "He was," Carrie replied while she noticed how rushed her mother was. "He was with us the entire time today. He's even saved Lady Maury's life today." Grand Duke Edwina was starting to look very concerned. "I'll hear that story later." "My child, but I want to know where he is right now." Carrie was starting to realize the situation could be serious. "Abel was not with us just then, Mother. I wanted to spare him the privacy, so I left him on the other side of the camp." Grand Duke Edwina commanded, "Get him here this instant. Tell him that I have something important to talk about." "Yes, Mother," Carrie bowed and complied. When Carrie went past the ivy wall that separated the camp, she saw that a great fog was blocking her sight. It was the visual effect of Abel's seclusion circle. She knew that, and she knew that it would be rude if she was to intrude Abel's private space. If the seclusion circle was open, Abel was probably in the midst of his training session. However, an order was still an order. After placing her hand on the seclusion circle, Carrie released a small amount of mana to it. If Abel was inside the circle, he would know that someone was calling for him. Soon, the fog around the seclusion circle began to disappear. A tent started to appear. Abel was walking out in a robe. He was holding an alchemy bottle in his hand. "What is it, Carrie?" Abel asked with a surprised look on his face. He was obviously in the middle of something. Carrie said in a somewhat apologetic voice, "Well, come with me for now. Grand Duke Edwina wants to have a word with you. She wants to talk on a communication circle." "Oh, all right, let me tidy up first," Abel asked as he raised the alchemy bottle in his hand. Abel didn't expect the words to go by so quickly. He thought that it would take a few days for Grand Duke Edwina to hear about the assassination. He was already prepared to provide his own alibi. Of course, if he was going to be asked about Prince Adolf's death, he was always ready to have a few eyewitnesses to prove his innocence. Now that Grand Duke Edwina wanted to talk to him, he knew that the opportunity to come clean was coming to him. After pretending to pack up his alchemy bottle, he came out of his tent and went into Carrie's. A high-pitched scream took Abel and Carrie by surprise when they were about to walk in. It was from Lady Maury. She was pointing at Abel with her clothes worn loosely around her. "Why are you so loud for, Maury?" the other elven ladies said as they came out of the tent. When they saw Abel, they all took a step back with a dubious look on their faces. Carrie commanded as she knew how much gossip these girls were capable of. "Be quiet for a while. Grand Duke Edwina wants to have a word with Bennett on the communication circle." All the elven ladies became quiet after that. With her arm covering her chest, Lady Maury threw a cautious look at Abel. Abel was a bit speechless. Honestly, he thought that they would be on a lot more guard than this. When Abel came into Carrie's tent, he could see the hologram of Grand Duke Edwina in the communication circle. "Greetings, Your Highness," Abel said as he quickly came to give a bow. Grand Duke Edwina smiled in response. "Sorry for calling you this late, Abel." Abel was a little nervous since Grand Duke Edwina didn't go straight to the point. "It's fine, madam. What matter did you call me for?" Grand Duke Edwina chuckled. "Oh, nothing in particular. I just got some news that some organization is out to assassinate you. I just want you to be extra careful these days." "Thank you so much for the notice, Your Highness." Abel bowed to show his gratitude. Grand Duke Edwina waved her hand before she cut off. "The call okay now. I hope I'm not a bother. You can rest now." Abel and Carrie looked at each other in doubt. That was more than just abrupt. Grand Duke Edwina called Abel all the way from Angstrom City, and that's all she was going to say to him. Unlike Abel, Carrie really had no idea what's going on. Unknowns to her, Grand Duke Edwina was calling for an investigation on him. Now that he gave his response, it was up to her to call the shots. Meanwhile, Grand Duke Francisco was sitting next to Grand Duke Edwina. They were inside the Grand Duke's office building. The atmosphere was getting very tense around here. Grand Duke Francisco wasn't saying anything, but it's almost as if he was a volcano that was about to erupt. "How's the investigation, Edwina?" Grand Duke Francisco finally broke the silence. The tension was finally starting to loosen up a bit. "You know how many rivals Adolf's got, Francisco. From what I've been getting from my intelligence force, they've already found a mountain of suspects that could have done it." Grand Duke Francisco said in a low, assertive voice, "Yes, Edwina, and I want to know the most likely suspects. This is your city. Since you've already cleared up my entire intelligence force, I'm sorry. But you will have to take the entire investigation process into your own hands." Grand Duke Edwina tried to calm Francisco down. "Sure, I'll tell you. Promise me, though, once I tell you the names, make sure you don't do anything unsensible." "Adolf's dead, Edwina," Grand Duke Francisco said with a calm, almost tired voice. "I'm still sitting here and having a conversation with you. I'm sure you can see how much I've changed." Grand Duke Francisco might look like a middle-aged man, but he was actually very old by the standards of the elves. With that in mind, since he's lost the potential candidate to inherit Jochberg City from him, he didn't have a successor to develop the city he had committed so much for. Grand Duke Edwina continued to speak. She wanted to point out some very suspicious thing about the case. I hear you, Francisco. All right. On the night that Adolf died, there were 3 elves on the island that he was at. It was him, his butler, and an elf that went unidentified. Adolf and the butler were dead at the scene, but the other elf went missing. Grand Duke added, "That's all I know for now. For newer updates, you'll have to ask my intelligence force yourself." "You tell me more about this." Grand Duke Francisco took no time to point at an intelligence force standing in front of him. The intelligence officer bowed after seeing Grand Duke Edwina nod her head. "Your Honor, we just brought back the carriage man that was transporting the missing elf. Since it was a rental purchase, we couldn't recover any information that could be useful. That being said, when we confirmed the location that the carriage was paid for, we came to one important conclusion. The carriage was, without a doubt, purchased somewhere that was close to the Blood Hand Union's main base." Grand Duke Francisco interrupted the report. "I've seen Adolf's body. A sword went straight into his vertebrae from behind. Both the blade and the poison on it were meant to be lethal. Still, I did give him some passive defense magic items. Even if it were the assassins that did it, I'm pretty sure that most of them couldn't have done it. With respect, sir, the intelligence forces have already contacted the security forces to arrest the entire Blood Hand Union. We couldn't make much progress from there, though. If there was anything useful that we could find, it would be that their leader went missing after he left that night." Grand Duke Francisco nodded in approval. "Tell me more about this leader." "Yes, sir. His name is Arvid. He was an elven warrior at the level of a knight's commander. He's the one who built the Blood Hand Union all by himself. Despite being the head of the largest assassins' union in Angstrom City, the local police have chosen to tolerate his existence since he's never done a hit inside the city. On a side note, it wasn't just Angstrom City. Most human cities had their own assassins' union. On the one hand, it was good to have them around since they could deal with matters that the noblemen weren't willing to get into. On the other hand, since it was impossible to completely ban such organizations from operating, it would be a lot easier to control them if they were legalized in the first place. The intelligence officer continued his report. Arvid was an experienced fighter. Apart from his infamous assassination techniques, he could use most elven and human weapons. His famous kill was on a level 9 wizard. His reputation grew amongst other assassins after that kill. After using a facial composite, the carriage man has confirmed that it was indeed him that was on the carriage ride. Grand Duke Francisco shouted in rage, "Find him. Whoever finds Arvid, I'll send him 1 million gold and the status of a duke. Tell everyone that they just have to find him." The case was settled for Grand Duke Francisco. He was already certain that it was Arvid who committed the murder. Grand Duke Edwina was quiet the entire time. From her understanding of the Blood Union and Arvid, she knew that Arvid was too cowardly to attack Prince Adolf. Arvid was only interested in money and power. He might rob Prince Adolf, but it was certainly not in his best interest to kill a prince. Actually, Grand Duke Francisco knew just as much about Arvid as Edwina did. That being said, he also knew how much gold Adolf had hoarded in Jochberg City. Arvid was a greedy man, so in his mind, it was completely possible that he would kill Adolf for money. Grand Duke Francisco didn't seem content with having just one suspect. "By the way, Edwina, I've heard that your alchemist is not on good terms with Adolf. They had a fight at the banquet the other night, no?" "About that," Grand Duke Edwina said cautiously, "when I first heard about this murder, I immediately called Master Bennett with my communication circle. My own daughter Carrie was with him, and she can confirm that he's at least 1 day's journey away from this place. He was deep inside the Double Moon Forest. It wasn't just Carrie. Lady Muriel, Lady Maury, Lady Jenny, and Lady Mary were all there to prove his innocence, so how could you point fingers at him?" "Edwina," Grand Duke Francisco suddenly raised his voice but spoke in a sad, helpless tone, "Please, forgive this old man for his imprudence, but I've just lost my son to a killer, and I am more than upset. I want to find him as soon as possible." Grand Duke Francisco turned to the intelligence officer. "I am very aggravated right now. If Master Bennett was not a suspect, tell me then, who are the people that are enemies with my dear son?" The old elf was bitter for vengeance. Grand Duke Edwina didn't know what to do with him. He was the lord of a city. If something went wrong with his mental state, the whole Jochberg city would be in a disaster. And that bounty he's put up, Right now, many experienced fighters from Jochberg and Angstrom were flooding into the city she ruled. They were all desperate for the gold and title of a duke, so they searched everywhere for the killer who assassinated Prince Adolf. It was a mess in Angstrom City right now. A lot of the elven fighters would find themselves in the same location, be in disagreements with each other, and ended up fighting till one side went down. They would get competitive for any hints they could find. Many were badly injured because of the havoc they've brought. When Grand Duke Edwina got sick and tired of it, she ordered her druids to lock up all the elves who dared to start a brawl. Not that it was relevant for Abel. Right now, he was on his quest with 5 elven ladies in the Double Moon Forest. That being said, it was getting weird inside the Double Moon Forest. It had only been a day since they've encountered the ghost-face poisonous tarantula, but they were already facing a blackrock python from the Rocky Mountain. It was not a common occurrence at all. The blackrock python was an intermediate spiritual beast that was not local to where they were. There might be some inaccuracies with the map, but it was definitely not common. "Take care of our front, Bennett," Carrie said with a solemn look on her face. "You got it, Carrie. I'll have the front covered for you." Abel tightened the grip of the small shield in his left hand. He wasn't planning to reserve any strength. Soon, a golden combat Kai armor appeared around his body. The blackrock python was a giant snake that was about 20 meters long. Its body was covered in thick, rocky scales, which made it appear even more sturdy than it already was. Worse yet, there were black flames that were lit around its scales. Lady Jenny called out, "Watch out for those dark flames, team. Not only are they extremely hot, but their venom is also lethal. Make sure you keep your distance when you attack it." The blackrock python was much stronger than Carrie thought. The spirit wolf's claws did nothing to break through its defense. In fact, just by making contact with the burning scales, flames started climbing on top of the spirit wolf's body. Despite how resistant it was against poison, it could not resist the venom that was injected into its body. After a few minutes, 2 spirit wolves went into death protection mode and were taken away by their masters. Carrie wasn't sure what to do now. The spirit wolves couldn't fight the blackrock python, and it wasn't like the poisonous ivy could trap its muscular body. Without no other choice, she jumped off her dire wolf and allowed 2 other ones to charge at the powerful beast. As slow as the dire wolves were, they were much more aggressive in the way they attacked. As soon as they were unleashed, the scales on the blackrock python were slashed open with multiple claws. These claws didn't do much harm, though. When the blackrock python fought back, its tail wagged like a whip and lashed at the wolves that went close to it. Whenever the hits were made, flames would jump onto the dire wolves' bodies. The dire wolves didn't back down. Instead, they attacked faster than they did before. Just like the python, they were already in a frenzied state. When Carrie and the rest watched this fight, all they could see were the rocks and blood that were flying around. The rocks belonged to the blackrock python, and the blood was from the dire wolves. When the other 4 ladies called back their spiritual wolves, each of them called out for their own dire wolf to join the fight. From Abel's perspective, while the dire wolves were in a higher rank than the spiritual wolves, they were actually not that stronger because of how low their skill level was. Volcanic explosion. Carrie took out her magic staff and called out. When she pointed it at the blackrock python, the ground in front of her split apart. Lava started bursting out from below. Contrary to what she thought, instead of dealing damage to the blackrock python, the volcanic explosion was actually a pleasant thing for it. In fact, when the magma started hitting it from below, the cracks on its scales even started to recover. "Carrie, no," Lady Jenny called out. "The blackrock python is immune against fire and earth spells. Its favorite things are magma and lava." After hearing that advice, Carrie quickly switched into her wind element spell, the Little Cyclone. She got the right idea of what to do, but the wind spell was not strong if it was cast in a forest. Besides, because of how untrained she was with it, it didn't do much to the blackrock python apart from blowing it away. Carrie turned to Abel after a few tries. "You've any ideas, Bennett? If you don't, I might have to kill it with something that I'm not willing to use." The blackrock python was too powerful. It would be hard to kill it with normal methods, and it wasn't like the dire wolves could hold on for too long. Like Carrie, all the other elven ladies could kill the blackrock pythons with their special techniques. They seemed reluctant to use them, though. The cost of performing these skills must be very great. After fighting with them over these past few days, Carrie had gotten a fuller understanding of how strong Abel was. In fact, she knew that he was hiding a part of his real strength. That's why she asked him to do something about the threat they were facing now. "Let me deal with this," Abel said. He's already become a level 25 Knights commander. That being said, it had been a while since he's last fought as a knight. He's been very reliant on his spells ever since he became a wizard. Since he couldn't reveal his identity as a wizard, he could only fight with the techniques of a knight. Still, it would be weird if Abel fought as a knight in a team of elves. He didn't have much choice, though. In fact, it's not that suspicious since a lot of elven warriors also knew how to perform a knight's techniques. After calling the spiritual wolves back to protect the 5 elven ladies, Abel tapped black wind on its stomach. It then quickly became black lightning that went straight at the blackrock python. When he was close to it, he swung his jade tandu into its body. To make sure that the hits were effective, he aimed for the spot where the dire wolves scratched. Just like all the times before. When Abel's attack made contact, dark flames started jumping on his body. Unlike the other animals, however, the jade tandu was a powerful weapon that could cancel out any poisonous attack. Besides, the crescent's small shield could repel most of the attacks, so the flames didn't really stay on his body for too long. There, the first wound that the blackrock python received. In fact, the jade tandu actually attacked its internal organs with the poison it contained. After a few agitated hisses, the python shifted its target from the dire wolves to Abel. When the blackrock python's tail struck at Abel, black wind would dodge it at a clearly faster pace. It was changing position even when the tail was just starting to move. At the same, Abel was raising his arm for a second swing of his sword. When he dropped the hit, another wound appeared on the blackrock python's body. It was a bizarre sight for the elven ladies. They could see the blackrock python moving at an extremely fast speed, but Abel and Black Wind was so fast that they were barely visible. Whenever they could see the python's tail move towards another direction, a new wound would suddenly appear on its body. Abel was toying with the blackrock python, as enjoyable as it was for the elven ladies to watch him do it. They weren't confident about the damage Abel was dealing. Venom released by the dark flames did not harm him. Yet, the fire damage that they were doing was already taking a toll on his health. Take the armor on his right arm, for example. It was still intact, but it was already much hotter than what most regular people could take. If he wasn't so strong against fire, he would have lost the ability to keep fighting a while ago. He had to find another approach. So far, he's only able to hit at the spots that the dire wolves did. But this was not as efficient as he wanted. Yes, even when the poison of his jade tandu was draining the life out of this python. The two were waiting for each other to fall first. Abel didn't think he could outlast the blackrock python. If he kept fighting like this, he would probably lose his right arm soon. With that in mind, the jade tandu in his hand suddenly vanished back into the portal bracelet. He then took out his ice magic sword. He didn't use it to attack the blackrock python right away, though. Instead, he just tapped his right arm with its tip. An ice magic sword on a burning arm T was like dropping water on fire. The heat quickly went down. If Abel wasn't so good with handling an ice magic sword, he would have never tried something this dangerous. He was in the middle of a fight, and if he used a little too much force, he would have frozen his own entire body. Once his right arm cooled down, Abel put the ice magic sword back into his portal bracelet. His jade tandu reappeared after that. That was precisely what was so good about the portal bracelet. Once the weapons were put in it, there would be no delay if he was to change into whatever weapon he pleased. "Do you think he's using his full strength, Carrie?" Lady Jenny asked as quietly as she could. To her, Master Bennet was simply too mysterious for her to fathom. It would be understandable if he was just a good alchemist, but he's also an official summoner druid with the golden combat kai of a knight's commander. Like, even his mount was extremely extraordinary. If all the mount wolves were like the one he had, then the orcs would have unified the Holy Continent a long time ago. Carrie frowned as she shook her head. "I have to be honest with you, Jenny, even I have no idea." As far as Carrie knew, Abel's weakest class, and that was the wizard class, was also his main occupation. He was a level 3 wizard now, and level 3 wizards were supposed to have no chance against a level 25 knight's commander or an official summoner druid. Abel could be fighting as a knight because he had no other choices, but to be honest, there was just no way for her to know for sure. The fight dragged on for an entire hour. Obviously, Abel was the only one that was doing the fighting. The other elven ladies were just standing there to enjoy watching him. They were kind of worried at the start, but after seeing how Abel was able to keep attacking the Blackrock Python without taking any hits, they eventually realized that the victor was already decided. After a while, the Blackrock Python died by the poison that was released by Abel's Jade Tandu. Since the Blackrock Python was a venomous spiritual beast, to begin with, it took a lot of time to kill it with his own poison. More importantly, Abel used his soul-collecting spell during this fight, which meant that the soul of the Blackrock Python was now collected in one of his crystal bottles. He was kind of worried about how long it could last inside the bottle, but after scanning with his power of the will, he discovered that it could remain in his bottle for a very long time. Again, he became impressed with the items he's found from the dark world. He didn't expect a used crystal bottle to be this useful. Because of how fast Abel was, and because of the fact that, well, souls were technically invisible, the elven ladies didn't really notice him casting the soul-collecting spell. Lady Muriel laughed as she reached for her portal bag. "Oh my, I'm so glad that you're here, Bennett. I was going to use my secret item to save our lives, but that would just be kind of wasteful." "Exactly," Lady Mori agreed, then looked at Black Wind in admiration. "That was an excellent fight, Bennett. I have to say, though, I think Black Wind did a much better job back there." "That's a little too straightforward, Mori," Muriel interrupted despite agreeing with what Mori said. "Okay now." Lady Carried clapped her hands to get everyone's attention. "Now, how are we going to split the Blackrock Python's crystal core?" Lady Marian immediately called out, "Just give it all to Bennett. I'm only here for the quest reward." "Same here," Lady Mori called out enthusiastically. "Me three," Lady Muriel smiled. "And there you have it," Carried spoke with a smile. "That crystal core is now yours, Bennett. Remember to give the girls their pay, though." When the crystal core was passed over to Abel, he took out his own gold to pay all of the elven ladies. Lady Jenny wasn't as happy as the other girls. "Carrie, that's the second rock element intermediate spiritual beast. Rock element beasts are among the strongest in their defensive capabilities, and they do not belong to the forest here. Honestly, if there weren't some more powerful spiritual beasts up in the Rocky Mountain, I don't think that they would have come here at all." Carrie quickly changed into a shocked expression. "Are you saying that these spiritual beasts were chased out of their own homes?" Lady Jenny spoke as softly as she could as to not intrude the other elven ladies. "I'm saying that it is very likely, Carrie. If we see a third or a fourth rock element spiritual beast, I think my hypothesis would be confirmed." "Well then," Carrie said as she took out her map, "we are here for forest-type spiritual beasts, but now we'll have to deal with the rock types as well." Carrie pointed at a spot she's located on the map. "Lila Valley is our destination. To be frank, I've never been there before. I've heard that there are a lot of rocks there and no trees. Maybe that's where the rock element spiritual beasts came from." "If that really is the case," Lady Jenny said with a concerned look, "there must be an absolute monster that's living there right now, something that would force these intermediate spiritual beasts out of their own natural habitat. It's probably a super spiritual beast." "Wow, calm down, girl." Carrie smiled to ease Jenny down. "Our goal is not to kill the spiritual beast. We just want those beauty grass, don't we?" "Yeah, for the beauty grass." Jenny nodded as she clenched her fist in front of her chest. The team Lawland departed again. Abel noticed the serious looks on Carrie and Jenny's face, but since they didn't say anything about it, he didn't think that it was appropriate to ask. For the remainder of the day, the team was clearly becoming a lot smaller. The scouting range of the crows had increased by a lot. As one who could communicate with nature, Lady Jenny spent a lot of time talking with the trees they found. They wanted to be as careful as possible, even without explicitly asking about it. The other elven ladies also noticed how careful Carrie and Jenny were being. They too began to take matters more seriously. The atmosphere became tense and suspenseful for a while. "Water source," Lady Jenny called out cheerfully. She just found a water source somewhere in front of them. When the elven ladies saw Abel's portal bracelet, they insisted that he gave them water to shower every day. Now that they've found a clean water source, they would be a lot better off at night. And since Jenny mentioned that it was a water source, it could probably lead them to their next location. "Speed up, team." Even Carrie smiled when Lady Jenny said that there was a water source in front of them. Actually, any female elf would be pleased, if they got the chance to take a bath in the middle of their quest. As Black Wind and the dire wolves were walking on the path that was laid with leaves, the ground would rustle when they took more steps with their paws. It didn't take long to get to the water they were looking for, but the closer they were to it, the less they could wait. Soon, the whole team started to hear the noise of water flowing and dashing through the rocks. When they went past a few more trees, the scenery that appeared was as beautiful as a painted picture. It was a green pond with a fountain that shoots up water towards the sky at the edge. A rainbow appeared as the sun shone through the flowing water. It was a naturally formed fountain, something only nature would have the craftsmanship to build. It wasn't a big pond, by the way. It was surrounded by a few trees and a giant boulder. Actually, the water that was shot out came from one of the cracks on the giant boulder. "It's beautiful," Lady Mori exclaimed as she looked at the rainbow. "How haven't we found this place before?" Lady Jenny replied, "I guess we'll have to thank those spiritual beasts. You know, the ones that we are trying to hide from. If we followed our original route, we would have never found this pond." These elven ladies had never done so much scouting than during this quest. Because of that, they managed to find a few spiritual beasts that they could avoid in advance. Before, they just attacked any ones that were in their way, which meant that it was a lot harder to find somewhere as quiet and peaceful as here. That being said, there were a lot of changes to how they did their travel. They didn't care too much, though. If they could avoid any fighting, they didn't mind walking for a bit longer. They weren't worried about getting lost, either. Like, honestly, it's just impossible for a bunch of druids to get lost in a forest. "Can we please make our camp here, Captain?" Lady Mori asked Lady Jenny in the most adorable she knew. Lady Jenny understood, but it was the only afternoon at this time. There were still 3 to 4 hours to keep going before the sun would set. As a leader, she couldn't just give in to every one of her subordinates' requests. If she did, she must try to make sure that the team does not derail from the main objective. Lady Moraine joined in as well. "At least mark this place on the map, Captain. Just look at how picturesque this place is." It was the same for Lady Muriel. "Oh my goodness, I love that rainbow there. I just wish that there's a way I can bring it back to my house." "All right then, girls," Carrie joined in. "How about this? We'll take a break here for 1 hour. After that, we'll continue with our journey." "Oh, okay. Thanks, Carrie." As soon as Carrie spoke out, Lady Muriel, Lady Mori, Lady Marian jumped down from their dire wolves and ran towards the pond. Abel remained calm the entire time. He looked kind of alert, even. At first, he was taken away by the beauty of this water pond, but his experience was telling him that danger was nearby. "Stop, don't go," Abel called out to stop the 3 elven ladies. It was too late, though. Suddenly, the green pond water started splitting apart. There was a monster with blue light flashing out of its 2 eyes coming out from below. The monster's got a big mouth. When it opened it, a freezing cold Kai started coming out and rushed towards the 3 elven ladies. "Be careful," Carrie called out as well. She was too far from her companions. It would be too late if she tried to help with her spells. Lady Jenny took a magic scroll from her portal bag, but quickly dropped it as she saw what happened next. The monster was using the 3 elven ladies as a shield. If she tried to attack with her spells, more harm than good would be done to the ones she was trying to save. The 3 elven ladies that were caught realized what was happening, but the monster's speed took them all by surprise. They just didn't think that a deadly creature would be lurking in a beautiful location such as this. That being said, they had no time to protect themselves with their special items. Hardened defense. When the 3 elven ladies were about to be attacked, Black Wind came charging in to defend them. With Abel's golden combat Kai and his small crescent shield, the hardened defense served as an effective barricade against the chilling cold Kai. Abel could feel his shield freezing by the seconds. Actually, even when the Kai was weakened by his defense, it still managed to transfer itself onto his own body. To counteract against this, weak white light appeared from the jade tandu in Abel's right hand. This light almost covered his entire body, but the cold was still making him shrivel from top to bottom. He's almost lost his grip of the shield. No serious harm was done to him yet, however. The jade tandu had a somewhat unnoticeable attribute to it. It's called impossible to freeze. Obviously, that didn't mean that his entire body couldn't be frozen if he was wielding it, but he could still perform his knight's technique if his weapon was still intact. While Abel was still planning on his next move, A large bowl of magma was shot at the monster. It was from Carrie. Since she was an elemental druid, she could release a molten rock spell as a means to burn the monster alive. When the monster saw the ball of magma, it breathed out another mass of chilling kai. It was a lot colder than the one before. Even the air in front of its mouth solidified, which, ridiculously enough, became a wall that was repelling the magma ball. When the molten rock collided against this wall of ice, they neutralized each other after a massive explosion. Carrie's attack seemed effective at first, but the monster was just strong enough to negate the blows. Meanwhile, Abel's already stopped using his hardened defense technique. With his crescent shield in front of him, he got the 3 elven ladies to go behind him. If he didn't have his jade tandu back there, none of this would have been possible. "There's a lot of vapor here," Carrie called out as she slowly backed away from the monster. "My spell isn't effective as it usually is. Same for my summoned creature. We'll have to call for a retreat." Abel figured as much. If that molten rock was not cast on top of a water body, it would definitely be a lot stronger than it turned out to be. On the other hand, because of how much water there was in this place, it definitely helped the monster's ice wall to get a lot thicker. When the 3 elven ladies got back to their own dire wolf, they all had a terrified look on their faces. Lady Mori, especially. She was already crying from the fact that she almost died back then. "We're getting out here, ladies. Come on, move, Mori, Muriel, Marion." Abel knew how emotionally unstable the 3 elven ladies were. Now's not the time to comfort them down, though. Ever since he's detected this monster's presence, something was telling him to keep raising his guard to it. In fact, this was the first time that this happened. After hearing Abel's shout, the 3 elven ladies finally came to their senses. After Lady Mori wiped her tears, the 3 of them rode their dire wolves back into the forest. Carrie was commanding her dire wolf to back down as well. Her eyes was still locked onto the monster, which had only half of its head out of the water. Lady Jenny seemed more doubtful than scared. It's possible that she remembered something about this creature. Even when the whole team was backing away, the monster showed no signs to let them leave. As it moved towards the edge of the pond, its eyes stared at the magic staff that was in Carrie's hand. From what it looked like, it felt threatened by spells that could be cast from it. That's when Lady Jenny freaked out in a way she never did before. "Run, run," she screamed, "don't stop. It's a dragon beast." Lady Jenny always seemed like the calm and wise in Abel's eyes. She's always been a tremendous help for him. Now that she was screaming like this, something just seemed awfully wrong to him. Without giving it any thought, Abel revealed a volcanic explosion scroll in his hand. After activating it, he immediately threw it at where the monster was going to come out. Carrie went past Abel on her dire wolf. "Don't bother looking, Bennett. That scroll won't do any harm to it. Just focus on running away. You girls go first. I'll stop it before it gets to you." Abel was the only melee combatant in the entire team. In a situation like this, it was his role to defend the other members from getting attacked. Technically, it's also the role of a man to protect the women. By now, the monster's entire body was out of the pond. It was a giant lizard, with 4 very strong legs that seemed disproportionately short to the rest of its body. If the tail was included, it must have been at least 15 meters in length. When it left the water, an overwhelming imposing pressure emerged from it. When the imposing pressure swept towards Abel, Abel was able to guard against it with his own dragon-type imposing pressure. He couldn't emit a dragon-type imposing pressure himself, but it was already locked somewhere deep inside his mind. It was fine for Black Wind as well. It was a Mount Wolf, but it was also a king of the beasts. It was born to be strong. Besides, the monster was definitely not a pure-blooded dragon. It's got the blood of the dragon kind, but its genetics was certainly not pure enough to triumph over any powerful beasts. It was worse for the 5 dire wolves that were running away. After being hit by the shock wave that was released by the dragon beast's imposing pressure, they had to slow down their movements. "Now explode," Abel chanted out, and the ground in front of him was suddenly full of cracks. Lava started bursting out of those cracks. It was his volcanic explosion spell. He got it from Francisco, who was the student of Grand Duke Francisco of Jochberg City. Surely it had to be good enough to have an effect on the dragon beast. Once the lava and magma covered around the dragon beast, it was interrupted by releasing more imposing pressure. That's when the dire wolves recovered from their shock. When they recovered, They ran into the forest with a speed that was much faster than usual. Now that the 5 elven ladies have made their escape, Abel wasn't planning to stand alone against this dragon beast. He didn't feel like he had much chance against it. It was screaming so loudly from that volcanic explosion spell, but no actual damage was done to it whatsoever. Thus, he only 5 seconds after the 5 elven ladies left. After 5 seconds, he gave a loud shout to Black Wind. "We're leaving, Black Wind." But oh no. That's when the dragon beast escaped from the volcanic explosion spell. It was ready to charge towards Abel, and the chilling kai inside its mouth was ready to be fired at any moment. Black Wind was much faster though. It managed to avoid the hit with a speed that the dragon beast had never seen before. The dragon beast chose not to make a pursuit. The knowledge passed down from its ancestors was telling it to call it a day. In other words, its instincts were telling it that the spiritual beast that ran away was, by no stretch of the mark, something that should exist in this world. To get rid of the fear that it got from that Mount Wolf just then, the dragon beast shook its head and stayed at where it was. Now that Abel and Black Wind were already done, it had no way to locate their whereabouts. Out of frustration, it slammed its tail against the nearby trees, which made them snap and fall like a candlestick. Once it did that, it went back into the pond, which made everything peaceful again. Black Wind caught up to Carrie pretty quickly. At this point, the whole team just reassembled. "It didn't come to us. It's not trying to make a chase," Abel said with certainty. He could tell with his keen sense of a knight's commander. "Slow down, everyone. Make sure you don't run into anything." After so many times that Abel's had a different opinion, Carrie's realized how right he could be at times. Abel was the type of guy who knew what he's talking about. If he said that the dragon beast wasn't coming, then it sure wasn't coming. "Hey, Lady Jenny." Abel turned to Lady Jenny. "Just what is a dragon beast?" It's the first time Abel's even heard of the name. He didn't know what it was, yet, just by hearing its name, Carrie decided to let the entire team run without a fight. Lady Jenny explained as she tried to slow down her dire wolf. To put it simply, a dragon beast is a spiritual beast that has a blood of a dragon. Under normal circumstances, only lizards, snakes, beasts that are biologically similar to a dragon would inherit the lineage of a dragon kind. Once a dragon beast inherits the right parts from its ancestors, it would possess features that are only found in a dragon. Lady Jenny went on to elaborate. So, the features of a dragon. They are mostly immune to low and intermediate level spells, immune to low and intermediate level elemental attacks. They are highly resilient against physical attacks, obviously. When they do attack, any physical or elemental attack would be strengthened by their innate ability. "Wow," Abel said, then asked, "Does it have any weakness?" Lady Jenny shook her head after thinking for a bit. "Well, their weakness is how rare they are. Dragon beasts are like albinism. They are only born out of some sort of biological oddity. By the way, the dragons are very strong on having a pure lineage. They don't want to admit that the dragon beasts exist, so the dragon beasts had no choice but to live inside the Double Moon Forest, which was far away from where the dragons inhabited." "You are not exactly right there, Jenny." Lady Muriel came to join the discussion. "The dragon beast does have a weakness. As long as there is someone who can defeat it with a physical attack, it will pledge loyalty to that person for the rest of its life. That's what I've heard, at least." Jenny nodded her head but said in disagreement, "I think you have a point there, Muriel. But that's a claim from the myths. Apart from the dragons, no other creature has ever defeated a dragon beast with physical attacks." Abel was still trying to process the information he was taught. If a dragon beast was immune to most low and intermediate spells, then most wizards, elven warriors, and druids would have stood no chance against it. If he wanted to actually defeat it, his only hope would be to learn advanced magic spells, and even then, being able to deal damage to it was still a bit far away from being able to defeat it. Even Carrie was interested in the debate. "Well, if it's a real dragon, I think it's possible that a dragon beast would call someone its master." Lady Jenny said with certainty, "No way. The dragons don't acknowledge dragon beasts." Right, Carrie suddenly looked at the sky. "Enough talking about dragon beasts. We'll find somewhere to rest." "Thanks for saving my life, Bennett," Lady Muriel said as she rode next to Abel. Lady Marian said as well, "Me too, Bennett. Thank you for your help." "Thank you for saving my life twice, Bennett," Lady Maury said without looking at Abel. She must have felt really embarrassed right now. Abel said with a smile, "I'm just doing my job. Ladies, but I do appreciate the thanks. Any places we can make camp, Jenny?" Carrie turned to Lady Jenny and asked. Pialfandalpha, Nanua 1 SOM. Abel's portal bracelet was out of water. They could have used the pond to refill the water, but there simply wasn't enough time to do that. Running away was all they could do. The dragon beast was not to be taken lightly. Carrie had no time to listen to complaints. She was too busy telling Lady Jenny to guide the way. Soon, they found a flat ground that was hidden in the midst of the trees. A camp was made shortly afterward. After the elven ladies were ordered to find some food, Abel began closing his eyes to converse with the nearby trees. From what he could sense, the roots of these trees stretched far and wide. These trees have grown very strong over the years, and they could communicate with each other in a way that humans couldn't understand. After spending some with them, Abel knew that these trees actually knew what the geography of this place was like. After reading their minds with telekinesis, he began seeing some similarly looking images in his own mind. He could form a map with these mental images. From what they looked like, there was a water source located not far from here. The way there would take about 10 minutes of walking towards the northwest. That's where the birds and beasts would take their rest at. Abel said as he came to Carrie, who was busy tidying up the tent, "I'll be off for a bit, Carrie. I'm going to get some water." Carrie asked, "What do you mean, Abel?" She called him by his first name because there wasn't anyone around. "Did you find a place to get water?" "I'll be honest with you now," Abel suddenly said. "I found out about it a while ago. I'm actually just like Jenny. I can talk to the trees as well." Abel wasn't hiding from Carrie. To him, being a soul speaker wasn't a secret that's worth hiding. If anything, he should just be open about it in case if something dangerous happened later. Carrie was quite speechless. "You know, Abel, I sometimes think that you are actually not a human. Do you know how rare soul speakers are? Like, especially amongst the elves." It was right for Carrie to think that way. If she hadn't seen Abel taking off his transformation necklace, she would have never thought that a human could become a druid. And now he's saying he was also a soul speaker. Just how slim would the odds be? "Are they that rare? I thought Jenny was a soul speaker," Abel said whilst shrugging his shoulders. If a 5-people team like this had a soul speaker in it, the soul speakers might just not be that rare to the elves. Ugh. Carrie tried to explain how much of a miracle Abel was, in a way that he understood. "Jenny was born to a family of soul speakers, do you understand? Her ancestors were soul speakers, so it's more likely for her to be one. Most soul speakers come to be in the same way, and that's only a small percentage of the elven population." Carrie decided to ask about the water source. "So the trees told you where the water is at? Is that it?" "Yeah," Abel nodded. "Well, go ahead. No one's stopping you." Carrie shooed Abel away whilst rubbing her forehead. If the trees really did tell Abel where the water was, then he would have already been a better soul speaker than Jenny. That was just too unbelievable, and it was giving her a headache. Once Abel got on Black Wind's back, they quickly traveled between the trees and went towards the water. The trees said that it would be 10 minutes, but Black Wind took 2 minutes to reach the place. From what Abel could see, the water source was a part of an underground stream that came out of the ground. It was on top of a sloppy hill, with a few birds and 2 mountain rabbits already drinking there. Instead of disturbing the animals, Abel jumped down from Black Wind from a bit of a faraway distance. After telling Black Wind to stay where it was, he walked towards this stream. Abel wanted to use his soul speaker's ability to talk with the animals. From what Jenny told him, he just had to release a part of his little druid's soul to be a member of nature. When he did so, he felt like he was much calmer than usual. Abel tried to walk closer towards the animals. When he did, one of the mountain rabbits threw an alert look at him. Yet, instead of running away, it just kept on drinking water from the stream. It must have thought that he was not a threat. It was the same for the other animals. They too just continued with drinking their own water. It's almost like Abel was a guest to a party, and they were all just welcoming him into it. He was really starting to get interested in the druid class. Once 5 of his large containers were filled with water, Abel placed them all back into his portal bracelet. When he did that, he got a few more containers to fill with water. Throughout this entire time, the mountain rabbits and birds did nothing to guard against him. So from this point onward, no non-spiritual beasts would be a threat to him. Never again would he be in trouble like what the savage bees did to him. He was like the elves, the masters of the forest. When Abel returned, he could feel the trees having all kinds of conversations with him. He could feel a great weariness that was passing on from his druid spirit. That's when he quickly switched off his soul speaker mode. "What's wrong, Bennett?" Lady Jenny asked when she saw Abel returning with an exhausted look on his face. "Oh, hey there." Abel tried to lift his cheeks to smile. "It's nothing much. I just need to get some rest." After coming to carry, Abel dropped 5 filled large containers by the tent. After he's done his job, he began finding a spot to sit at. "You saw any spiritual beasts?" Carrie asked with a concerned look on her face. By this point, Abel was already much better after switching to his main suit. No, Abel stretched for a bit. "I just entered into the soul speaker mode for too long." Carrie squinted her eyes for a bit, then turned to Lady Jenny. "Jenny, can you come here for a bit? It'd be nice if you teach this amateur what being a soul speaker is about." Lady Jenny covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh wow. Bennett is a soul speaker." "A freak is what he is," Carrie said with certainty. "Wait, Bennett." Jenny turned to Abel in curiosity. "So the trees told you where the water is?" "Yeah," Abel nodded his head. Unknown to him, Lady Jenny just tried the same thing, but she only talked to one tree, and it never gave her a reply that was clear enough to be interpreted. Actually, it wasn't just Lady Jenny or her family. Anyone with some knowledge to soul-speaking knew how hard it was to talk to the trees like Abel did. Abel tilted his head in confusion. Obviously you can't know by just talking with one tree, but if you talk to multiple of them, you can pretty much get a picture of where the stuff you are looking for is at." "You what, multiple of them, at once?" Lady Jenny dropped her jaws. After remembering the word that Carrie said just then, she started saying it as well. "You are, a freak, aren't you, Bennett?" Lady Jenny asked nervously. Abel was just sitting there and taking it. He didn't understand what's there to be shocked about. Lady Jenny continued to explain. "Soul speakers are meant to talk to one plant at a time. If you are communicating with all of them at once, the most you're going to get is their general feelings. You can't get any useful information from that. I've never heard about a case like you before, but hold on. Maybe I can find some relevant literature once I get back." "Yes, that's what I'll do. Just hold up till I get back, will you?" Abel was more curious about something else, though. Jenny, why did I feel so tired when I was riding my way back here? I was on top of Black Wind's back, and I wasn't traveling for too long either. So I don't know. Why did I feel so tired when I was talking with the trees on my way back?" Jenny's finger was almost touching Abel's nose when she was pointing it at him. "Are you insane?" she called out loudly. "You were in your soul speaker mode, and you tried to talk to every plant you saw as you were riding on your Mount Wolf. Are you trying to kill yourself? It's already exhausting enough to talk to just one plant. If your soul isn't strong enough, you would have died instantaneously from that." Lady Jenny felt offended when Abel gave so little care to himself, especially when he was blessed with this amount of talent. After all soul speakers were seen as extremely precious to the elves. Lady Jenny was not the type to hold on to her anger, though. After coming back to her senses, she took a quick look at Abel from top to bottom. "Strange." Lady Jenny twisted her hair with one of her fingers. "If you really did use your soul speaker's ability on your way back here, then how are you recovering this quickly?" Abel looked a lot more concerned now. Wait, I need to check on my body right now." After leaving Lady Jenny where she was at, Abel quickly ran to the side of the tent. He then set up a seclusion circle and locked himself inside it. When no one could see him, he began checking on the state of his druid spirit with his power of the will. From what Abel saw, the green light that was emitting from his druid spirit was becoming a lot weaker. His conscience was not connected to it right now, but he understood that it had sustained a lot of damage. That was not good. For any occupation holder, having one's soul injured could have some very severe consequences. Some of these consequences might be irreversible, meaning that they could affect the outcomes of all future training. When Abel sensed that his druid spirit was injured, he realized that one of his item slots became empty. It was where the purple soul potion was originally at. When the slot became empty, he could see that the druid spirit was starting to recover from its injury. The light that was emitting out of it started tingling, and it was getting less dark than when he first saw it. Abel tried connecting his conscience to his druid spirit. Instead of experiencing any sort of dizziness, he was starting to feel a lot more refreshed. If anything, he could tell that his druid ability was being strengthened. Come to think of it, this was the first time that Abel consumed his soul potion without drinking it down his throat. If he was drinking the soul potion with his mouth, most of the essence would have been absorbed by his main soul. Now that it's directly supplied to his druid spirit could gain most of the essence that was in it. And it was all thanks to that snake's self-recovery belt he got from the dark world. If he became injured in the future, he could always use it to make sure that any medicine he put on would go straight to where the wound was at. Abel wiped some of the cold sweat off his head. If Lady Jenny didn't remind him so early, it would have been too late to treat his damaged druid soul with his soul potion. He checked for a few times, and after he became satisfied with what he saw, he switched his conscience to his main soul and opened his eyes. Before Abel left the seclusion circle, he took out another soul potion from his Kong spiritual beast bag. After placing it in the empty slot on his snake's self-recover belt, he finally switched off his circle and came back. When he came back, he saw that the elven ladies were all waiting for him. Since they were worried about him, they didn't bother making any dinner. "Are you okay?" Carrie quickly came to ask. "It's fine now, all thanks to Jenny." Abel smiled to inform her that everything's okay. Carrie shook her head in disapproval. "You are too much of a daredevil, Bennett. How crazy do you have to be to overload your own soul?" Well, I'm sorry." Abel scratched his head, then looked towards the food that's being brought back. How about this? To show how apologetic I am, I'll be the one to make dinner tonight." Carrie pushed Abel away before he tried to get the food. "Just get some rest now. You need some rest, Bennett. Maury's the one making dinner today. She's right." "You know," Lady Maury smiled as she and the other girls went to pick up the materials. "By the way, you've never known how much of a good cook I am, have you?" Carrie said as she looked Abel straight in the eyes. "You better take care of yourself, Bennett. Jenny was ranting so much about you just then. She kept on talking about how little you seem to appreciate your talents." All right, I got it." Carrie, Abel nodded his head in defeat. He couldn't just explain what a druid's spirit was to Carrie. So the most he could do was to listen to her advice. "Good," Carrie said, then pointed towards a spot that's laid with a rug. "Now sit there and wait for your dinner. You're going to get some quality rest today, got it?" "Hey, Bennett," Lady Maury called out as soon as Abel was going to have a seat. "Give me your magic staff. I'm trying to make a fire here." With a smile on his face, Abel took out a +1 fireball staff from his portal bag. "It's yours from now on," he shouted as he threw it to Lady Maury. "That's too kind of you, but thank you," Lady Maury said in excitement as she received the staff. As the cook of the team, it'd be very convenient for her now that she could make fire like this. She could use her druid spell, Fire Torpedo, to do the job, but she wouldn't want to risk burning down an entire forest. The other elven ladies were all surprised by how generous Abel was being. A magic staff with the fireball spell was not exactly the best thing there was, but it was already much more precious than most ordinary weapons. Carrie was the only one who wasn't surprised. If anything, she just thought that magic staff was just one of Abel's other spares. "I'm a wizard now." Lady Maury lifted her magic staff with a serious look on her face. Her enemy, well, it's the pile of timber that was on the ground. "Now burn," Lady Maury shouted as she activated the fireball spell. When a rune sign appeared, a fireball came out and shot at the pile of timber. A fire was made, and it was this easy. When Lady Maury threw a proud look at the other elven ladies, they all came in and tried to get their own turn at casting a fireball. The camp was suddenly filled with loud sounds of laughter. It's like they all forgot about how miserable they were back then. Carrie said to Bennett as she stood at the side, "Thank you." Bennett, "No big deal, Carrie." Abel smiled in response. "I'm a blacksmith as well, you know. I can always make more magic staff if I want to." "No, that's not what I meant," Carrie shook her head. "Thank you for all that you've done to help us. Since you're the alchemy master, it is actually our job to protect you during this quest. Still, though, so far, your resourcefulness and knowledge have been a crucial help for everyone here." Carrie was an intermediate druid. She only became recently, though she still had to cover up her own weaknesses with various items. For the team that she was leading, all the members were summoner druids. Of course, some of them were also learning how to cast elemental spells. In Angstrom City, most young female elves strive to become like Carrie. They started by learning summoner druid spells, the most powerful ones to start with as a druid. Then once they upgraded themselves to become a novice druid, they then had the option to select their specialized field. Out of the many options that the female elves had, one of them was to become double-class druid like Carrie, both summoner and elemental. Many of them chose that since being in a double class was a very common thing for the elves. There was also another option. A druid could choose to be a summoner and shapeshifter double class, or just a shapeshifter. By becoming a shapeshifter, a druid would become extremely fearsome in close-ranged combat. They could become a bear druid or a wolf druid, both of which had their advantages and disadvantages. Wolf druids were notorious for their speed. Not only that, but they also had 2 spells up in their arsenal. One was the Spreading Plague that could give poison buff to their physical attacks. The other was Savagery, which was a healing spell that could make up for their lack of health points. For obvious reasons, bear druids were much more powerful than the wolf druids. They could perform shock waves to feint their enemies or use flame claws to increase their fire attack. Back to Team Lawland. The 4 elven ladies Carrie led were 4 young novice druids. These members had a lot of potential, but as of now, the only decent fighter was Carrie. For the team to truly flourish, they needed a few more years. Needless to say, Carrie felt a lot of stress as she was the one calling every single shot. Throughout this journey, Abel had been the one to foresee most of the incoming threats. If he didn't help the girls escape when the rock element spiritual beasts appeared, the team would have been in a much worse state than it was now. If something bad happened, honestly, Carrie wouldn't know what to tell the girls' families. "You're tired, aren't you?" Abel said empathetically. "Dinner is ready." The voice of Lady Maury came over. When Abel and Carrie sat by the bonfire, they saw that there were 6 chickens that were roasted to a golden brown. Just by the smell alone, they could tell how good of a cook Lady Maury was. Abel said after taking a bite, "It was the right thing to give you your own magic staff. This is some excellent cooking." "Oh, you," Maury smiled at the compliment. When dinner was over, the team hung the chickens' internal organs to a tree. It was a ceremonial thing. When they were done, Abel decided to go back to his camp to rest. Carrie seemed like she had something to say, though. Carrie told the team after clapping her hands together. "All right, team, listen up, because there's some announcement that I've been meaning to make." After hearing that, the elven ladies sat back to where they were sitting for dinner. "Okay," Carrie started off with a cough. "I have to say, I am very disappointed with our team's performance today. Some of our members were almost lost, and everyone, including me, had to hold account to that. Muriel, Marion, you are both many years older than Maury. You are both more experienced than her, but the way you've behaved was just as childish as her. We elves might be the masters of the double moon forest, but you girls didn't seem to remember how dangerous nature could be. If something wrong happens, there's a chance that none of us get to leave." The 3 elven ladies that were called out lowered their heads in shame. Maury, especially, was already sobbing to herself. No one blamed Carrie for being too harsh, though. They all knew that she was trying to be a good leader. Carrie continued with a bow to the rest of the team. "As the leader of this team, I am the one who has to bear the most responsibility. And today, because of my carelessness, we almost had to suffer the casualties of our members. If I'm ever bringing your girls out in my own life, I swear that I'll bring you all back safely. So, girls, remember your lessons. We must be more careful next time." "Yes, Captain." Sad as the elven ladies were, when they went to each of their own camps, some very high-pitched, excited laughter came out. They were getting excited by the large buckets of water Abel brought back. Since they were this far into their quest, they never expected to have this much water to themselves. Abel was a lot calmer in comparison. When he went back to his own camp, he began to isolate himself with the seclusion circle. Now that he couldn't go to the dark world, he had to find some other ways to make use of his night time. He kind of had an idea of what to do. Since the soul of a black rock python was in his possession, he could try to make another new magic staff. He couldn't do the same for the ghost-faced poisonous tarantula, though. Since the arachnid blew itself up, he couldn't find a way to retrieve its soul. Abel took out a plain staff from his Kong spiritual beast bag. He got it from a fallen wizard in the dark world. As useless as it was in the dark world, it was an extremely precious item on the Holy Continent. Whilst following the recipe that was written in the book Introduction to Crafting Magic Staff, Abel took out a few precious metals that he got from the elves, a few fine adamant, some mithril pieces, and a large chunk of light steel. These were all basic ingredients to making a magic staff. Abel still had a lot of the gemstones to power the magic staff in his portal bag. Now, it was time to begin the craft. Abel started off by melting the light steel. Since he didn't have any blacksmith tools with him, just activated a fireball spell with his left hand and kept it there. After that, he took out a crucible from his portal bag. It was a part of the Rakara's alchemy bottle, as full set. It was a dark gold quality piece, of course. When the crucible was placed on top of a fire-resistant frame, he placed his fireball directly beneath the frame. At the same time, he placed the large chunk of light steel in the crucible. Since he was using his spell for this, it didn't take much time at all for the crucible to glow in red. And just look at that. The light steel was already melted into liquid form. Abel took out a dagger that was made with fine steel. Whilst calculating the right ratio in his find, he used its tip to cut the right amount of adamant and mithrils from the pieces that he had. To make sure that he was precise enough, he even used his golden combat kai to make sure that he had the right grip. Even the Druid spirit that he had helped him to do this. With just a main soul, he was never going to get a precise measurement of the adamant and mithril mass. Now that he had two spirits, he could just let the Druid spirit figure out the right amount. Now that the adamant and mithril pieces was separated and placed inside the crucible, Abel began stirring with his stirring stick in a clockwise direction. Interestingly enough, this part was never mentioned in the recipe book. It just said that he was supposed to mix the three materials together. Once the adamant and mithril dissolved in the light metal solution, a light golden liquid began to appear. Abel couldn't turn off the heat, though. He needed the solution to be in liquid form to continue with the next procedure. Abel took out his plain magic staff. After that, he took out a metal stick with the width of a pen. He was going to use it to draw his magic rune, with the ink being the burning hot solution that he just made. Since he wasn't an ordinary wizard, he didn't have to bother wearing anything to protect himself from the heat. As he covered his right hand with his golden combat kai, he began to place the blank magic staff on a flat surface. He switched the flame off with his left hand. With his left hand holding a blacksmith's tong, he grabbed the crucible and slowly poured the solution at the sharp tip of the metal stick. His right hand was holding the metal stick as he would with a pen. There was a slotted area on the stick, so the solution went in when he poured the solution. Abel was a brilliant multitasker. While his left hand was pouring the light golden solution that's also extremely hot, his right hand started drawing the rune pattern. He was very focused, in a way that he wouldn't miss a single stroke. The hardest part of sealing a rune was handling the metal solution. If Abel was too slow, the solution would cool down and solidify, which meant that he would no longer be able to draw with it. Also, if he made a mistake in the middle of the drawing process, then all the material he used would have gone to waste in an instant. Since Abel was drawing with the light golden solution, he had to boost his concentration with both his mana and his power of the will. To add a new attribute to the magic staff, he had to transform the metal stick into something that could allow mana to be transferred. It was the key to making a magic staff. As he began his first stroke, a silver-white line appeared on where the pen laid on the magic staff. He was fast. Because of his experience with drawing runes, he didn't hesitate to keep moving his pen. Soon, more and more rune patterns started forming, and the magic staff became fully drawn from top to bottom. When Abel finished his last stroke, a golden light flashed across where the pen left. Thankfully, it didn't start vanishing immediately, because that would mean that the drawing process was a failure. Abel drank a lot of soul potions to do this. He wasn't just trying to draw the rune patterns correctly. By entering into the mental stimulation mode that the soul potion could help him get into, he could combine his knowledge with some of the new discoveries he'd made. A good example would be the stand on the tip of his magic staff. It was his new invention, meant to increase the total mana capacity of the staff. If he followed the original instructions he read from An Introduction to Crafting Magic Staff, he could only use the magic staff 3 times a day. Now that there was an extra spot to place an extra gemstone, he could use the same spell for many, many more times. It was time to add an energy source to the sealed magic Rune. To do that, Abel decided to use a fine red gemstone from his portal bag. Red gemstones were mainly for fire element spells. The Blackrock Python belonged to both fire and poison class, but since it was more lean towards being a fire element spiritual, he decided to go with the safe option. When the red gemstone was in the slot, Abel saw that the slot wasn't quite tight enough. He had to push a little hard to make the gemstone fit, which was not exactly the best way to treat a precious gemstone. He knew that, of course. There were many other ways to make the gemstone fit. But he didn't want the fragments of his synthesized gemstones to be picked up by someone else. Unlike most soul-trapping magic staffs, this one actually looked like it was powered with a crystal core. Yes, with a gemstone that big and shiny, anyone would have thought that it was powered with a crystal core. Now then, all that remained was the final step, and that was to place the soul of a spiritual beast inside this staff. Abel took out the crystal bottle that contained the Blackrock Python's spirit. Unlike the souls of hell creatures, Abel couldn't see the python's spirit with his eyes. He had to sense its presence with his power of the will. When the crystal bottle was opened, Abel grabbed onto the Blackrock's python. He then placed it inside the magic rune pattern that was drawn. The magic rune started shining when this happened. It started absorbing the Blackrock Python's soul, and eventually the two became one. At the same time, Abel was chanting out some ancient dwarven spells. By doing so, he could effectively keep the Blackrock Python's soul inside the staff. It was like a safeguarding device, which kept the Blackrock Python inside, despite how desperately it screamed. Its physical body was dead, yes, but its soul lamented the idea of being enslaved by the one who slain it. Abel had to be careful when he activated this sealing rune. If he was putting in too much force, he would weaken the Blackrock Python's soul, thus reducing the power of the magic staff. On the other hand, if he didn't tame the Blackrock Python, the whole crafting process would result in failure. The balance must be right. Despite how many challenges he had to face to make it, one more step still remained. Just now, Abel had an idea. To check on the Blackrock Python, he decided to activate his Soul Speaker ability from switching to his Druid spirit. When he did so, he began to have an idea of how well he was trapping the Blackrock Python. Eventually, the Blackrock Python started resisting less. It started giving in. It even started to feel comfortable being trapped. It was Abel's first time doing something like. In fact, he's never thought that he could use his Druid ability like this. When the last bit of the python's ferociousness disappeared, Abel decided to stop with the trapping. It was already settled down with being part of the staff, so there was no further reason to force anything upon it. As evidence of this, the magic staff was already starting to flash in white light. Abel should be happy, but honestly this was the part where he got anxious. Now that the python's soul was bound with the staff, it was no longer up to him to decide what the resulting craft would be. It was like shooting an arrow. You could practice and prepare, but in the end the arrow had to fly on its own. After expanding for a bit, the white light started shrinking back. Abel's even heard the sound of a snake's loud hissing. Soon, he started seeing the python's image on the magic staff. It was a success. The magic staff was viable. Now then, it was time to write his own name on it. Blackfire Staff made by Abel. Description: can activate level 12 Inferno Flame 10 times a day, gas a plus 50% damage bonus against undead creatures. The attribute description of the staff was quite different from the abilities of a Blackrock Python. Abel had a better understanding of what staff making was like. Unlike the Blackrock Python, this magic staff did not contain any poison-related attributes. Besides, if it wasn't for his extra fine gemstone, he could only use the staff 3 times a day. It was more of a secret weapon, something that could only be used when things went really bad. In other words, this Blackfire Staff was rather useless to Abel. If he was going to use it in the Dark World, he would only be able to use it in a boss fight. It was a 10 times a day use item after all. Also, he would have to use 14 points per second worth of mana to use it, which was a lot even for him. Maybe it was better if he was using it on the Holy Continent, which was a lot more peaceful than the Dark World. Abel's never learned the Inferno Flame spell before. If he did, he would only have to spend 7 instead of 14 mana points to activate the staff. Worse yet, the Inferno Flame was not a one-time activation spell, meaning that he had to keep supplying his own mana once he activated it. That was 14 mana points per second. Abel had a total of 600 mana points. That was actually a lot, but there was no way that he could use the spell while holding on for too long. On a positive note, A level 12 Inferno Flame could deal fire damage of 132 points. Level 13 Fireball could only deal 31 fire damage. It was possible to see how such an expensive spell would be worth casting. When Team Lawland continued their adventure for the next 6 days, their luck seemed to have gotten much better than before. Carrie brought them back to their original route, which helped them avoid encountering quite a few intermediate rock element spiritual beasts. Carrie announced in a loud voice whilst holding her map, "It's about 2 to 3 days till our destination, team. Just hold on a little more." Hearing that was pleasant for everyone. With 30 crows scouting in the sky, a very detailed map for reference, as well as having dire wolves as the means of transportation, Team Lawland was traveling quickly inside the Double Moon Forest. There were a total of 2 soul speakers in the team, and Abel was one of them. His talent was just too extreme. With him around, they would never stumble into danger. Still, when Carrie got closer to the destination, she felt more anxious about what they might face. Carrie had confirmed it with Lady Jenny. Their destination, Lila Valley, was occupied with one very powerful spiritual beast. They didn't know how strong it was, but apparently it was strong enough to drive out all the other spiritual beasts from their home. Abel saw the map as well. Right now, the team was somewhere north of Double Moon Forest. When they advanced, the path of them started to become narrower. There was the earth-dividing basin at the west, occupied by the dwarves, and the Dragon Depth mountain range at the northeast, which surrounded the Dragon Depth. The geography of this area was splitting the forest apart. From where they were, the Double Moon Forest was split between south and north. The area was quite hard to describe. It wasn't just a forest, it was a rocky valley like Lila Valley, with no trees to be seen whatsoever. Yet at the same time, you could see large lakes and grassland. In fact, since this place was bordered with trees on the west and east side, it's almost as if the whole Double Moon Forest gave birth to it. Suddenly, a large roar came from very far north, as far as the source as the crows that were flying on top of the team suddenly fell to the ground. The 5 dire wolves that were carrying the elven ladies stopped moving forward. They started crouching on the ground and stayed completely still. The forest was in dead silence now. All the insects, birds, beasts, and any other living beings just stopped doing anything. When Abel heard this terrible roar, he sensed a powerful wave of imposing pressure that was coming towards him. He was fine, though. His soul was already strengthened to the extent that it could withstand something like this. "Goodness me, this is a dragon," Carrie exclaimed softly. She's the only one who could still talk right now. The other elven ladies were too pale to say anything in reaction. Abel could feel something wrong with the poison ivy that was underground. After hearing the dragon's roar, it had ceased to continue any movement. Apart from that, the 5 crows Abel owned were completely still on the ground. Crows were supposed to be the smartest birds there were. But right now, they were just asking for help in fear. At least Black Wind was still fine. It was still standing, which was nothing more than what you'd expect from a high-level spiritual beast. It was the same for White Cloud. It's supposed to be the weakest animal that Abel owned, but when Abel tried to communicate it with the soul chain, it actually ignored the dragon's roar from far away. Abel asked when the voice went down, "Was that from a giant dragon, Carrie?" "No," Carrie replied with a grim look towards the faraway sky. "It's a pseudo-dragon. I don't know which type it is, though." Giant dragons were the strongest of their kind. As the apex predators of the ecosystem of the world, they had no natural enemies in the Holy Continent. They were immune against most spells and physical attacks. Their life expectancy was very long. They were basically invincible. Nothing could stand against a giant dragon. If there was, it would have been another giant dragon. Like humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, giant dragons were intelligent beings. Yet, due to their power, they rarely interacted with other beings. The elves helped facilitate this. By protecting the Double Moon Forest, they also protected the Dragon Depth from being harassed. While the pseudo-dragons were not the strongest creatures, they were the most plentiful amongst dragonkind. While they were technically beasts, pseudo-dragons were close kins to the giant dragons. Interestingly, they were not intelligent beings per se, but some of the matured ones did possess intelligence. No one knew what type of pseudo-dragon that was back then. All they knew was that it was extremely powerful, so much so that the creatures that were summoned just gave up on even running away. "How are you still all right, Abel?" Carrie suddenly realized. Abel didn't respond, though. He wasn't sure how to explain what a soul transformation was to her. Since Abel didn't respond, Carrie chose not to push too much for an explanation. Right now, her main attention was on her fellow team members. While novice druids weren't supposed to be too terrified to a pseudo-dragon's roar, the elven ladies were simply too young. They had no way to react except the way they just did. Carrie was suddenly out of ideas. She wanted to reach the destination, but there was a pseudo-dragon there. She just didn't know what to do now. She could have a member go to do some scouting. That way, she would know whether the pseudo-dragon was staying inside Double Moon Forest. If the pseudo-dragon was staying in the Double Moon Forest, there would be a very serious problem. It wasn't just that the team had to cancel their quest, but they also had to return to Angstrom City to report to Grand Duke Edwina. Something like this would ruin everything. The ecosystem, Angstrom City's economy, everything. One thing was for sure. The rock element spiritual beasts were chased out by the pseudo-dragon. As for how and why, Carrie had to be careful in her investigation. After a quick look at her team, Carrie decided that the one she could rely on was Abel. As for the others, they would be lucky if they managed to survive in the presence of a pseudo-dragon. Most elven ladies here were summoner druids. If the pseudo-dragon could immobilize their summoned creatures with its voice, they pretty much had no ways to protect themselves. "Would you help me with something, Bennett?" Carrie asked Abel. Well, it'd be my pleasure." Abel was a bit surprised by how polite Carrie was being. Carrie said as she pointed at the other members, "Thank you. I need you to stay here and take care of the other members." "Where are you going, Carrie?" Abel raised his brow. "There's a pseudo-dragon up ahead. I don't know if it's staying or it's passing by, so I have to do some scouting myself. The other girls can't withstand the dragon's roar. They can't protect themselves right now, so I need you to help protect them. Understand?" Abel understood Carrie's intent, but he was also uncertain with the way she's trying to tackle the situation. "Can't we just go around it?" "Actually, Carrie, I don't think your dire wolf is up for scouting. With all due respect, just look at it. It won't be able to run away if it faces a pseudo-dragon." "You're missing the plot, Bennett," Carrie said in a helpless voice. "The path ahead is the elves' main transportation route. There's no way to go around it. More importantly, that's where the elves carry most of their resources from every year." "Oh no," Carrie started rubbing her head with the tip of her fingers. "It's only a month before we start importing and exporting more resources. If that thing doesn't move, we are going to be in a lot of trouble. That's all I can say." The elves were known for how rich they were. Still, they couldn't just transport millions of tons of goods between different cities for trade. The energy cost for that would be immeasurable, which meant that the main way to sustain trade was through large numbers of cargo carriages. If the narrow path ahead was really going to be blocked by the pseudo-dragon, it would be a disastrous loss for the elves. Those who weren't notified about it might just make their journeys towards it. Once that happened, only tragedy awaited. There were only two choices here. The team could send reports to the high-ups of the elven race, or they could try to remove the threat that was up ahead, whether by killing it or by chasing it out of the area. Pialfandalfa Nanua 1 SOM. "Believe in us, Captain, bring us with you," she shouted. "Yeah, don't go alone, that's too dangerous," Lady Marion said as well. Jenny agreed too. "We elves are naturally inferior to the dragons, Captain. If that pseudo-dragon sees you, it's going to be very difficult to make an escape." Lady Muriel was even trying to keep Carrie still by hugging her. "Jenny's right. If we're going to die, we'll die together." Oops, that didn't sound right. After realizing that everyone was staring at her, Lady Muriel quickly hid behind Carrie's back. Carrie said after shaking her head, "I am the captain here, and I have made my decision. Listen to me, team. Since I'm giving you a direct order to stay here, make sure you listen to Bennett's instructions when I'm not here. Jenny, make sure you help Bennett when he needs you." Abel raised his hand. "I think I should be the one to scout." Carrie almost spoke out without giving any second thoughts. "No, Bennett. This is something that the elves have to deal with themselves." That was not worded very well. For a moment there, Carrie thought that she was alone with Abel. Now that she's phrased herself like this, Jenny was starting to raise her brow. Luckily, the other three elven ladies didn't seem to notice. Abel didn't agree with the team leader's decision. "You've seen how fast Black Wind is, Carrie. Even if the pseudo-dragon sees me, I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to make a safe escape." Like Carrie, Abel was very confident in what he's saying. It was really easy for him to do the scouting. He just needed to get on top of White Cloud's back. It was fast and safe. He just had to make sure that no one else in the team saw him doing this. And she never knew how skilled Abel actually was. Carrie couldn't help but reconfirm, "Bennett, are you sure that you can guarantee your own safety?" Yes, Abel smiled. "I wouldn't joke about sacrificing myself, would I?" Still, Carrie felt like she couldn't just let Abel be. After looking at him and Black Wind, she took out a scroll from her portal bag. Here, Carrie passed the scroll to Abel. "One day, if you don't come back in a day, I'll look for you myself." Abel took the scroll. He was very familiar with it. It was a top-level instantaneous movement scroll. Apart from wizards of intermediate level or above, no one could perform an instantaneous movement spell without this scroll. That just showed how powerful wizards were. Druids protected themselves by summoning creatures. Priests fought with curses and an army of skeletons. Wizards were very different from these classes. Instead of creating a barrier of summoned beings to protect themselves, they used their speed to draw their distance from danger. Abel didn't decline. After placing the scroll in his portal bracelet, he's now had 2 instantaneous scrolls in his arsenal. Until he became an intermediate wizard. They were going to be his secret escape tool. Abel smiled at the 5 elven ladies. After recovering his 5 crows and the poisonous ivy underground, he got on top of Black Wind and disappeared. He didn't even let the others try to persuade him to stay. Lady Jenny felt like she had to ask, "So, Captain, was Bennett fine after hearing that dragon's roar?" Carrie said as she looked towards the direction that Abel left, "Yes, actually his mount was the same." "What?" Jenny gasped in a voice that only Carrie could hear. "Just who is he?" Carrie said plainly, "You'll know eventually. Maybe now, maybe 20 years later, but you'll know." As soon as Abel left Team Lawland, he contacted White Cloud to make a landing towards him. Instead of using instantaneous movement to let Black Wind get on top of it, he told it to jump on after climbing on top of a tree. Since it was the first time he was facing a pseudo-dragon, he had to make sure that he was fully prepared. Speaking of which, White Cloud should be fleeing away right now since Sky Sparrows was supposed to be very timid, but Abel's already fed it many soul potions. White Cloud was a brave bird, since it needed much more soul potions than Black Wind. It also had much more potential to strengthen itself towards the next level. Abel said to White Cloud and Black Wind through the soul chain, "Once I'm done with this, my main goal will be to find more soul potions for you guys." White Cloud and Black Wind were very pleased to know that. Still, right now, Abel's priority was on doing the scouting. He was up in the sky right now, and his eyes were looking down for anything that could look like a pseudo-dragon. White Cloud was flying 500 meters off the ground. Abel could see the ground very clearly from here. It's also very safe for him, in case he was attacked. From what he could see, the region was already starting to look a lot different than usual. There was a short hill and some valleys that was splitting the forest apart. That was still the same as usual, but there were no living beings to be seen. Abel could also see Leela Valley from where he was at. That was supposed to be the destination of Team Lawland. They were supposed to take 2 to 3 days to get there, but if he wanted to, White Cloud could get there in 2 hours. At the crossing area where the Leela Valley's edge was at, and there was a pond to be seen. Abel could see the only living thing that was there. It was a 2-foot dragon. The 2-foot dragon looked very much the same as a giant dragon. Actually, it was a miniature replica of a giant dragon. It was only 4 meters long. As the only feature that was different from a giant dragon, it had 2 legs instead of 4. Other than that, it was the same. Its claws were like eagles, its scales like lizards, and there were thorns growing out of its tails. According to the myths, 2-foot dragons got their genes from giant dragons and the griffins. Depending on the type of giant dragons that they inherited from, they would possess various types of elemental ability. Apart from that, they had sharp claws and teeth that allowed them to attack their enemies. While studying the appearance of the 2-foot dragon, Abel saw that it was suddenly raising its head. He then felt the power of the will that was spreading in all directions. Nothing menacing could be sensed from it. Instead, it was repeatedly trying to send the same message. "Help, real dragon," the message stated. Abel could see that the 2-foot dragon was pleading for help. It was not intelligent enough to speak in full sentences, but it was certainly mature enough to develop low-tier intelligence. Real dragons was what the dragons referred to the giant dragons as. Obviously, giant dragons did not consider pseudo-dragons as their own kind. They only acknowledged other giant dragons as the real dragons, which was not the way that most other species classified dragons. For the 2-foot dragon to call for help from a real dragon, there must be a real concern. Abel was getting worried. Was a giant dragon nearby? After telling White Cloud to go up to a higher altitude, Abel took a more careful look in all directions. Since there weren't a lot of trees in this area, he could see the area below very clearly. That being said, he couldn't find any living thing other than the 2-foot dragon. Could it be? After thinking about it, Abel realized one possibility that he hadn't thought of. Since he's absorbed a dragon's crystal before, maybe the pseudo-dragon had misidentified him. Abel couldn't take too many risks. If he was confronting the 2-foot dragon, he had to make sure that he knew what was going on. Why was the 2-foot dragon risking to call for help? Not all giant dragons treated pseudo-dragons kindly. If the giant dragon happened to be easily aggravated, it might just kill the pseudo-dragon for trying to talk to it. Abel told White Cloud to fly lower. He didn't want to land, but he wanted to make sure that he was close enough to take a better look at the 2-foot dragon. As White Cloud flew in circles in the air above the 2-foot dragon, he noticed that there were many scars that were on its body. Its wings were broken too, yet with so many severe injuries, it still chose not to leave the area. Why? One thing for sure, whatever intent this pseudo-dragon possessed, it was no threat to him. Abel took an instantaneous movement scroll out of his portal bracelet. Whilst holding it in one of his hands, he jumped down from White Cloud when he was about 10 meters off the ground. He decided to leave Black Wind on White Cloud's back. If the 2-foot dragon tried to attack him, he could always teleport back to White Cloud and fly away. The 2-foot dragon couldn't fly, so it couldn't pursue him in the sky. When the 2-foot dragon saw that it was an elf that was approaching it, it seemed to be a little shocked. Even though Abel had the appearance of an elf, it could also sense the soul of a giant dragon from him. Whatever. Since it was already gravely wounded, it had no choice but to call for whatever help it could get. Help, the 2-foot dragon continued to send the same message. It was without the ability couldn't articulate itself, but its power of the will made communication a lot easier. When Abel made sure that the 2-foot dragon posed no threat, he slowly approached it and began to examine its wounds. The 2-foot dragon complied. It even turned over to show its stomach, which was the weakest spot on its body. From what Abel could see, there was a giant arrow that dug into its belly. The arrow also had 2 hooks on it, which made it impossible to take it out of the wound. It was a pretty nasty wound. If the 2-foot dragon was a giant dragon, it could have healed itself with its own saliva. According to the myths, a giant dragon's saliva was the best medicine there was. It was capable of healing all sorts of wounds. That being said, no one could force a dragon to spit out saliva against its will. Like the 2-foot dragon in front of him, Abel was no giant dragon himself. He couldn't heal the wound by spitting on it. Still, he had his own methods. Abel walked towards the 2-foot dragon's back. Then, while singing enchantment spells, he began rubbing the pseudo-dragon's back with his hands. As he did so, a green-looking aura started surging into its body. The 2-foot dragon wasn't very smart, but it could understand that its body was being strengthened. It could also sense something else, too. Whatever this real dragon elf person was, he was trying to form a bond, and that bond was starting to grow tighter by the seconds. Abel was performing the mount enhancement technique on the 2-foot dragon. Usually, he would never have the chance to do this on a pseudo-dragon. Now that it was this badly hurt, now that he was technically part dragon, he found himself the rare chance to tame one. The 2-foot dragon wasn't sure what the spell that was cast on it could do. The mount enhancement technique was used to form a spiritual contract between it and Abel, even though it had no thoughts of doing so. In fact, when Abel first learned to use this technique, he also wasn't sure of its hidden, yet very impactful effect. After an hour, Abel could feel that the 2-foot dragon was inseparable to him. It was just like White Cloud and Black Wind. This 2-foot dragon was now his companion, and it was connected to him through the soul chain. Speaking of soul chains, he realized that there wasn't any more capacity left to form new bonds. The 2-foot dragon was taking up all the space. If Abel wanted to find more new companions, he would have to keep enhancing his soul. Actually, if Abel hadn't already absorbed the essence of a dragon's crystal, he would have died by trying to form a spiritual bond with this 2-foot dragon. Perhaps that's why no one tried to have a 2-foot dragon as a mount before. Or, even if they were stupidly brave enough to do so, they would have died on their way into dragon depth, which was where the pseudo-dragons normally lived. Now then, Abel was finally starting to feel safe. After taking out a healing potion from his Kong spiritual beast bag, he began pouring its content into the 2-foot dragon's mouth. The healing potion was curing it at a very fast pace, but the arrow remained to be taken out. To take the arrow out, Abel decided to use a small dagger. The wound was already big enough, so all he needed to do was to rip the part that was already open. List: if the healing potion wasn't continuously healing the 2-foot dragon. Doing this would have made the injury a lot worse. Whenever the blood loss became too much, Abel would feed another healing potion into its mouth. Alas, it was a painstaking process, but he finally took the whole arrow out. By taking a good look at it, Abel could tell that it was made by the dwarves. In fact, it looked just like the ammunition he had for his giant ballista. It wasn't this nastily shaped per se, but the appearance was very similar. The 2-foot dragon was probably too young to be cautious of the dwarves. It probably underestimated how strong they could be. Imagine that. A dragon was flying through a dwarven city that was laid with hundreds of ballistas. It was lucky that it was still alive. After taking out the giant arrow, Abel took out a large-sized needle from his portal bag. He was using it to sew up the wound. With an opening this big, no amount of dark gold quality potions would be enough. Now the wings. Abel didn't have any intricate ways of sorting them out, so he just tried to adjust them back into the right shape. It was like fixing a dislocated arm. After putting it back to the right place, all that remained was to wait for it to recover by itself. When the wound was fully sewed up, the healing potion helped to form a layer of scab on top of it. The 2-foot dragon was not quite well yet, but the chance of it dying was significantly declined. That's the inconvenient thing of being a dragonkind. Humans, elves, dwarves, they were all weak in comparison to them, but it's also a lot easier for the medicine to take effect. A dragon's skin, bones, and organs were all much larger and firmer, which made it harder for substances to pass through. It's the same for even dark golden potions, which Abel had to go to lengths to produce with his Horadric cube. The 2-foot dragon was still hurt, yes, but Abel was already happy with the idea of owning his own dragon. So far, his only flying mount was White Cloud. White Cloud could fly high, yes, but its speed was a drawback that he could never quite make up for. Because of that, he's always wanted something faster, like the flying golden mounts that the dwarves trained. In other words, he wanted a mount that he could ride to fight in the air. Now that the 2-foot dragon was an option, forget about how strong it actually was. It was already much faster than most creatures that were capable of flight. Because of how prideful it could be, it was usually impossible to ride on top of it. Abel really got lucky here. There was no doubt about that. When Abel caressed the scaly skin that was on the 2-foot dragon's body, he tried to make it clear that he wasn't trying to enslave it. The soul chain was restraining it from ever leaving him. But he wanted to make this relationship as equal and consensual as it could be. Abel learned something by being with Black Wind and White Cloud for so long. If you commit yourself to bonding with your mounts, they would most likely do the same to you. And not just that. On a practical level, Abel's the one who's been sharing the soul potions with Black Wind and White Cloud this entire time. He was literally their go-to for boosting their intelligence and strength. By calling with his soul chain, Abel told White Cloud to make a landing beside the 2-foot dragon. While the 2-foot dragon was nervous to see a sky sparrow this big, Abel kept on telling it to calm down. Eventually, it started seeing White Cloud as its friend, as a fellow member of the same team. It's good to see that a 2-foot dragon would befriend a creature that's not the same species as itself. Because of how quickly it assimilated into the team, Abel decided to give it a soul potion as its reward. The 2-foot dragon kept staring as Abel took out the purple soul potion. It really wanted it. Since the soul potion was the filtered essence of countless hell creatures' souls, even without explicitly knowing what it was, it knew that its body wanted it. 30 seconds. After Abel poured the potion into the 2-foot dragon's mouth, it only took 30 seconds for it to travel through its body. Nothing changed much, though. Its scales just got a little darker. Maybe that just showed how strong a pseudo-dragon was. you'd need a lot of resources to strengthen a creature that was already this powerful. Still, one bottle was all it took for the 2-foot dragon to undergo decades of aging. To show how good that felt, it started breathing out like, then roared in a cheerful manner. The sound pierced through Lille Valley first. Then, it echoed through the double moon forest towards where Team Lawland was. White Cloud was a little disgruntled by that. On the other hand, all the hair on Black Wind's body was starting to stand up. It looked really surprised by that roar. When the 2-foot dragon saw this, it decided to stop roaring. It wasn't trying to scare for its fellow team members. It probably just stopped because it felt pretty relieved already. In fact, since it was a dragon, it didn't really feel the need to communicate with Black Wind and White Cloud, even though it had already acknowledged their existence. Right Team Lawland was waiting anxiously in the double moon forest. Abel had gone by himself, and that made the team members feel very useless. Instead of playing around as usual, they started to practice their elemental spells. Carrie was glad to see this, but as of now, she was more worried about Abel's well-being. And suddenly, a dragon's roar came from their front. It's the direction that Abel went. Carrie was really getting worried. She turned to look over towards her dire wolf, who was already crouching on the ground. Despite the painful look on their faces, the 411 ladies were prepared this time. They were not immobilized by this dragon's roar. They had gone far enough already, though the imposing pressure coming over to them was not as strong as last time. When the dragon stopped roaring, Carrie jumped on her dire wolf. She was ready to ride it towards the direction that Abel went. Jenny got in the way, though. "Move, Jenny," Carrie called out anxiously. "I should have not let Bennett go in the first place. It's my responsibility to do the scouting. I have to go get him back." Jenny was a lot calmer in comparison. "You can't go, Captain. You know how fast Bennett's Mount Wolf is. The only thing we can do is wait. If you want to go get him, you must wait for day first. After a day, we'll go look for him together." Lady Muriel got in front of the dire wolf as well. "We're just as worried as you, Captain. If Bennett doesn't come back in a day, we'll all go find him together." Carrie suddenly held her head with regret. "I should have known this already. The spiritual beasts went away because of the pseudo-dragon." From that first dragon's roar, Carrie started doubting if that pseudo-dragon was just passing by this area. She wasn't certain about that, though. Now that the second roar was coming in from the same direction, she knew that it was staying in the same place. It was the reason that the elemental spiritual beasts were chased out. Lady Muriel said as she clenched her fist, "Have some faith, Captain. Bennett is a powerful fighter. Don't we all know that?" Carrie frowned and said helplessly, "One day then. If he's not coming back, I'm definitely going to find him." By this point, Carrie's already regretted having commenced this quest. Since the team members were all women, they became greedy when they heard that Abel was a master alchemist. It was the same for her. She wanted him to craft the beauty potion so she could look prettier. With so many accidents happening so far, she should have canceled the quest when they encountered that spiritual beast a few days ago. She should have told the team to go back to report to the elves, not continuing the pursuit for eternal beauty. The more she thought about it, the more she began to drown herself in regret. Meanwhile, Abel and the 2-foot dragon were having a great time together. "Let's give you a name," Abel said as he scratched the 2-footed dragon by its chin. The 2-foot dragon didn't understand, though. With the current intelligence that it possessed, even Black Wind was smarter in comparison. "What ability do you have?" Abel asked once he connected to the 2-foot dragon's power of the will. After hearing that, the 2-foot dragon started to open its mouth. Abel could see a powerful fire element that was forming inside. When the fire element became big enough, the 2-foot dragon spat it towards a rock that was the size of a human. The flame that came out was white, and after staying on the rock for a while, the rock started falling apart in pieces. "A white flame, wow," Abel said in awe. Fire could be categorized into different levels. The ones that were ignited by fire elements were many times hotter than ordinary ones, and they could be classified into basic, intermediate, and advanced levels. The basic flames were from red to dark red, the intermediate ones were from orange to light yellow, and the advanced ones were the shades that came after. Among the different classes of fire, the white ones were at the top level. They could burn almost everything. When most flames came into contact with the substance they were burning, they would usually change into whatever color the substances were. However, white flames would always retain the same color. It was a white flame that the 2-foot dragon spat out. That must have been stronger than a top-level advanced spell cast by a top-level advanced wizard. Abel really got lucky here. Actually, come to think of it, what was so scary about Wizard Cliff now? With the help of the pseudo-dragon, he could just go home and kill that man. That could work, but just to be safe, Abel decided that he must be at least a novice wizard first. To be safer than that, he decided that he should also be a summoner druid and a knight's commander. He wanted to be strong enough to protect himself, and anything that he saw as important. Abel tapped the 2-foot dragon by its scales. Your name is Flying Flame from now on. The white flame you conjure will make your enemies tremble on the ground. When Abel sent this message with his power of the will, he could feel the 2-foot dragon calling out in joy. Flying Flame, Flying Flame. Now that Flying Flame's got its own name, it started to look cheery.